Good morning. Surprised to see so many of you given how late last night went. It's a good indication that something important is about to happen, right? Welcome to Impact 25, where leaders of the new frontier meet with policymakers. We were honored to have 4 policymakers last night by surprise at our dinner from NIH as well as space and defense. And this is the kind of thing that happens when good people arrive to Washington, D.C. And with that, I present to you our conference. And our conference is a vision that started, as I said yesterday at our opening, in Donald Trump's jacuzzi, when I met Ryan Chrysler, who is the host of Today with Type One Ventures. And it's this combination of space and new frontier venture capital meeting a PR guy in Washington, D.C. So some of the greatest people you're going to meet to your right and left, get to know one another, talk to one another. It's going to be an awesome day. And with that, if you look a little bit on who the IMA is, the history of our organization is over 20 years. We have over 1 million professionals, mainly with the college degree and above, in our worldwide network. So all the content from today will be videoed and shared on social media. And that's why we create these sort of conferences and settings. And the new frontier, last night, we had a great time, is people that are in robotics, AI, quantum computing, digital currencies, aerospace, transportation, all these new job creating industries, healthcare. This innovation isn't just happening in AI. It's happening in every industry, in every sector. And if you look at the space industry and how much has evolved, we're talking about trillions of dollars going into the GDP. And you guys are the leaders that, to me, are the most relevant people to the White House. President Trump hosted a lot of the tech leaders, okay? The same old, but you guys are the ones that are creating tomorrow. And I think it is a more relevant story. And that's why we're doing this here in DC, not just this year, but probably for the next several years. And the future of the IMA is interconnecting all of you. I am the platform. I know all of you personally. Okay. We're friends and it's like a family matter to me. So it's making sure that each of you get to know each other, whether you're in the hospitality industry or the AI industry, robotics, it doesn't matter. You guys can all help one another achieve impossible circumstances in your business, in your life's mission. And that's what Impact is all about. And it's also about shaping the future. So together, we are going to create a thesis. I don't even know what this is, but I will know after 3 days. We are taking notes on all the content that's going to be provided during this conference. We're going to share that white paper with you, the administration, and all the elected officials that support us over the years. And Ryan, of course, is going to come talk a little bit about the space industry, which a couple years ago just mattered to a few people, but pretty soon it's going to matter to everybody because every single industry sector is going to be impacted by space. It's a breakthrough that's happening. And we're going to be presenting a conference similar to this, more small, at Mar-a-Lago in November. So if you're interested, let me know. And beyond that, I'm so excited to have my friend Keith Stryer here today. Some very big news, if you haven't read already. OpenAI has taken, I believe, 25% of their company, which just added $100 billion in valuation. This is all because of our conference, So can't wait to hear from my good friend Keith. And of course, Jay Simons from Amazon. Jay's been supporting us for 11 straight years. He always says, Sinan, that was the best impact. And I said, no, Jay, I got something better. I think it's going to happen in Washington, D.C. So it's such a pleasure to have Jay from Seattle out here. He's one of my best friends. And we're going to go into the invisible war, AI, national security, the immersive web. We got Steve Economos, who's going to talk about commercial real estate and the reindustrialization of our country. Donald Trump has a mandate to build and to innovate in the United States. And in order to do that, you got to literally build. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. And that's a big growth industry. So great panel there. Scott, of course, our friend from Jet Zero. Just last week, we hosted with Tom O'Leary, their founder and CEO, who I met during the inauguration, thanks to Matt Collins. It's all about relationships. And Jet Zero has the fixed wing aircraft that's 60% more efficient than all the planes that we flew over here. And they also have another company called Nautilus, and both of them are here, and it's such an honor. And that's what makes Impact so special. It's not like, oh, my competitor's in the room. It's no, let's drive innovation and let's take everything together. And that's what I love about this, because I know every one of you probably has someone that is doing something like you in the room, but it's not about competing for market share. It's about creating market share together and working together. And that's why we created this organization. So we'll be talking about planes, trains, and automobiles. I love that movie, by the way. And then my fireside chat with Dave. I'm so excited about this. awesome. He's in the back. And Hans, thank you for coming out here. You guys mean a lot to me. And we're going to talk about some great stuff on building a community, but also facing adversity to innovate what you're doing and his new jet company, as well as Dr. Calvert, a great friend of mine. And we're going to talk about health, biotech, non-GMO policy in America's growth agenda, healthcare, and the food that we eat. All this is a part of a growth industry and part of the new frontier. And it's exciting to have Tom Peck here, who's the Chief Innovation Officer of Cisco Food Company, $80 billion. All the food that you're probably eating at this conference, they had a hand in. So if the bacon isn't good, just talk to him, okay? I mean, it's not my problem. And then, of course, Isaiah, rock star, and these rising stars, I'm so honored, and there have been so many of them. When I met Palmer Luckey 9 years ago, I knew right then, like, something's going to happen here. And this will be my 10th interview with Palmer. And it's just, I have this ability of knowing when something's right, and it's about the human being. It's not just your business. It's something about a person that I'll figure out, and then I will invest everything into that person to help them go to wherever they need to go. And modular nuclear reactors are so important to our country. If you think about the energy that's going to power all this reindustrialization, it has to come from modular nuclear. So we are all in with Valor Atomics. I'm so excited to have him and Charlotte here. And Matt Kinsella, quantum computing, another big growth industry, huge partner of ours. We're very honored of Inflection. Again, this all started from Mar-a-Lago. We're at Mar-a-Lago. We're like, okay, we had a great time in West Palm Beach. What do we do next? Oh, Art Basil's going on in Miami. Let's go there. So we go there, and then we meet Charles with Forma Prime, and he's got a great venture capital company. He's got to meet Inflection. And I said, okay, great. Meet Inflection, meet Matt. And 2 weeks ago, I interviewed him in Colorado, and he's got an incredible story. And quantum computing is a big growth industry. Obviously, Pete's here from PsiQuantum, and there's other quantum computing companies in the room, and we're so honored to have you. And with that, Nina will also be talking about what a type 1 civilization is and what it's going to require from energy, technology, and working together to really creating a type 1 civilization. And venture capital in the new frontier. Where are these venture capitalists making investments? There are publicly traded companies like Veritone in the room. I mean, let's listen to what their assumptions and where they're going. I mean, Shervin Pishavar's flying in from the Bahamas. That sounds fun. This is the real deal. I mean, this is a guy who first invested in Airbnb, billions of dollars in returns for his investors. And it's going to be exciting to hear from him, Charles, and of course, Ryan, about where the investments are going, and that will be moderated by Kevin Fink. MC will be talking about aerospace, the altitude, the autonomy, and the future of national power. That will be a great panel. And then space economy, Earth to orbit, and then my fireside chat with Palmer. I never prepare for it. I have no questions, right? It's just going to be a conversation. It's going to be wild. And I know a lot of you want to meet my friend Palmer. And what I'm going to do is flip the script a little bit. So I'm going to cut my interview short. And then Ryan's going to do a fireside chat on space and defense, which has really never happened at a level like this. And then what we're going to do after that is do that fireside chat with Palmer. And then I'm going to pause the program for 30 minutes. And I'm literally going to just let you guys ask him questions and then also have a conversation with him. So I'm going to just, allow it to kind of happen naturally, but form a line, come up here, have a photo with him, talk to him, give him your card, pitch him on your idea, whatever that might be. But it's important to Palmer too to build a relationship with you. And I'm so proud of his growth for national security for our country and the work he's doing at Anduril and his team. And I'm so grateful to Jason Pitkin and their whole team in supporting Impact all these years. And then Ryan will be talking about space defense. And of course, Kevin Maloney will be digital currency, which is another big growth aspect of this modern economy and this new frontier. So we'll be ending with that. I'd also like to thank one of my really good friends, Adam Roseman, who is the founder and CEO of Steady IQ. He's hosting tonight's epic dinner. You do not want to miss that dinner. It'll be in this room tonight at 6:30 p.m. And we also very honored to have Secretary of Interior Burgum joining us for dinner. And thank you to Dan Wright of Armada for making that happen. So we've got an action-packed program, and we're looking forward to presenting that to you. And with that, I'm going to end with this video, and then Ryan will be coming up. Thank you.
Throughout our history, we have done what no one thought was possible.
If we're going to stay on top competitively, we have to be the location for these data centers. In order to do that, we need electricity.
We could be the second greatest generation by rethinking warfare altogether.
So we need to allow these innovators
and get them through this valley of death.
Nuclear is baseload, reliable energy that we need.
Energy security is national security, and it's the foundation for our entire market economy.
Every American in this room, every American watching at home will have the opportunity to put the United States of America, the greatest country that's ever existed, back on the right track.
When we talk about how do we get to the moon, talk about the importance of nuclear fission.
Sometimes equated with fire or electricity, AI is most likely the most compelling technology of our time.
So nuclear, it is the future. People underestimate how much nuclear fuel there is. It's under our feet at all times. We could be using it. We should be using it.
So I'm excited to see companies building around lunar infrastructure. I think we'll see new categories of space companies.
If we're not inventing new algorithms and new analytics, we'll be quickly irrelevant.
Because a lot of people aren't even aware of what's possible now with AI and in operations, but we're enabling some pretty exciting things.
I would say we have a window to catch up. And the reason we have a window to catch up is because American entrepreneurs are the most innovative people on earth and incredible engineers in building something that's never existed before.
We will not fail. We cannot fail. We are all in this together. Our nation is counting on us to band together and solve these problems and get this done.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ryan Kreiser with Type One Ventures.
So, good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be with you here at Impact 25 and to follow Sinan's remarks as we set the tone for the week. Thank you to the organizers, Internet Marketing Association, for convening such a remarkable gathering of leaders, builders, and investors. There's a sense in this room that we're not just talking about the future, we're building it. At Impact 25, we aren't here to trade surface-level insights. We're here because we believe the future is not linear. With courage, capital, and creativity, we can bend the arc of what's possible. At Type One Ventures, we talk about this through the lens of the Kardashev scale, the idea of a Type One civilization that can fully harness its planetary resources. That might sound distant, but the foundations are being laid right now in space, AI, and deep tech. Among all these frontiers, space is the keystone. It's not just about exploration, it's about security, energy, logistics, and economics. For the first time in decades, the U.S. military has recentered its strategy on space. With the renamed Department of War making space a core priority, we're seeing billions flow into satellites, cislunar infrastructure, and orbital manufacturing. This creates short-term revenue opportunities for private industry while building the scaffolding of a new economy. And here's the bigger picture. I was asked recently, what if the U.S. dedicated 10% of GDP to the space program? The answer is actually staggering. With $2 to $3 trillion a year, we could industrialize orbit, build permanent lunar bases, colonize Mars, and power Earth with orbital solar in a single generation. Even dedicating 10% of the federal budget, about $600 billion, would be transformative. Weekly Starship launches, lunar infrastructure, orbital factories, and a self-sustaining space economy. The point is this: when we invest boldly in space, we don't just open the stars, we supercharge the economy right back here on Earth. What makes this moment so unique is alignment. For the first time in history, we have true leadership at the very top. Our president, who is fully aligned with private industry. Policy matters, and now deregulation is clearing barriers that has slowed innovation for decades. Government is stepping back where it should and stepping forward where it must, primarily as a customer, not a competitor. That creates fertile ground for entrepreneurs and investors to build at speed. Now let's talk about GDP and jobs. For every dollar invested in space, it has historically returned $7 to $10 right back here on Earth into our economy. Space is not a cost center, it's a growth engine. Consider the knock-on effects. New industries in advanced manufacturing and robotics, tens of thousands of new jobs in aerospace, engineering, and construction, entirely new categories of work in AI, biotech, and energy infrastructure, all accelerated by space-derived technologies. Space is where the next trillion-dollar companies will be built, and where America can catalyze on a new era of economic growth that lifts not just shareholders, but entire communities. And let's not ignore the competitive reality. China's Communist Party operates on central planning. They can marshal resources, but they can't replicate innovation at scale. Our edge has always been freedom of thought, of enterprise, of risk-taking. But if we slow down, if we let bureaucracy creep back in, the CCP will set the rules of the future. Our mandate is to out-innovate them, to show that a free market, mission-driven ecosystem can move faster than any 5-year plan. That's not just national strategy, it's civilizational destiny. So as we begin this week, I ask you to think not just like investors or entrepreneurs, but like architects of civilization. Because that's what's at stake, not just markets and multiples, but the trajectory of humanity itself. If we align capital, talent, and policy now, if we seize this moment of deregulation, military reinvigoration, and national leadership, then 50 years from now, people will look back and say, this was the decade when humanity became a spacefaring, Type 1 civilization. Thank you. Now let's make it happen. And now to kick off our conference with the day's first keynote, please join me in welcoming Keith Stryer, Senior Vice President of Global Markets at AMD. Keith.
All right. Good morning. So, Sinan, thank you for having it, bringing us together. Thanks for inviting me. I'm hoping with the news this morning, if you haven't caught it, actually, just to clarify, OpenAI will be acquiring 10%, not 25%, of the company. But the deal, has a market value between 50 and 100 billion, and I think the market seems to like the deal based on the pre-market trading. I'm hoping, Sinan, in the future, instead of introducing me as this amazing NVIDIA guy that now works at AMD, now I'll be that AMD guy that used to work at NVIDIA. So anyway, that's okay. Listen, it's a really dynamic market. It's a really exciting time, and there's enough room for a lot of winners, actually. So I don't have that much time, right? We're at 14 minutes to cover like a really big topic, right? So let's kind of get into it. So here's the thing: you read a lot about sovereign AI, and it comes up a lot. It's in the press a lot. It's a lot of CEOs talk about it. But having been the primary architect of sovereign AI, I thought I'd give you, in 10 to 15 minutes, everything you need to know about the topic, so that you actually understand it more than everyone else outside this room. So it's both a simple topic and a complex topic. Here are the main things you need to know. Sovereign AI is about everything. It's a construct, right? It includes infrastructure and ecosystems and the literacy of your nation, the skills, the policies, the partnerships, all those things combined. That's what sovereign AI is, right? It's about the destiny, the ability to both build and scale AI within your borders. This is very, very important. It's about having domestic capabilities. It also includes global partnerships, but ultimately it's about having domestic capabilities. And countries have obviously all clued into this now. Countries started writing national AI plans back in 2017, but they didn't start actually leaning into their infrastructure until 2023. And we'll talk about why. And of course, the title of this is the imperative, the sovereign AI imperative. And the imperative is at least 3 big imperatives: growth, and almost all the national AI strategies ever published, and there's about 100, kind of focus in on economic growth. AI is about changing the economy, right? In many, many different ways. But it's also about security, right? And Ryan talked about that. And of course, you'll talk more about this today with Palmer and others. And they're the future of everything: the future of business, the future of industry, the future of education, the future of war, the future of science. It's all going to kind of anchor to capabilities in AI. So you won't be able to defend your borders, you won't be able to protect your infrastructure or your other national interests without deep capabilities in both computing and AI. And of course, it really comes down fundamentally to competitiveness, right? I mean, on many, many different levels. Workforce competitiveness, really on every possible adjective you can throw in front of that. This is the new definition of competition. So now, why is that? What happened? So here's the 3 events that actually led us to here. this moment. It actually all started in 2016. Most people don't know this. Most people in the world don't know. Certainly most people in the United States don't know this unless you're kind of a tech insider. But in 2016, a little known tech company called Google went to Seoul, South Korea, and they brought a piece of software with them called AlphaGo, which at the time was probably one of the, if not the most advanced form of AI in the world. This is 6 years before ChatGPT. And in a fateful contest, they didn't just win a game, they beat the greatest living grandmaster of the most important game in Asia. This is a game that has been continuously played for 1,000 years. If you're growing up in China, you played this game with your grandparents, right? This is deeply part of the culture. And there wasn't a data scientist in Asia who thought a computer could beat a human at this game. And AlphaGo crushed Lee Sedol. This event sent shockwaves through the capitals of Asia, and in particular, Beijing. And as a result, 1 year later, China announced that AI would be their new national strategic priority. No one in Europe got this. I'm not sure anyone in the US really understood the broad, sweeping implications of this one event, but they did in Asia. And this is what really kicked off the sovereign. Now, it wasn't called sovereign AI, but this is what actually started it. Now, of course, in 2022, November 2022 is when ChatGPT debuted, right? Ironically, in 2016 is when NVIDIA gave their first GPU to OpenAI. So actually, this is all happening sort of at the same time. But anyway, 2022, ChatGPT happens. That's when Europe and that's when the West woke up. That's when every capital in Europe, I know this because 2 weeks, well, of course, I was behind the scenes at NVIDIA, but I happened to be in Europe in early December, just a week and a half after ChatGPT launched. And I was at a meeting with all the digital ministers of Europe. And this is all they wanted to talk about. It was the number one topic. And I didn't expect that. And I came back to NVIDIA and I said to my colleagues, something has changed. Something's happened. And of course it did. And so ChatGPT was the moment, right? I think Jensen referred to it as the iPhone moment for AI. That changed everything. And by the spring of 2023, every country on earth was scrambling to make sure they could have a supply of GPUs. And I was in charge of that at NVIDIA. So it was a humbling and an exciting time. And you know how that unfolded. 2025 is the year that the U.S. got its act together, and we've had great people working in the U.S. government going back for at least through the Biden administration. People like Matt Kratsios and Lynn Parker and others have been here for a number of years. But the truth is, the U.S. did not get its act together and take AI seriously until the Trump administration. And this White House AI action plan isn't just good; it's nearly perfect. I mean, every single page and every paragraph and every provision in this plan is important. And now the key is to execute it. So as David Sachs, our crypto and AI czar, rightfully said, to remain the leading economic and military power, you must prevail in AI. This is just undeniable, right? I mean, this, and people asked me, someone asked me last night, well, what's your feeling on, AI superintelligence? When are we going to achieve superintelligence? I don't know. Honestly, I don't feel qualified to even answer that question. But what I can tell you is based on what I see, being an insider in these technologies, seeing both the development and the application of these technologies across all of our allied sort of industries and governments and defense ministries. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when superintelligence will arrive, because it's actually compelling enough, powerful enough right now to be game-changing, to be so dynamic, and its potential to scale human-like cognition, right? To digitize and scale human-like cognition exists right now, and as companies like Anduril and others will prove, it'll get better, it'll get bigger, it'll get more compelling, but it's already this. It's already changing the calculus for global competition, both economically and strategically. So it's also important to understand that there's many frontiers of competition, right? AI isn't one thing, right? So you have models, and obviously you're familiar with you've seen sort of a lot of the crazy static and noise around DeepSeek and, versus this company and that company. And it feels like every 8 to 10 days, some new model comes out that takes the trophy. And so, there's a lot of competition, but that's good. I mean, that's actually driving the boundaries, right? The envelope of innovation further and further out. So lots of competition on models. And it's not just the big companies, a lot of small companies and innovative labs that are working on that. Obviously, computing. AMD being, one of the world's most important computing companies. NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, Broadcom, Qualcomm. We have a vibrant semiconductor and computing industry in this country, and that's a good thing. right? America's AI stack is a good thing. And so that competition is good, diversity is good, and we are far and away the country defining the frontiers of computing. And I think we want to keep it that way. But energy is obviously all that's great. Models and computing, great. You got nothing to plug it into. It doesn't matter, right? So energy is another frontier of competition. The human expertise. We have the most talented people in the world, but there's talented people everywhere. There's talented people in Saudi Arabia. There's talented people in Singapore. There's talented people in India. So talent, we don't have the market cornered on talent, but we have to continue to work on it. We have to continue to invest in our workforce, and we have to make it easier to both use and build these technologies at every age of our education system, really K through 12, secondary, universities, you get the point. And then the last two boxes are very important because beyond all the infrastructure and the people, we are going to be, the workforce is going to diversify into silicon. Humans will work side by side with digital labor and agents. Humans will work side by side with human robotics, right? The future workforce will be hybrid. If you're a CEO today, you're the last generation of CEOs that only have humans working for you, right? Your children will grow up working side by side. My oldest is an AI engineer. His primary job is managing other AIs. That's what he does. He manages AIs. He's got colleagues, but he spends more time talking to AI than he does to people, right? That's the future of work in many respects, right? And we will see humanoid robotics enter the workforce very soon in the next 2 years. And so this is going to be part of the calculation of how we compete in many ways. So the geography of computing is very important. This is also not well known. So 5 years ago, 2019 or so is when I first started looking into this. It's when I first joined the sector. And I took this, there's this well-known, well-curated list called the top500.org. You can pull it up. And it's where they track the world's biggest computers, basically. And it's actually a well-maintained list by an academic. It's pretty accurate and well-respected. And it's got some good data in there. So I took that list and I said to someone on my team, do me a favor, just identify all the countries that are on that list and, show me a little bit of a tabulation so I can take a look at the distribution. And what was really interesting is that at that time, I think the first time we ran that list, 32 countries were on that list. So as you know, there's 195 countries in the world. Now, no one cared in 2019 that only 32 countries had a supercomputer. That just wasn't a thing. Because supercomputers in 2019 were viewed as really fun instruments for science. And but that's not, let's not worry about it too much. Well, we know that's wrong, right? Today, supercomputers are the new platforms for economic competition, right? They're the platforms for public service innovation. They're the platforms for national security. Supercomputing technology is now driving our world forward. So now this matters. The list has not changed that much in 5 years. There's now 34 countries on this list. What does that mean? That means 80% of the countries in the world do not have a computer big enough to compute a large model. That means 20% of the countries control 100% of all the AI computing in the world. And of course, within that 20%, as you would expect, there's just a handful of countries, including China and the US, that control the majority of it. That has profound implications for the distribution of power, the distribution of wealth, and really the future of generations. So one of the things that I'm doing at AMD, is working with different organizations to really distribute and democratize this technology so it is not sitting in just 20% of the world's countries. And this is something that's important to the administration too. All right. So again, I will not make any predictions on superintelligence, but here's what I do know right now, that today we already have to coexist with a synthetic form of intelligence. We can argue as to what that is, but it's absolutely human-like cognition in various forms, right? So that exists right now. And what makes it intelligent is that it learns from experience and it improves itself. Now, there have been 25 or so general purpose technologies since the dawn of civilization. I mean, going back to the domestication of animals, and then you work your way forward there are only 25 things that meet the definition of a general purpose technology, things like the steam engine and the microchip and so forth, right? That were so incredibly important and pervasive, they changed everything. AI is the 26th general purpose technology since the dawn of time. The difference is, unlike thinking that famous quote from Steve Jobs, how he talked about the computer as the bicycle of the mind. Well, everything up to now has been a bicycle for the mind, right? but that's not true. AI is not a bicycle of the mind. It's a digital replica of the mind. So it is fundamentally a more powerful technology than any technology invented up to now. And this is historically accurate. So this is why you have to take it more seriously. This is why you have to think about the implications for your business, for your country, for your children. You just have to take it, you have to think of it in that context. It's not a trend. It's not a blip. It's going to change things. I think for the better. I'm a techno optimist. I see incredible changes happening in science and in humanity as a result. But we have to take it seriously, and we have to prepare ourselves for that future. And if you're not, and I do meet with prime ministers and presidents and other world leaders, and my message to them is, if you don't take this seriously, if you don't lean in, then that will be your legacy. Your legacy will be you have made decisions, policy decisions, or as a CEO, you made corporate investment decisions that set your company or your country on a course to not be competitive or not be relevant in the years to come. So in my last two slides, I think one of my observations here is that in 2019, actually, I guess I started around 2017 is when I worked on my first national AI plan, which was Estonia, and at that time, AI was sort of this discrete field. It was like, oh, AI, that's kind of a thing, right? We should talk about what that is, how that might impact us, right? It was kind of off to the side. It obviously got more and more interesting every year. But today, what I would argue is we have a policy convergence. There is no policy that is not AI now. You can't talk about energy policy and not talk about AI. It's impossible. You can't talk about economic policy and not talk about AI. Every version of any one of these policies, the future of science, of education, of agriculture, of security, everything now is AI. So this is not something you study on the side. This is a central theme and a core part of every version of policy. And if you don't understand AI, and let's say you're a policymaker and you don't have people on your team and you don't have staff or advisors, then I'm not sure you're qualified to do your job, right? AI is critical to the future of every version of policy. It's critical to the future of our country. So I think you have to take the time to either understand it yourself or surround yourself with people that do. And I think there's a lot of good people in the Capitol that can probably do that for you. So my last slide is that, again, a good plan is great. We have a great plan. The White House has put forth an AI action plan that really nails it. And now we have to implement it. And that's, of course, very, very important. And so my three recommendations is we must turbocharge our readiness on every level. We must make our people ready. We must make our industries ready. We must make our education system ready. We must make our military ready. Across the board, we must be ready for whatever comes, because you can't predict how it's going to play out in every way, but you can keep increasing the readiness. And that's very, very important. We must have a resilient and diverse supply chain. Silicone diversity is important. All sorts of diversity in the supply chain is very, very important, right? You need to have multiple computing stacks running across multiple clouds, powering an infinity of models. That's what resilience looks like going forward. And we want to share this with our allies and friends, right? We want to take America's stack. We want to share it with the world. We want to get it into the hands of our most important strategic partners, working with them to help them enforce their sovereignty. I think that sovereignty is a word is often thought about as you're looking inner. It's about what works for you. But I think we need to think about a shared sovereignty, right? Across the nations, we need to build this sort of collective strength and competitiveness using this technology. And America's, a big part of that. But there's technology from other countries that's helpful too, of course. So export to our allies and friends, that's the imperative that I think that we face today. And I've never been more optimistic in our ability to meet that. So with that, I'm 2 minutes over, so I will stop. Thank you for your time, and I hope you have a great day today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jay Simons with Amazon.
It was quite awesome. Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm going to have a fabulous panel for you in a couple of minutes, but I'm going to share a couple of thoughts first. First, as Sinan mentioned, this is my 11th Impact, and it's great to be with you all. Sinan mentioned it, though. The most important thing about the next few days is the people that you will meet, the connections that you will make. What I found over 11 years of participating in these, I've made some great friends, great business connections. It's a very eclectic group. And I met some of you last night and I said, just be open. You never know where the conversation might go. So, as mentioned, Jay Simons with Amazon, been at Amazon for 12 years. And when ChatGPT launched, many people came to me and said, oh my goodness, has Amazon whiffed on AI? Is Amazon late to AI? Like, how do you think the packages get to your house? We have about 20 million unique items in our fulfillment centers across 200 fulfillment centers in the US. And what a lot of people don't realize is it's completely randomly sorted. If you go into an Amazon fulfillment center, the wine glasses are not next to the whiskey glasses. The red wine glasses are not next to the white wine glasses. In fact, the red wine glasses are not next to the red wine glasses. It is absolute complete chaos. No human would be able to understand where everything is, yet the centralized Amazon brain understands where every single item is in real time. And it's our use of AI that allows us to get that to you tomorrow morning. We use AI in our product recommendation engine. If any of you have ever been onto Amazon and had something suggested to you, boy, I didn't know I needed that, but I guess I want to buy it. That's all AI driven. My world in advertising, it's our ability to do personalized context, predictive analytics, and customer segmentation. So a good example of that would be, in the mattress category. If I'm working with a mattress brand on an advertising campaign, one of the most powerful predictors of a mattress purchase is you moved houses. Well, how do we know that you moved houses? You'll walk around with an expired driver's license from a wrong state without even thinking about it. You will not allow your packages to show up to the wrong house, right? So we have accurate address information. That's powerful. But when we layer in AI, we're able to serve the ad to the most likely person to purchase. So I can assure you, my friends, Amazon is not behind in AI. And so with that, I'm going to invite a number of my friends on stage to join me for a panel on AI. So Jameson, Ryan, Mike, and Dan, welcome to the stage. Okay, so why don't we start off with we've got 20 minutes, so our panel is going to be fast-packed, jam-packed. Let's start off with some quick introductions, who you are and what you do.
Hi, I'm Adam Roseman, co-founder of SteadyIQ, and we focus on cutting out the $200 to $500 billion a year in federal waste that goes out in overpayments in the entitlement system.
Jameson Braun, I'm with Salesforce. I lead our global public sector.
Ryan Stober, Chairman, CEO of Veritone, public company AI since 2014, former ad tech Googler. So I'll talk about that.
Awesome. I'm Dan Wright. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Armada. We are the hyperscaler for the edge, building AI infrastructure for the 70% of the world that doesn't have AI data centers.
Mike Merchant, founder and CEO of Codazen. We've been a long-term partner to Meta. We helped Oculus build their stack in the early days.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much all for joining us today. So why don't we just start off? Each of you, and we'll go down the line. What is the thing that you are currently working on that you're most excited and inspired about?
Well, I think from my perspective, there's going to be massive displacement as a result of AI, massive workforce displacement in particular. And right now, we have an entitlement system, a benefits ecosystem, which is our nation's largest line item on our federal budget, that's about 50 years old. And we're going to be dealing with a situation where there are going to be millions and millions of new individuals who are going to need some form of economic support, right, as we go through this massive displacement. So we've got to get that system right prior to this occurring. We should have already gotten the system right. We talked about, Ryan mentioned earlier, what 10% of our federal budget could do relative to advancing our space competitive positioning. Well, you've probably got 5% of that right now that's going into the hands of individuals who don't qualify, whose incomes are way too high, criminal enterprises and nation adversaries who are just stealing our funds. So from our perspective, I'm excited to close those holes.
And I think from Salesforce's perspective, I think it's really two pieces, especially in the public sector. Right? We have 8,000 commercial clients that are fully leveraging the agentic revolution today. really creating that competitive differentiation on the global landscape. So the first piece is getting that digital labor exactly into the federal government. And I think the second piece that's super important for us right now is what we call agentic fabric. So you're going to have this orchestrator, this conductor, when you have multiple agents operating simultaneously or in parallel. It's making sure that they are all working in synchronicity.
Veritone, we're all focused on the data and application side of the AI ecosystem. As a whole example would be, it's great we have all this infrastructure, but the true lifeblood is the data that you're acting upon. So obviously unstructured data is still the largest form of data that's being created. Obviously, the transformer model was birthed from the ad tech industry. So we're specifically focused primarily on media and entertainment and communications. And then now we're working with the DoD, the DOJ, and state and local law enforcement.
We're very focused on American AI and energy dominance. Historically, you always had to take data, send it to some faraway data center, do the data processing, and send insights back. The problem is a lot of data today is being generated in remote locations, for example, oil rigs, mines, etc., generating terabytes of data every day. And so it's not practical to send all that data to the cloud. If you're in some faraway location, too much latency, too expensive, not secure. So what we're doing is we're actually bringing the AI data center full stack to the data and the energy where it lives, and enabling things like fully autonomous rigs, more automated decision-making for key decisions in the mining process, and even deploying these on Navy ships in the middle of the ocean.
Like at Codazen, we're focused on bringing forward the next generation of the web. The web has produced the most valuable companies in the world. I'm happy to be here with the Internet Marketing Association representing the web. All of these infrastructure companies that have presented today, the web is the interface to that economy, right? The web is how all of us transact, how all of us use Amazon to order, how we all search on Google. And so the next generation of the web, and for the United States to own that, to drive that, needs to be a national priority. So what Codazen's doing is taking the concept of the metaverse and applying that to today's web. And that's what we call the immersive web, because we don't believe we're going to be using 3D interfaces for everything. We believe in a hybrid of bringing today's 2D web into a 3D space and being able to leverage that to present content, to engage with each other.
Awesome. Let's keep going down that sort of thread. So, beyond all the hype, what do you see as the most sort of relevant business applications today?
Wow. So many. You're talking to an individual who's never written a line of code in his life, who's now produced over 1 million lines of production code this year.
Well done.
Which is 150 years of what would have been developer time just 5 years ago. So from my standpoint, it just changes every day, right? I mean, last week, for any of you who saw, last week, the Sora 2 launch, right, from OpenAI, my kids, all of a sudden, I'm doing TikTok videos. And today, OpenAI is supposedly launching a new agentic system that's going to enable you to be able to develop very significant business workflows just with moving blocks, right? There's been a couple of entities out there, largely N8N, which has been the most prominent, that's enabled the ability to create very automated workflows really across any type of business application, and tie together 10, 20, 30 of them to produce automated work that we could have never imagined. And now that's going to move into the hands of consumers today with their ability to tie together their emails with the news that they're looking for today, making phone calls, really so many different aspects of their lives. So I think the amazing thing to me is just how quickly it's changing and how quickly it's moving from needing to have development expertise and advanced development expertise all the way into the hands of a non-technical consumer. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's the agentic revolution, just right at large on the scale of what we call digital labor. And the example I'll give is internal to the government. Health and Human Services at CMS runs 86 different contact centers. So if you go back to the AI action plan on page 25, it gives you
25 super high impact use cases on leveraging this idea of digital labor. So think what happens if we stop spending $6.6 billion per year across 86 different contact centers in just one federal agency, and start using digital labor to get you higher quality, more consistent answers in the language of your choice in the United States of America. That's pretty powerful.
For us, I'll just give you two. So I would say for over 10 years, a lot of media and entertainment customers, the Disneys, the ESPNs, have been leveraging cognitive AI to index that tonnage of content for years. You don't see SportsCenter right now as one program per year. It's personalized, and that's been using cognitive AI for almost a decade. A lot of that same technology now helps empower state level law enforcement. We're producing content, body cameras, dash cams, security cameras throughout the cities. All of that is now being processed by AI, either whether it's to help find the bad guy faster or to obfuscate your face, right? Redaction. So I think there has been some very practical applications that have been going on. The technology keeps advancing, but I think there's been some very discrete and very tangible applications that have been generating a lot of revenue for companies. I am public. It's a whole new vibe for me these days. I've actually had them doing a quarterly return, but I think there's been some very practical applications that have been going on for a while. Amazon is a big partner of ours. We do a lot of work with them, obviously on the advertising side. And we also now mobilize a lot of this data to help train the next generation models, the world models, the JIPA models, the next generation, right, SOAR models. A lot of these things are actually built on a lot of this audio and video unstructured data that we're now harvesting.
Yeah, I would just say we're seeing a few different trends converge in a way that makes real world AI at the edge possible in a way that it never was before. And now it's being adopted very quickly. The first is connectivity, right? Connectivity was historically a huge blocker when it came to AI. Starlink didn't exist 5 years ago. It launched in public beta in November of 2020. Now it is in 150 countries and a lot of remote parts of the US. So suddenly the connectivity problem is being solved. At the same time, you see an explosion of data at the edge. That's because, as I mentioned, you've got cameras and sensors and other types of data sources. They are generating terabytes of data, largely unstructured data in remote locations. And there's no good way to process that data unless you do it locally and then send the metadata to the cloud. The third thing that's happening is, as Keith rightly mentioned, you have AI going mainstream, right? ChatGPT launched about 3 years ago. Now every Fortune 500 CEO is playing with it on their phone, along with many other AI applications. And they're saying, how do I actually use those really powerful AI applications on the ground at the edge on all of my assets and in my operations? And it's more accessible to people that are actually doing the hard work on the rigs, at the mines, on the ships. And so what we're doing and what we're seeing is that we're helping these companies adopt AI in their operations in a way that is going to have a huge impact on both their own top and bottom line, as well as GDP. Things like doing fully autonomous rigs, which I think you're going to see in the next few years. Things like moving towards more autonomy when it comes to maritime and shipping applications. And then obviously there's huge implications for national security and defense as well, given that increasingly conflicts are being resolved with drones, autonomous technologies, and you're going to need a lot of data processing in remote locations, even the middle of the ocean, the Arctic, et cetera, to do that. So those are the types of problems that we're seeing and the applications that are really being adopted quickly.
Yeah, in my world, AI is so important for both content creation, creating worlds, creating assets, creating entire compositions, and then also intelligent assistance in both, normal 2D web experiences, like you said, personalized recommendations, but also in spatial environments, you're going to have intelligent AIs that can come along with you, that can show you a real estate tour and talk intelligently about the items in the house around you and walk you through a home. So that spatial intelligence application of AI is going to be really powerful in the immersive web.
So I think that's a great example of something that maybe we haven't all seen before that's coming. What are some other examples that you think are areas that are like ripe for disruption that maybe we haven't seen yet?
Well, I think the exciting thing to me is the building blocks are already there, right, for so much. And right now, to Dan's point, it's just, or I can't remember, maybe it was to Ryan's point, those CEOs who are sitting with ChatGPT in their hands, they're trying to figure things out. Well, there's people who already can figure those things out. And as models get more advanced, it's great. But the number of things that can be done right now that haven't been done yet, with the building blocks that exist, or at least not been done at scale, is so tremendous that, I think from my perspective, I can't put my finger on one particular item because it's going to impact every single industry. And, I think from a business perspective now, right, and I've done a lot of informal consulting to friends with venture-backed businesses. If AI is not becoming your operating system, your business, you've got big problems.
And I think it's really speed to mission. So I'll give an example. I love the edge of this, the edge of the spear. Autonomous agents, grab the energy and utility business as an example, or oil and gas, right? Far reaches where we subject operators and humans to great degrees of safety and security, going vast distances to accomplish things. Think now, a trigger that happens, an autonomous agent is deployed via drone or robotic capability, who can then autonomously take action on whatever that emergency is on the far edge of the world, right? Reducing the friction, helping with operator safety, security, super powerful.
Man, we could talk hours about this, but so I think, to me, obviously I'm biased, but the Google Transformer phenomena was really a precursor to ChatGPT in my mind, right? So obviously, if you think about most AI that grand scale are fundamentally public opportunities, meaning Google search was the best training data of all time, right? And they had an ad model behind it in a $1 trillion ad industry to pull it, okay? But they chose to keep the technology proprietary to make their ad engine and their search engine better, right? ChatGPT, frankly, ripped off the open web, right? Built their own knowledge graph and introduced ChatGPT fast. But I think most of us are still experiencing, it's getting more personalized. If I do the exact same query on a prompt on any of the platforms, you and I together, we're getting different answers now. So I think you're going to see two radical things: is personalization, right, of large transformer models or futuristic models. And then second, I think what you touched on, which is critical, is sovereignty, not just for I'll say geopolitical sovereignty of AI, but enterprise. So in effect, this can be highly specialized for my business, for your business. And so if I think we've only touched a fraction of the data going into these models. We're still limited to what was publicly available, and that's now being licensed. You're now going to be able to see, because of everything we're talking about here, because of edge, from the efficiencies of compute, that there's going to be specialized models, not just for us as individuals, but for corporations.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the kind of full stack solutions when it comes to AI. I'll give you a couple of specific examples. So one is anything with drones. Drones produce huge amounts of unstructured data. A lot of that data today is not that useful in these more remote locations because the utility of data drops really quickly as time goes on, right? Data is most useful right at the moment that it's generated. And so an application I like to give people is you take an oil rig in the middle of the ocean or the middle of the desert in Saudi Arabia. We work with Aramco, so we know this very well. They cannot actually, by law, move the data off of the rig. It's critical national infrastructure, and they're the most cyber-attacked company in the world. And so the only way to do anything with AI with that data is to co-locate the compute there right on site and use drones to do things like do 24/7 inspection of these rigs. And then you can use a transformer model to automatically generate a well report, which otherwise a human would have to do. It takes a ton of time, lots of labor-intensive tasks that happen like that. You can now automate a lot of those tasks in a way that wasn't possible just a few years ago. Another example is manufacturing. I think people don't fully understand how much robotics is going to change the game for everything. It is the physical manifestation of AI. If you go to a factory, let's take a large cement manufacturer factory in the middle of a rural part of America, and a lot of people are doing a lot of manual tasks. Many of those tasks can be, I think, in the next couple of years, done by robots. And so I think you're going to see just a huge impact on GDP, and also, a huge impact in terms of reshaping the world order. I really liked what Keith said about only 34% of countries have AI infrastructure. We need to make sure that all the rest of those countries run on the American AI stack and are using our AI. We wake up in 5 years and everybody's running on the Chinese AI stack via Huawei, that's a huge problem.
Big problem. Yeah, wearables are a really exciting area for spatial information being collected, and as a source for AI, robotics need to be able to learn to work in our world, and wearables, that first person view, we're going to be able to provide that data to robotics as well. So all these things are going to be able to converge and power this next generation technology.
Awesome. Well, we got a couple of minutes left, so we're going to go rapid fire. Is there a company, tool, or a person that's maybe under the radar that everyone in this room should be aware of?
I think I heard the name earlier, Michael Karatsias, in the White House right now, who's making decisions relative to efficiency with our federal budget that are going to benefit all of us and have more impact than any single enterprise will be able to have.
Awesome.
And I'm going to jump on the product side for you to revolutionize your work operating system with something called Slack. If you're not using it, look at Sam Altman, right? Sam said on his own OpenAI, he goes, hey, listen, we're not bringing Slack into OpenAI. We bring OpenAI into Slack because it fundamentally gets rid of the linearity of the way that we've been taught to do business. So on the agentic revolution, I'd push you to Slack.
I'm going to say Meta. I'm pretty, obviously I'm a Googler, but we've gone through the LLMs, and there's probably like 8 different flavors of the algorithms that are these transformer, I'll say these fundamental AI models. And we'll see these world models, which is say us. I mean, we've already indexed the world on a 2-day basis, right? We can't even imagine not having a map on a 2-day, on a 2D basis in our pocket. Now we're not just doing it from 3D, but now we're doing it with motion, whether it's robotics or everything. So, obviously Meta is going hard after the world model of JIPA, which is, let's say, a new derivative, which is learning from world models, real data, like everything we're talking about here. So I'm curious how they're going to do it. Second thing is, philosophically, they opened up their models a long time ago, right? In terms of, from our ability to catch up and have dominant AI stacks around the world. They were really one of the first initiatives to open up the Llama models. So I'm curious to see how they compete with, frankly, some of the little bit bigger names in the AI space, see how Meta does here over the next 10 years.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'll give you a few real quick rapid fire. So first is in defense, right? We're going to hear from Palmer Luckey later today. Anduril, obviously most people have heard the name, but they're coming out with new technologies all the time that are going to be game changing, right? I think, a lot of people were kind of mind blown when it came with Roadrunner, rather than having to fire off, missiles to knock drones out of the sky, being able to fire off a technology that if it misses, and it's $80K, by the way, instead of $1.5 million or $2.5 million, if it misses, it lands itself and it can relaunch, right? Lots of new technologies like that coming in the defense area. That's a huge deal. Hadrian in manufacturing, right? Advanced manufacturing is also massive when it comes to GDP and when it comes to just making sure that America continues to lead in that area. You're going to see more and more processes in manufacturing be automated over the next few years. And the last one I'll give you is Gecko Robotics. I think that robots for industrial operations are also going to be a game changer, making sure that you can have them doing 24/7 inspection of things like, oil pipelines, dams, so that you catch issues way before you end up with a unplanned downtime or an incident that actually costs human lives.
And I'll just throw in, if you want to write millions of lines of code like Adam, Cursor is a great tool for that. And make sure your teams are using it as well.
Awesome. Well, panelists, thank you so much. Thank you for your time today, and look forward to great conversations through the rest of the day. Thank you.
Steve Economos, co-founder of Economos DeWolf, a commercial real estate brokerage firm based in Newport Beach, California. We specialize in the sale of office, medical, and industrial buildings. Our panel in a moment is titled Built to Lead, America's Next Industrial Revolution. And I'm excited about this revolution as I feel it reaches most commercial asset classes, not just industrial, but also office, medical, and industrial, and residential. The pandemic, beginning in 2020, and the rise of interest rates in 2022 have been particularly hard on the commercial real estate market. All asset classes have had their ups and downs these past 5 years, but we clearly sense we are now at the bottom. In fact, Jeffrey Hines, CEO Hines Development, one of the largest developers in the country, recently said, with the market cycle at its trough, Momentum for office and mixed-use resurgence is clear. The market has reset, and the next cycle is underway. He said this at the opening of the South Station Tower, a nearly 700-foot tall skyscraper in Boston. And while Hines also has plans for a new tower in San Francisco, which will be the tallest building west of the Mississippi. On the industrial front, we're seeing development of AI data centers, huge distribution facilities, final mile urban logistics buildings, corporate build-to-suits, including Anduril's $1 billion Arsenal One hyperscale defense manufacturing campus near Columbus, Ohio, JetZero's $4.7 billion commercial airplane manufacturing and R&D facility in Greensboro, North Carolina. And TSMC is investing an additional $65 billion in Phoenix on 3 new chip fabrication plants. These 3 projects alone will provide 25,000 new jobs. I mentioned AI data centers. With NVIDIA's $100 billion investment in OpenAI, they alone are projected to build new data centers expected to deploy 10 gigawatts of data center capacity, which is the equivalent to power 7.5 million homes simultaneously. So America's next industrial revolution is definitely here, and we've got a super panel assembled with specialists in designing these new buildings, staffing these buildings, keeping people safe in these buildings, and housing the people that will be working in these buildings. We have Dan Leaf, CEO of Googly, Ken Wink, CEO of Ware Malcolm, Matthew Blake, CEO of OneCrew, and Alex Gample, co-founder and COO of Kubi Technologies. Welcome up, gentlemen. All righty. Dan, I'd like to begin with you. As I mentioned in my introduction, my firm sells a lot of office buildings, although most of us here spend a lot of time in office buildings. And recently, we had a shooting at an office building in New York at Blackstone's headquarters. And nearly 25 years ago was 9/11, where the office buildings of the World Trade Center were targeted, along with the Pentagon here and another target. You said 9/11 influenced your firm. Can you tell us why and how you got started?
You bet. So 9/11 happened. Had there been signal inside those towers, outside sources could have engaged inside, right? Let them know, hey, there's something happening, get out. In this case, that wasn't the case. So what Googly is doing is focused on first responder infrastructure inside buildings, supporting communications through and through. Code came out since 9/11 happened. That code required these first responder systems to work any public accessible building. So as we look at that, data centers, large facilities, all have blind spots. This also relates out to exterior outdoor networks. So if you look at the flooding in Texas, the school shootings, all of these post-action reports outline that they had no first responder signal inside these buildings. So we're focused on solving that problem and modernizing what's probably a little too old for what we're focused on today.
Dan, continuing with you, are there and or should there be national standards for public safety radio coverage?
Yeah, they're trying. So it's fragmented. If you look at the jurisdictions, cities, counties, states, even at the fire marshal level, it's all adopted regionally. And if you look at the Department of Commerce, FirstNet Authority is pushing for that 5th carrier to be able to have a blanket of coverage across the country. The problem is these systems get deployed, the red tape's cut, and then they're forgotten about. So if you look at a lot of instances that happen, whether it's in a train station, a large facility, a K-12 shooting, these examples come out and say, okay, the systems weren't working. There's no functionality besides a one-day check on these systems. So we're trying to modernize that by bringing these systems to date, have AI do predictive analysis, allow these systems to be able to be on air. So when these first responders run into systems or these incidences, they can now act accordingly versus have hours of delay trying to get into there and figure out what's going on and resolve.
Can the U.S. lead in this space?
Absolutely. I mean, we lead in communication, AI, and technology. We just need to bring that to the forefront of public safety initiatives focused on our critical infrastructure. And that's millions and billions of dollars of assets are deployed outdoor, indoor. We have to lead by bringing all these converged technologies together, focused on the infrastructure that's supporting our first responders.
Great, Dan, thank you. Ken Wake of Ware Malcolm. Ken, I mentioned several notable build-to-suits from these cutting-edge new frontier companies, and I believe you are working on some of them. How is your firm firm adapted to designing for these new companies?
The new frontier has really affected our company. And it's been amazing. In the last 3 years, we've been very fortunate to win many large manufacturing projects. The types of uses are semiconductor, drones, electric vehicles, EV batteries, data centers, satellites, solar. In 3 years, we've been able to win these types of projects. And we're working with some of the largest general contractors in the US. So it's been a huge change. How have we adapted? We have created some many specialized kind of project management teams. And they are supported by our 29 offices and our 900 employees. We also support these teams with focus on innovation. We actually developed a technology team called Digital Transformation. We started it 3 months before ChatGPT was announced. And it's focused on innovative technology solutions, including the use of AI. And this technology has allowed us to be more efficient and create better drawings and just be a better design firm. AI has been a huge game changer for us, and we feel we've been an early adopter.
Thank you. If we were sitting there 10 years from now, what would success look like for your industry, and what contribution would you expect it to have made to the U.S. economy?
As an architect, we've always been asked to quarterback a project. And when we quarterback a project, we're expected to coordinate all the other engineering drawings, the civil, the landscape. Technology is going to change that. I think in 10 years, and we're actually working on a program to add all the information from these different trades into a computer and have it help coordinate the drawings for us. We're not going to create perfect drawings, but we're going to become much better architects. So we're excited that it's really going to change our industry. And architecture in general is very slow to do R&D or spend money on technology. I think that's changing right now, especially with AI.
Washington is signaling support for frontier industries from AI and biotech to space and energy. What specific policy or regulatory changes would most accelerate the scaling of your innovation?
It's obviously the support that the White House is giving these industries, the money that's being put into incentivizing the semiconductor industry, the data center industry. These are all benefiting us as a firm because there's a lot more projects around. And we're very excited about how this is spurring more work for us and for architects across the board.
Thank you, Ken. Nat, with OneCruit, as we've talked about all these new projects and the jobs they are going to create, it seems like there's going to be a lot of demand for talent. How are these companies going to compete for that talent?
OneCruit, we kind of work on two spectrums here. We're all the way on the cool side, what we're talking about this week, which is AI, and we're all the way on the other side of the spectrum where we've got industrial labor. These are people that are running forklifts, picking and packing and doing things inside warehouses. And we've got some clients that are like on the early days today that are adopting some of these technologies to innovate and put some automation in place to cut back on those labor costs. You got people that come in and they fall in the bathroom and then you got a lawsuit. You just all sorts of different problems that you kind of address. So, we're working with a lot of these organizations to put together different ways that they can attract talent, retain talent, and put talent together that is, leveraging parts of AI, but also you've got, different recruiting models that you've got to put people out in front of the client. You got to recruit on site, you got to recruit off site, you got to come up with different ways and models to pick up people off the streets.
Alex, we'll jump to you quick. I mentioned earlier those 3 projects alone will generate 25,000 new jobs. There are countless other projects like them, and most are headed to areas that today cannot support the housing requirements. Can you tell us about Kubi and how it is uniquely trying to solve this problem?
Hey everyone. For context, Kubi designs, deploys, develops mobile microfactories that produce homes on a last mile basis. So we manufacture, assemble homes, but our product is a mobile microfactory. So we mass produce factories at scale. Those factories produce housing. We're all super excited about the infrastructure moment that's happening in the US, the CapEx super cycle, 200 plus factories headed here, hundreds of thousands of jobs, most of them headed to rural areas. And there's not enough housing to actually support that infrastructure. So we need different ways of actually building that housing better, faster, cheaper.
Construction in general is going to be interesting in this CapEx supercycle, given the labor problems. Can you talk more about construction labor as an issue to execution?
We're missing about 500,000 construction workers in the trades today. We're already underbuilding homes by the millions. And statistically, 40% of our construction labor force is due to retire in the next 10 years. So not only is regulation getting in the way of building more housing, but we actually don't have enough of this construction labor out there to physically build the housing that we need, plus any other type of construction, including some of these factories. And the way to address it is technology, hardware, software, to allow us to build without skilled labor.
Seems like the focus is on the CapEx supercycle to try to get the U.S. humming again. But what about housing? This is also a big problem in the U.S. It seems like all the industrial infrastructures for auto plants, chips, etc. When are we going to industrialize housing?
Well, I'll let you know in the next 5 years. But truly, we need to build. We need to build in construction the way we build everything else, the way we make cars, the way we make computers, microchips. We need to industrialize our construction ecosystem. It's been promised for many, many years. It hasn't happened yet. I think there's a lot of theses that are taking off at the moment, including ours, that I think will make a dent and allow us to build in a very cost-effective way, fast, without skilled labor.
Great, thank you. And with that, I'd like to thank our panel. Again, I think we're here at the cusp of the next industrial revolution here in America, and I'd like to welcome up Scott Savian of JetZero. Thank you.
So for over 60 years, we've been flying the same technology, commercial aviation, the tube and wing aircraft. It served us well, created the world as we know it. But imagine a technology 60 years on. We're at the end of a very long learning curve. And there are consequences to being at the end of a learning curve. In commercial aviation, airlines have packed us in like never before, flying more people on planes than they were ever designed for. The latest generation of engines, to get that last bit of efficiency improvement, are having a tough time staying on wing. They've been pushed so far. And so it's time for the next aircraft. It's time for the next learning curve. I'm Scott Savian. We're JetZero. And in Long Beach, California today, we're working on the future. And the future looks like this. The Z4, a 5,000 nautical mile, 250 passenger aircraft that burns up to 50% less fuel than today's aircraft. A project that's been seeded by NASA and the U.S. Air Force to bring this aircraft, a 200-foot wingspan demonstrator, to life in 2027. It'll fly with the help of our partners at Northrop, being built out in Mojave Desert. And airlines are taking notice. From Alaska, our very first customer, who's also an investor, to Delta Airlines, who's not only lending their expertise and insight, but is also giving us the very engines that will power that demonstrator in 2027. And United Airlines, whose CEO just recently said, you're going to see a lot of these planes in the air, is not only an investor, but our single largest order to date, buying up to 200 aircraft. So thanks to those partners. But aerospace is a big endeavor, and it's not just about the demand side. We're working to build a resilient supply chain. And our principle is fairly straightforward here. It's that airframe that's going to do the lifting. It's the new technology on the plane. And so from our partners, we have a very simple premise. Bring your best off-the-shelf products you have today. And we're doing it for the most basic business reason you could think of, to reduce cost, to reduce lead time, and to reduce risk. So we can fire up this factory in Greensboro, North Carolina, in 2030. Situated on nearly 500 acres in the Triad, this will be a modern aerospace factory. It'll be a facility that's capable of building up to 20 aircraft a month, creating over 14,000 high-paying manufacturing and operations jobs, technology jobs. And we couldn't be more thankful than for Greensboro and North Carolina to have put forth the largest single package to a startup ever. We're working with industrial partners like Siemens, who've done it in automotive and are doing it with us now in aerospace. This is not a movie. This is an actual factory simulation that's happening today to help set up the factory of the future. And it's early days. We have a long way to go. But the fact is, it's being done now before we poured cement. And it's laying the foundation for AI integration. Every aircraft has a digital twin and launches a digital thread that not only helps us build and certify, but maintain these in the future. Now, if we really go back to the demand side, it really starts with the passenger. And if we don't enjoy flying in every class, then the future is not great. This shape is giving us a chance to transform that like we've never seen before. And we're building it from the passenger up into a more spacious cabin with fewer middle seats, no 10 abreast, where every seat's a little bit wider and every seat has a dedicated space for your bag. It's coupled with a better layout with direct access to any cabin. And this is what long-haul transportation will feel like in the future in economy class. Only 11 rows from the front. It's a 250 passenger plane that'll board in 12 minutes and disembark in 5, meaning not only do we fit in today's infrastructure, but we can get more out of it, more throughput through today's airports. And we're doing all this because global competition is fierce. Airbus CEO has just recently acknowledged that long-haul transport for Airbus is likely to be a blended wing-body aircraft, and the Chinese are moving quickly. So we're not just taking this original NASA McDonnell Douglas project that was about efficiency. We're taking this new shape to transform everything, create the new reference for the industry. Lowest cost, highest revenue opportunities for our customers, the airlines. Lowest emissions, a transformational experience. And because this plane does all those things and can fly 5,000 nautical miles, it means a single aircraft could address up to 90% of the future travel, as measured by revenue passenger miles. Millions of people flying to thousands of destinations every day. So we're super excited about the future and looking forward to talking about the future of transportation here.
Invite up Mike Marchant.
So, gentlemen, we're going to start with looking at the big picture, talking about how these innovations in your industries are going to affect the country, the GDP, and then also what are the policies that you need in your industries to be able to bring these innovations to market. So I'll start with you, James. Transportation drives the economy as much as it connects it. How do innovations in your industry contribute to national growth, and what changes whether in policy, incentives, or collaboration would help bring that vision to scale?
Thanks. I think with in the auto biz, the innovation that's going on right now is largely around electric vehicles. There's autonomous driving and there's ride sharing platforms and other things like that. But the EVs are the ones getting kind of all the headlines. In that space, there's a lot of government intervention, whether it's incentives up and down the supply chain, it's incentives at retail, it's incentives with production, sourcing, and then we have the Chinese as well, who are they have their own version of incentives and a different playbook altogether. So I think there's still a healthy demand for internal combustion engines, especially in commercial applications and things that technologically we're just not quite there yet. I think there's still a large portion of the population that feel more comfortable with it. And at the retail level, we see a lot of folks that are on the fence. So I think any regulation going forward really just needs to address the idea that a lot of those technologies can coexist. And we need to incentivize almost all of those technologies to remain competitive, because I think there's mainly the Chinese, but there's other folks as well that really are trying to take a whack out of that.
And do you want to speak to the fragmentation of different policies across different states in your industry?
Yeah, that's one thing that drives the auto biz crazy. Is there are environmental regulations, there's tailpipe emissions, there's safety regulations, there's manufacturing regulations, there's supply chain, and all of it differs country to country, state to state. And so if we're going to make EVs go, I think in the United States, we really need a 50-state emissions, 50-state environmental plan where everybody can agree on it, and it's sort of immune to political changes, party changes. It's something that an industry can invest in over long periods of time to give them the stability and some clear sight into what they can and can't do.
And Andrew, we'll stick with the automotive sector for now. Why don't you share, what changes in industry need to happen in order or regulation in order for your innovation to thrive?
Well, I mean, first off, I think I got to get an award of some kind for the least sexy industry, considering the industries that we've seen up here. I mean, we literally are the license plate business. So literally the least sexy industry you could possibly imagine. But as James was just pointing out, the issue is bringing these innovations to market is the fact that you've got a federal government, you've got 50 states. Each state manages their automotive industry by themselves. And so trying to bring something like this to market here in the United States is extremely difficult because you're basically dealing with 50 different governments, 50 different states, 50 different regulations, and how you actually get this to market. So when you ask what needs to change, I mean, we got to cut through the bureaucracy. We got to cut through the red tape. We got to allow innovations like these gentlemen are describing up here to get to market much more easily. Because right now it's just, there's a lot of red tape and a lot of bureaucracy involved in getting some of this stuff to market.
Well, I'm glad you guys are in California, and I think the license plate is pretty sexy. I have one on my car myself, and it's not having to change those stickers is useful. But it's more than the stickers. It's an intelligent, smart infrastructure platform, and so
it's really the future of where we're heading, right? I mean, you look at a vehicle today. If we think about a vehicle 30 years ago, right? A vehicle was about 5% computer and 95% car. You think about a car today that's rolling off the line today. It's got 460 sensors on it. It's got screens all over it. It's got, I mean, it is more computer than it is vehicle today. And that's only going to continue as we kind of move down the line here.
And I think when we were preparing, James, you mentioned that it's that technology where we really need to continue to lead and innovate, and in order to continue to have that leadership globally in the automotive sector.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of conflict. Some of the other panelists have talked about it prior, but our manufacturing base is sort of under attack, and I think we need to protect it. We need to make it competitive, but there's politics come into play with things like protectionist policies or labor unions or swing states or things like this. But we kind of got to rise above that and really make it a competitive advantage. And we need to invest in it. We need to continue to innovate. And I think, to move things like GDP, to move things like the new frontier, you're going to have to lower costs. You're going to have to increase productivity. And we're going to have to start to become, I think, a bigger exporter in order to grow. And that all comes with good, well thought out policy.
All right. Well, let's talk about trains, one of our underutilized assets here in the United States. Joshua, what are the changes you'd like to see to allow your innovations to come to market?
So most people don't realize that the National Passenger Rail, it was pretty much nationalized in 1972 with the formation of Amtrak. So the way that entire industry works is the federal government gave Amtrak a special statutory right to go, hey, private property owner, actually, we get to use your assets and we get to tell you how much we're going to pay you to use them. So if you wonder why everything is so dysfunctional, imagine that being your basis of industry of how business gets done. So when we come along and we say, hey, Host Railroad, do you like money? We'll pay you money to use your stuff. It sounds crazy that was a revolutionary idea, but that was a revolutionary idea of hey, we can get this track access and now we can run trains. And particularly the mechanisms that fund Amtrak today make it impossible to run a service like the service that we're going to go to market with, which is an overnight sleeper train service. Super common in Europe, super common in Asia, but pretty much unheard of outside of a few select routes where the way they did the routing, it turns out that way. It's not a dedicated service. Whereas we're going to run a dedicated service point to point. So you can get on train at 9, 10 o'clock at night, sleep overnight, wake up in the morning, and you can bring your automobile with you. Given that in most American cities, you need a car, we think this is going to be a huge boom for how Americans get around the country.
And speaking of Americans getting around the country, Scott, can you speak to your innovation and what it can contribute to GDP?
Well, right out of the gate, we're looking at 14,000 jobs in North Carolina. And I think the big thing for us is it's a multiplier because the entire supply base comes along with it. And so for us, Boeing and Airbus, the duopoly, we're taking on a couple of pretty big companies here. And what we're doing is a pretty big lift. We're super grateful for all the support we've had so far from our airline partners, from the venture capital, from NASA, from the Air Force. But the ability to continue to drive that means more capital, and it means streamlining things like the certification process. And I don't mean cutting corners, but rather being more transparent about it and engaging the FAA deeper in a meaningful way.
And James, can you speak to global competitiveness? I think you mentioned it a bit in terms of the automotive sector and particularly electric vehicles.
Yeah, I think the industry right now is pretty fragmented on opinion, and there's policy that's been put in place that's driven a lot of the behavior, and that policy has either been accelerated or retracted depending on where we are. And I think even within the industry, we're fortunate enough to have a Ford and a Toyota franchise, and those two OEMs think completely different about electric vehicles just within the same industry. And so I think most of the innovation currently is happening in China at the moment. We're kind of playing catch up there, but I think the market dynamics of EVs haven't sorted themselves out. We've had tremendous amount of subsidies and government intervention, and then we had the COVID pandemic, and we haven't let EVs sort of go through a market-based approach yet. So I'm not 100% sure where we go next on this, but I know that whatever we do, we have to think in terms of what are the Chinese doing, how do we protect our manufacturing bases, and at the same time continue to develop people and innovation. So.
All right, Joshua, how do you see rail in that sense in terms of global competitiveness?
Who's leading in rail right now? It's China. They were able to build their entire high-speed network for less than it's going to cost us to build one line in California that's probably never going to get completed, unfortunately. That's insane. There are no domestic manufacturers of American passenger rail cars more. The last one went out of business during the Great Recession. It's all done by European companies who design their rail cars and try to fit it into American regulations. It's a completely untapped industry domestically. And what we're doing with Dreamstar is aiming to work alongside people who want to change this. People don't realize the deep history that rail has in this country. It's why we have time zones. It's why the separate but equal doctrine was in place for 60 years. It's literally what built the West and why people got out to California, the Transcontinental Railroad. I don't know if you all saw the news that Union Pacific is looking to acquire another railroad to make the first transcontinental railroad in the United States history, valuing the new company at $250 billion. There's a lot of money in rail, and it's completely been neglected as the redhead stepchild of transportation. But people don't realize that passenger rail is the fastest growing segment within rail today. More people today in the United States are taking trains than have in any of our lifetimes.
Andrew, can you speak to, are there any ideas that you guys have explored in terms of standardization across the 50 states, or what kind of connections do you guys need to make sure that, DMVs across the country could use your technology?
Well, I mean, I'm sure James would agree. We're full of ideas, right? We're full of ideas on how we could standardize this. It's not that different from state to state, right? But it's a power that we've essentially given to the states to manage their own roads, their own license plates, their own DMVs. And so is there some things that we could do to standardize that process? Of course there is. The question is, where does that leadership come from? Where does that groundswell? Where do we get that kind of coming together of states where we can share some of the best of what's going on from state to state and create kind of a standard across 50 states? Do I see it happening anytime soon? I'm afraid I don't.
And that doesn't necessarily mean like nationalizing the Department of Motor Vehicles. It's just potentially coordinating industry standards across states or regions, right?
Industry standards, documents, things like insurance, driver's license, registrations, things like that. There's a lot of commonality from state to state as it relates to that. And so there's a lot of standardization that we could do as it relates to, kind of making this much simpler. We were talking about it when we were getting ready for this panel. Can't remember who said it. Somebody, maybe it was you, Scott, that said you should just lead with essentially, our job is to try and keep you out of going to the DMV. Right. And so I bet that should be our mantra should be, we're going to keep you from going to the DMV, because that's the feeling people have across states of what it's like to go to the DMV. But just to give you an idea, in California, for example, you can make an appointment, or Texas, to go to the DMV. In North Carolina, it takes 7 months to get an appointment to get into the DMV. Wow. So there's a lot of change that needs to take place. There's a ton of standardization that could take place as well, where you're dealing with a very old and archaic industry that just takes a little while. I'm sure James has probably got a long list of things he'd love to change about the auto industry here in the United States.
All right. Anybody want to add to that topic in terms of standardization?
I think it's a tremendous opportunity for AI.
Yeah, definitely. All right.
I think there might be even like a subcontext isn't the right way to think, but a way to think about it of like, should the government be in certain businesses at all? Should it be telling people how to do their things, or is it best the government step back and worry about regulating efficient markets so that people can take risks, as opposed to standardizing a process that everybody has to do? Maybe saying for sometimes, I think, is it Elon Musk who has that rule of like, if you're going to add a point to or a step in the process, you have to remove something. Like, I think that approach just generally towards the regulatory environment would probably do a lot for this country.
And maybe it's some of the innovations that you all are working on that are going to set the standard and drive those future standards and hopefully not too many regulations. All right.
To be clear, I'm not anti-regulation. I just need like smart regulation.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's.
Anything you want to add to that, Scott?
Well said, guys.
Okay. All right. So, if we look ahead into to the next 10 years to 2035, what will define success for your industry, and what will that success mean for how Americans move, work, and connect? Andrew.
I mean, for us, it's I'm probably the most straightforward one of us up here. I mean, for us, it's really legalization, right? Getting the ability to have a digital license plate in your state, on your vehicle, and let that drive things like safety, security, personalization, convenience, things that it can drive, things that you can't get from today from a traditional stamp license plate.
Thank you, James.
For retailers, it's really stability with our OEM partners. And I think the OEM, even friendly OEMs in Europe and Japan and Korea, I think we just need some sort of stability in this market for a little while so that we can make good bets and good long-term decisions. I think success in our industry will be a healthy manufacturing base. I think it'll be a peaceful coexistence of all powertrain types until the market really determines what direction we all go in. And then I think the last thing is really to find a way to either decouple, to use a bad word, I guess, with China, or to lean into some of our other partners around the world to shore up our supply base and those sorts of relationships.
All right, Joshua.
The percentage of people who take trains for over 50 miles in the U.S. is less than 1% today. Global standards place that between 20 to 90% on the highest demand corridors. So if we can get that number from 1% to 5 or 10% and provide a better transportation experience for Americans, that's a win in my book.
And Scott.
I love 2035 because you gave us enough time to get this thing flying. It's why we go to work every day thinking about 2035 with Jet Zero. It's a future where we all enjoy flying again. Our airline partners are actually thriving and not just eking by. I hope we have the Air Force long haul tanker in production. And in the absolute simplest way to think about it, when I moved from Boston to California in 1990, I could fly home for about $400. I could still fly home for about $400 if I look really hard. And so that's a remarkable evolution over quite some time. But that's in jeopardy right now. And so if our industry wants to continue to thrive and connect the world, we need to be able to get that next generation of efficiency leap to ensure that.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. That was our panel on transportation, and it's how we all got here, and it's how we all get home, and it's exciting the innovations that will be coming over the next 10 years. Thank you.
I have a pretty heavy background in automotive, heavy equipment, modification, fabrication. We had a TV show on Discovery Channel for 7 years. We started on social media, moved into TV, went back to social media, and then from there, continued the innovation into the aerospace industry, which is where we're at now.
That's awesome. I mean, a lot of us have brands and, some of us have a marketing brain. How do you build an audience as big as you? I mean, how many subscribers do you have on YouTube right now?
YouTube is just shy of 5 million.
5 million. I have 3,400, by the way. And I've been really working at it. Like, what's the magic?
Being relatable.
Right.
I mean, honestly, the thing is, if you can put out a video that you yourself would watch if it came across your feed,
right,
you're onto something. So being relatable and being consistent.
Awesome.
That's it.
Yeah. There's a few people in here that did come in on their private jet, and price point is usually something that has a high sticker for a private jet. When you and Trevor told me about this, I was actually fascinated by the price point. Tell our audience about that.
Well, the reason why this jet makes sense is because we've got two different models, and some of this we haven't really released yet. The press releases are still coming out. So I'm sharing you guys some information that nobody else has. Cyberjet initially has the SJ30, which is the kind of flagship model. It's a 6 in the back. It's like a seven passenger jet.
Right.
I
usually sit in the bathroom when I fly on.
Yeah, the belted lap.
I just sit. They put me back there. So can you sit in your bathroom?
You got a seat on the toilets out. Yeah, 7 seats. Fantastic. So we're building a new version called the SJ36, which is extended 5 feet.
Okay.
Bigger wings, bigger engines, kind of just bigger everything, but same style of jet. It's going to be a 9-seater. Now, what makes this jet unique is, like I said, it's single pilot. So you don't have to have 2 pilots on payroll.
Right.
You've got full AI powered avionics. So all of the tasks that are really heavy for a pilot to handle, AI is handling that for you. And eventually we're working towards certifying a full AI pilot.
Sure.
So a pilot that can just be a computer flying for you.
Right.
You're talking about $14 million for a brand new jet. Best part about that is you're getting the first 500 hours of maintenance for free. So really the only thing that you're going to spend on your jet after you buy it for the first 500 hours is fuel. We're covering your engine reserves, everything like that. And the reason why this jet makes sense is because take NetJets, take any of these charter companies.
Yeah.
If they want to send somebody to Hawaii, they are sending people either to Hawaii or east to west coast in a mid-sized jet.
Right.
Sometimes they have to do it at the light jet price.
Sure.
So they're losing money.
They're losing money. Yeah.
So we come out, if NetJet doesn't buy this, which it's looking like they might,
right,
whichever charter company buys first will most likely put the other charter companies out of business.
Sure. Yeah. It's a speed to market, and that price point is fantastic. So as it relates to your partner who I met, I think it's an interesting transition because part of impact is not just about the business and the innovation, but it's about the policy. It's about this government. It's about things that happen to people along the way. As entrepreneurs, we all have to deal with that. And facing that adversity is why I created Impact. It's how to speak up to it. My friend Palmer Luckey deals with it all the time. When he's harassed online, he doesn't take it. He actually fights back. And that's what I really want to unpack is about the story of Trevor. And this all started, interestingly enough, this is off record, so this isn't being recorded or shared, but you helped Palmer Luckey with his bachelor party.
I was about to say,
okay,
Palmer's a buddy of mine, and we are in somewhat of like a low-key arms race.
Yeah.
Against each other, constantly trying to one-up each other on who's got the craziest piece of equipment. We're two of probably the only private owners of Black Hawk helicopters in the country. He has a boat that's a little bit bigger than my boat right now, and I'm trying to find a boat that's a little bit bigger. Are you talking about Mark V? Is Mark V? It's a Navy boat. Yeah. Every time I talk to Palmer,
he's sending me a text, talking about buying this. And I'm like, well, I'm going to buy that. It's just this. Palmer's a great dude. But yeah, I met him by throwing him out of his own helicopter into Lake Mead.
That was for his bachelor party.
Yeah. And it was awesome. He loved it. You would never think that he has like that side to him. He's a proud man.
Oh yeah. Well, I was at his wedding and he flew into, Top Gun on a helicopter and landed on the lawn of the Monarch Hotel. That was pretty funny.
He just likes cool stuff.
Oh, he does. Absolutely.
He just likes
My favorite was watching Congressman Ken Calvert climb aboard the Mark V.
Yeah.
And taking him out to Catalina back at 50 knots. It was wild.
Yep.
And, we're all strapped in, because it feels like you're like on a plane. Palmer, shoes off. He was just like, just hold on, blowing away. He was just blowing. I'm thinking, wow, man, you better hold on tight. So tell us a little bit about Trevor, because I think that transition as we close up this interview is part of the reason I wanted you here to kind of unpack that, because I just think that sometimes as risk takers, as entrepreneurs, sometimes you have to take risks, and sometimes the government views risk differently, and sometimes the Justice Department and things start to change in the narrative, and it stars entrepreneurs from actually getting things done. I have personally witnessed this with a couple clients that have got sucked into some investigation because it felt like there was a quota going on with the auditing authority under previous administrations. And then we have a businessman right there in the White House who's now running our country. And he saw the story of Trevor and literally changed his life. Can you unpack that for our audience?
Yeah, I'd love to. Raise your hands. Anybody heard the name Trevor Milton? We got some, probably about 20, 30% of you. So Trevor Milton is a good friend of mine. He's a couple years older than me. I've known him since 2005, so long time. He and I both started our businesses together at the same time. He started a company called U-Pillar, which was basically like a Craigslist on steroids. And I was starting the truck business. And we kind of just watched each other grow and, stayed connected over the years. The thing about Trevor is he's a visionary. The guy can see 20 years in the future better than anybody I've ever met in my entire life. So he ultimately got to the point where he built Nikola Motor Company. Nikola Motor Company was a giant electric truck and vehicle manufacturer. They were actually building electric semi-trucks before Tesla was. And they had a hydrogen component. They had a lot of really great technology, and they were cranking. They were building trucks. They were building factories. They were releasing new models. In 2020, Trevor came to me and said, "Hey, Dave, I want you to help me launch a electric pickup truck. Cybertruck just came out. We want to, be in that market space." So we released the Nikola Badger. Now, when we released the Nikola Badger, it all kind of worked out to be the perfect storm. In summer of 2020, we made the announcement. The company then went public around the same time. If anybody has seen what happens when a young, ambitious, aggressive company goes public, especially when they do it via SPAC, reverse merger, that, a lot of people are watching that. Well, Nikola just shot through the roof. It became worth more than Ford Motor Company within like 2 or 3 weeks of going public. It was like $30 billion valuation, and they still were pre-revenue, which obviously, that's got to settle and simmer down. The problem with this is Trevor is a very misunderstood person. He's very hard to read, very hard to understand, because he's just like all of the other innovators that I know. He just go. And sometimes he's a little abrasive, and sometimes he's a little excited when he's talking. And sometimes it's just hard to understand exactly who he is. Well, this is the saddest story ever. Nikola goes public, just killing it. We sold $450 million of pre-sales of the Nikola Badger pickup truck with $5,000 deposits. So those are serious buyers. The company, the stock was way up there. There's a group called Hindenburg Research. Anybody heard of Hindenburg? It's a short seller. Basically what they do is bet against companies, failing. And I don't even know how this is legal, to be honest with you. They essentially went out and put together this huge hit piece, found all this potential could be, would be rumor information about Trevor, and just piled it into this nasty, press release, and basically said that Trevor Milton's a con man. And they threw it out there, and the stock just tanked. I heard that Hindenburg made like $700 million on this short. Like, it was a ridiculous amount of money. But the reality is, I've been with Trevor this whole time. I've watched how he's running the business. I know what's going on. There was never a dollar missing. They accused him of so many different insane things, but it was really one of those things where they were just throwing as much mud at the walls that they could and seeing what stuck. Well, after that happened, he stepped down as,
chair and CEO of Nikola, and he was replaced by some other people who I don't believe are the most honest people in the world. And essentially, it was kind of this coordinated effort between the DOJ, Hindenburg, some of the executives at Nikola, kind of all got together and got on the same page and said, "Hey, we can walk away from this as long as we make sure Trevor is the one who takes all the heat." So they essentially all turned on him, and he had the most preposterous trial I've ever seen in my entire life. If you guys haven't seen this, I would strongly encourage you go to YouTube and watch the Trevor Milton documentary. It's fascinating and terrifying. It's one of the most well done documentaries I've ever seen, and it's not just because Trevor's my friend, but it's because I watched this all happen, firsthand. Trevor's story is very difficult to explain what happened because it was just like a multi-layer attack. Every single day there was something new coming out against him. The reality is there was never a single dollar missing from the company. The reality is Trevor was delivering and building products that they said he wasn't. Here's the kicker. The Nikola Badger, the pickup truck that we launched in summer of 2020, we launched it with a rendering, right? Just getting pre-orders, getting people excited. Well, the truck was being built at the same time. And we promised to have the truck done and ready to be displayed at Nikola World, which is a trade show, at the end of 2020 in December. Well, by that time, Trevor had been removed. The legal action was moving for full speed ahead. The company was tanking. And, the whole world basically just thought that he was a con man because the headline said he's a con man. And the DOJ, the Southern District of New York, DOJ, which President Trump has also had, his issues with, essentially just took this thing and they ran with it. And they found an opportunity to take a young, kind of loudmouth CEO, not loudmouth in a bad way, but just excited. When you're a young CEO, look at Isaiah when he's talking about Valor. He's pumped. He's excited. He's talking about what they can do, what they will do, what's going to happen with the company. Like, you're excited. You want to get the people hyped up about it. They took his excitement and twisted it into basically forward-looking statements that, they could use against him. And he had this trial that was the most sham trial you've ever heard. And the reason why I mentioned the Badger pickup truck being built, well, it was supposed to be done in December 2020. It was done and delivered, 2 fully functioning prototypes. And they basically stuffed them in a storage unit and said, these don't exist. Well, in his trial, the prosecutors are saying, what about the Nikola Badger? You promised the whole world that you were going to have this truck and you never even built it. The judge and the prosecutors would not allow the evidence into the trial that the truck was actually built. And it was sitting in my warehouse in Salt Lake City, 2 of them. So he was tried and convicted in a trial where they basically said, you didn't do any of this. But the reality was it was sitting there all done. That was just one of many things.
Right. Trevor got screwed. And then he got a sentence. And then tell me how Trump got on Trump's radar when he became president.
So basically, he got convicted. He got sentenced, I think it was like 4 or 5 years. But we knew that he was likely going to get a retrial because there were issues with the jury, all kinds of stuff. Long story short, I have some connections to the president and his family. And I got in front of him one day and just said, hey, this is actually...
Oh, tell him the story. Yeah, this is pretty wild.
Trevor called me one day. He's like, hey, you got connections with Trump. Will you just try to get us a meeting? I want to tell him my story and see what he thinks. And I said, I'll work on it. And so I got to work on it. And this was right during the campaign. Like, things were moving. He was busy. There was not a lot of time to be able to spare for this kind of thing. And so Trevor called me every other day. Hey, how's it going? And I'm like, well, I'm working on it. Don Jr. is getting back to me, this, that. And Trevor finally called me about a week later. He said, hey, I got it. I got to figure it out. I'm like, what do you mean? He said, I just bought 2 paintings from this guy on Instagram, famous artist. One of them was a painting of the fight moment, President Trump right after the attempted assassination. And the other was the best, was a painting of General George Washington, but with basically Donald Trump's face. So it was General Donald Trump in like the same attire and everything. And it was very well done. The beautiful paintings, probably a couple $100,000 worth of paintings. Trevor sends me a picture and he says, get these to Trump and see what he thinks. I'm at an event with Trump the next week, going
Is this
through.
in Mar-a-Lago?
This was in Salt Lake. He was out in Salt Lake.
Okay.
So, when he meets people in a small kind of setting like this, he tries to be friendly, but he also has to cycle through the people. There's a lot of people that want to meet him. So I'm talking to him. Hello, good to see you. And, get ready to move on. And I said, hey, just hold on one second. I got something for you. And I pull my phone out and I show it to him. And he's like, oh, that's really neat. Thank you. And then just kind of almost sends me down the line. And then he grabs me, says, hold on, let me see that again. I hand him my phone and he's like, that's the most beautiful piece of art I've ever seen. That's the most beautiful painting I've ever seen. Where is this? Whose is this? I said, well, it's a gift that I have for you. And he said, is it here? Is it in your truck? Where is that? I said, well, I don't have it with me here at the event, but I'd like to get it to you. He said, you're coming to Mar-a-Lago next week. So
brought us out to Mar-a-Lago. And this is what the side of President Trump that people don't see is there's a lot of good in that man.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like,
Absolutely.
there's a lot of, he actually genuinely cares about people in a way that like you'd never be able to see in the news. Long story short, we were supposed to have about a 15, 20-minute meeting with him in Mar-a-Lago to deliver the paintings. And we did. We got there. He had a whole line of donors. People were lining up like a couple of $1 billion meetings right behind us and laid out, in the kind of lobby waiting room, the paintings. And he just sat there and just obsessed over them. And the one of him is General Washington. You would have thought that it was like one of his own children. Right? He was just so excited and moving paintings off the wall to be able to put this thing up. And I said, okay, I'd love to be able to have an opportunity to talk with you for just a second about what happened with Trevor. And he said, let's do it.
Yeah.
He pushes off all of his other meetings and dinners that he had, takes us into this private little room. He said, you guys eaten?
Mm-hmm.
I said, oh, no, we haven't eaten yet. We're just going to look at food after this. He said, no, don't do that. Paul calls in his chef. He's like, make these guys some food. And the chef's like, well, we don't really, wasn't planning on people, but I might be able to scratch something together. Puts together like the most delicious, like gourmet meal I've ever had.
Yeah.
Pulls Trevor aside and speaks with Trevor for over an hour about his case. Sincerely, genuinely sitting there listening, understanding, taking notes. And he said, Trevor, they did to you exactly what they did to me. He said, it's not fair. It's not okay. I understand your case. He said, when I'm in, one of my first times of business will be making this go away because they're doing this to too many people and it's setting this precedent that can just be followed.
Right.
And he followed through with it. One of his first times of business was pardon Trevor.
That's amazing. And this is the type of administration we have, you guys. If you really want something for your business, your industry, etc. I mean, obviously this is a radical version of that, but this is the type of administration where anything is possible. And I don't have an official role, but I do know how to get to them, right? In a way that if there's something important to you, channeling that information to the White House, channeling that to the administration, these are the people that will listen to you and help you. These are business people. They're business-minded. They're genuine. And so thank you for sharing that. Last question. Charlie Kirk and what happened was a big deal. And, I look at the First Amendment and the Second Amendment working together in that. And I'd love to get your observations on that in closing. Maybe just spend a minute on that.
Listen, what happened to Charlie was an absolute tragedy. But at the same time, it was one of those moments that unfortunately had to happen for things to start happening. And, Charlie was essentially kind of a sacrifice for those two things that you mentioned, which is, the First and Second Amendments. And his death, I think, ultimately opened a lot of people's eyes to just how ridiculous this all is, where people are so obsessed with party politics. They're so obsessed with where they fall on the spectrum of, right to far left. And I think it's gotten people thinking like, okay, we're finally out of line. We've crossed the line. There's no longer a need to be able to identify so, hardcore with some sort of specific political stance. And instead, just you lean my way, I'll lean your way, type of thing.
Right.
Guns are never going away. If they try to get rid of all their guns, only the bad guys are going to have them. I live in Utah. Everybody's got guns.
Yeah.
It is unfortunately a terrible thing that I think is going to turn into, it's going to do a lot of good.
Yeah. Hey, with that, David, it means a lot to me that you came out here and to meet our audience. He's going to stick around for a little bit. Hans as well, your associate. Really appreciate you guys being part of the IMA. We look forward to supporting you, Trevor, and just, continue this relationship. And with that, I present to you David Sparks. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to do a quick stage transition to welcome up our last few sessions before lunch, the first of which is Dr. Jay Calvert. So when Jay takes the stage, please give him a warm welcome, and he'll lead right into our healthcare panel following that. Thank you so much.
I'm a board-certified plastic surgeon. Been in practice 20 years, and I specialize in doing facelifts, noses, and things like that. I'm also the president of the Los Angeles Society. I do a lot of teaching. I have a fellowship where I educate plastic surgeons after they've completed their residencies. They spend a year with me. We have a whole group of us that does that out in Beverly Hills. It's very powerful. And what I'm seeing with AI, I use an AI scribe. By the way, this is kind of what people know about plastic surgery probably. You see pictures like this, you say, oh, that's really nice. And that's the good. This is probably considered the bad.
and then this might be the ugly. So this is what you guys see as the news media. I will tell you that all this stuff is photoshopped and AI. None of it's real. When you look at these pictures and say, "Oh my God, Kris Jenner looks incredible," it's just not that way. We see these people in real life walking around our town. They don't look like the photographs that you're seeing there. And so the reason I have a podcast called the Beverly Hills Plastic Surgery Podcast, and this episode about the Billionaire's Guide to Plastic Surgery came about because I was looking at all these photos and saying, just because you're a billionaire doesn't mean you must have bad plastic surgery. Because it seems that way, doesn't it? You see these people and they just look like, what is going on? And I'm always like, people, I'm right here. You don't need to go do this. My patients, you won't be able to see their plastic surgery. That's who comes to me, somebody who wants to look better, healthier, younger, fresher, but they don't want anybody to see their surgery. If you can see the surgery, it's not good. So why is this happening? It's really about AI. It's about social media. Things are being reinvigorated in medicine, and it's not just my field, it's all fields. It's in all kinds of surgical specialties, orthopedics. Social media goes crazy through AI's help, and people say, I need to get this. I haven't done a CO2 laser on anybody since I started practicing in Beverly Hills until this year, when one of my friends came to me and said, "Oh, and I need a CO2 laser." And he's a plastic surgeon. I said, "No, I want to do the Erbium. It's safer. It does this, the other thing. You don't have downtime, pigment issues." "No, but I saw on TikTok, this is what I should be having." It's like, you're a plastic surgeon. Like, are you kidding me? And it's really that bad because these social media trends get blasted into our faces and then people do something about it. But one of the, and these are sort of the capabilities of AI for medicine. But one of the things that, and it really does help me, like my before and after images. If you look at these images, you'll notice there's all a blue background, the very standard positioning of the patient. And these are my results. These are images from my camera, and they're put on the internet without any photoshopping, without any alteration. They are standardized photographs that have no retouches whatsoever. This is what's happening and getting people to go to get procedures, get things done, and they get a before and after like this. This is not a before and after photo. This is 100% crap. And this will get people, and after I point this out to a patient, for instance, who comes in and says, "Oh, I want to go to this guy. Look at his before and afters." I was like, "They're Photoshopped. They're not real." They say, "Yeah, but they're so beautiful, and I'm going to go there." You will need to understand that what you're looking at is not necessarily real. It's not necessarily going to be indicative of what happens to you. And a lot of times they not only Photoshop the afters, but they Photoshop the befores to be worse. And if you're going out of the country, it's 100% Photoshopped. It is like incredible what will happen in these other countries. They don't even think twice about showing results that aren't real. So with that said, that's where I see AI going. If you want to learn more about it, you can listen to my podcast. We talk about this stuff very frequently and all topics there. But I've been really using AI very positively in my world because it's helping me scribe. It's helping me get information. Research gets done so much faster. It's going to impact every aspect of healthcare, and we just have to understand whether it's good or bad, how it's being used. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to having the panel come up. So why doesn't all the panelists come up, and we'll talk more about this.
Hi, everyone. I'm Thomas Schaefer. I'm the president of an organization called Healthy Campus. We provide a platform for documentation and reimbursement of mental health services at public schools.
My name is Jin Lee. I'm the founder of Elvis. And at Elvis, we use artificial intelligence to understand human intelligence so that we can cure brain disorders.
I'm Frank LaFurla. I'm a distinguished professor of neurobiology and behavior and the dean of the Dunlop School of Biological Sciences at UC Irvine.
I'm Borki Vimlapalli. I'm the chief technology officer for a company called Oral Genome. We detect disease before it happens so that you can prevent it before instead of finding a cure.
I was close on your last name, Gorky, but didn't nail it. So AI is infiltrating healthcare at every level in my world. I'm sure it is in all of your worlds as well. So in just a few minutes, give us your biggest impact on how AI is either helping your business or hurting it very badly.
Within education, we don't have people like
those that are in this room that are kind of chomping at the bit to adopt technology. However, AI within the documentation of mental health services is making a huge impact. As was discussed, as you mentioned, Jay, in your practice of using AI as a scribe to document, we can reduce clinician burnout and improve patient outcomes significantly by using AI ambient dictation to sit in on conversations that are happening between clinicians and students or patients, to document the encounter and to improve patient outcomes. And so, yeah, it is making an impact even in education within those settings. Jen.
So we actively use AI to understand brain function. We're not just automating things where humans could do it before. The brain was traditionally a place where we can't really see anything on what's going on. And therefore, diagnosis was impossible, treatment impossible. So everything is not solvable right now. But using AI, we use the technology to understand how the brain works. And now that we have a very good understanding, which also sits in a automated platform, we can very rapidly figure out how the brain is working. And so if you're having some memory symptoms where you can't remember things, you're having an anxiety attack, or you're having autism symptoms that you don't understand, these are things we can directly visualize during the course of the behavior now. And so being able to understand what's going on and treating it now becomes a rather trivial task. And so it's really revolutionizing the field that I'm in.
Frank? Yeah, I think it's still in its infancy, at least in life science research. I think there's been a lot of impact in terms of data analysis, looking at big data, integrating multimodal data. It certainly has helped in imaging, and, like MRI, like you were saying about radiology, but also in cellular imaging. The challenge we have in the life sciences is that there's so much inherent variability in biological systems that I don't think we're quite there yet with that. But I think we'll get there.
Work here.
Yeah. So the work that we do at Oral Genome is prevention, right? Not a cure. So how do you prevent it? First, we have to know where it is starting before the disease starts. So we go to the biological origin of the disease from a cellular level, and we need a lot of AI to model those, different scenarios to predict, where it's going to end up, right? So we use AI, not the Gen AI, but the traditional old school ML, AI and ML stuff, which is repeatable. So the challenge that we have with the Gen AI is, as Frank rightly mentioned, in life sciences, there's a challenge in healthcare and life sciences where if we cannot repeat the result with the same set of data, then it's not useful. So that's the challenge. So that's why we still use the old traditional AI, and we're getting there.
That makes a lot of sense. We were talking about, Frank and I were talking about how a lot of the drug discovery is being done by AI, yet a lot of the drugs aren't actually working out very well for human use. And I kind of likened it to, the recipe for a brioche. If you give somebody a recipe for a brioche, you're going to get a lot of different brioches. But if you give it to the machine, you're going to get the same one every time, and it's not going to be good. So with AI, it's definitely an issue with the human factor in a lot of the fields that we're in. Especially, I look at AI in surgery and wonder how AI is going to be able to shape a nose or really understand the artistry of things like that, which even comes into play in things like liver transplantation. So in terms of that, has there been something where a human didn't do it, where AI impacted your field and you said, wow, that's amazing that came out of the machine and we're using it now, and no human had a role in that? And Jen, you look like you got an answer for that one.
Well, you bring a really interesting and important point. Having insight, gaining insight into something, a general knowledge, AI is not quite good enough to do that yet. But what it's really superior at is doing something repetitively based on a very specific rule. Humans are very bad at that. And so even in my field, what we find is that even though a lot of findings are based on deep human neuroscience insights that we have, we've automated things where we can do repetitive tasks in a very consistent manner. And doing that, what we found is that something typically in the clinic, when people were looking at data manually, they didn't recognize that there was this rich information in there that human eyes thought, these are below threshold. It's not really a disease. but we could really find the patterns that existed even before anybody thought like this person had a brain disorder. Actually, you don't have to wait till symptoms manifest. There are lots of these factors you can start picking out. And so when it's a repetitive task and it just leads to look for a certain pattern, you can start to discover things that are not possible without the nature of how AI does things consistently.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar because, we're one of 2 sites in the country that's tasked with developing the next generation of mouse models for Alzheimer's disease. And we're making, almost, dozens and dozens of models, not quite 100, but dozens of models. And we're analyzing at so many different levels, right? Neuroimaging, genomically, pathologically, biochemistry, molecularly. How do you integrate all of that data and analyze it across different mouse models and ultimately compare it to the human condition? So AI has been very helpful to us in terms of the data analysis there and saying this model mimics the closest phenotype to what we see in the human condition.
I could see how that would be very helpful, especially in Alzheimer's, which is where, the bulk of your work in neurosciences are. You definitely need to have the amount of data that a human can go through is not comparable. And you can just get so much done with AI in medical research. So Gorky, you got a comment?
Yeah. So before Oral Genome, I worked at a top cancer institute called City of Hope, where I was leading the technology for all the research. I just recently moved on. But I have seen the use of AI like in various different scenarios. One is like, of course, the scribing and all the stuff that we're talking about. We went beyond that. We actually built our small language model with our own data. We trained it with all the longitudinal data of all the patients that we have. So what it enabled us is when a new patient comes in, then even we curate the data from all other previous places where they have been to, and the AI summarizes everything, which used to take 30 to 40 minutes for the oncologist to like go through before, which is ready like when the patient comes. So it just made it so efficient to spend time with the patient rather than like going through this tons of data over tens of years and stuff. So that's one of the things. And the other thing is we also do a lot of the drug development and all that at City of Hope. And then the one thing about the drug development is the protein modeling. You need to model the proteins first to find the binding targets and all that. So that's been a long time challenge. And we used to like build custom software, and we had like teams doing all this stuff and all that. And then Google's DeepMind came and they just gave it away. Now you don't have to do that, right? So there's no human needed. So we use those. So some of the examples that I have seen myself.
Yeah, the amount of data that you can analyze and get summarized for you in seconds used to take a ton of time. And some of the stuff, especially I just got the medical record for a patient that came over from UCLA who needs a rebuild. It's 4,000 pages of data. I'm not going to read 4,000 pages of this patient's chart, but I am going to get a summary from AI and then get all the crucial aspects of what I asked for, and that's going to make a big difference and save me a lot of time. And I'm not going to miss the important stuff because it's going to tell me everything that I need to know based on what I'm asking. So I think that's really powerful. You have a comment on the?
Yeah. So for the first time, I think there's a new condition now called AI-induced psychosis, related to individuals that go to ChatGPT and use ChatGPT as a therapist. But thanks to ChatGPT, I now have Alzheimer's and scoliosis, and my left foot is missing, and other things. So I have a lot of diagnoses I didn't know about before. So that's great. But no, all joking aside, there are risks in using AI for talk therapy that we are resolving now, but it takes more time and more data. Whereas most of the much smarter people on the stand here with me deal with analyzing data that's happening inside of the body. What we can do with AI now is we can have sensors, video, microphone, etc., sitting in conversations between therapists and individuals. And we can use that AI to measure things outside of the context of the words that are being spoken. So we can look at, for example, pacing and tone and inflection, volume, disposition, engagement, facial expression of both the practitioner and the patient. And you can get some of this unstructured data into a format that's more structured. And you can understand best practices for how a therapist might interact with the patient in a way that produces the best outcomes. You can understand things that are being spoken by the patient that aren't being said by looking at their facial expression. You can sometimes understand that there might be depression by the way that the student or patient looks at the therapist and so forth. And so now you can improve the therapist's ability to perform their job by having an AI co-pilot alongside of them, listening to the conversation and hearing certain things that maybe aren't being spoken. So there are some great things as well.
Yeah, that was my next question was about, there's a major emphasis on mental health in the country now, especially at the level of the universities, in the workplace. It's becoming, front and center in terms of healthcare dollars, where, there are companies that have made, a real inroad into providing therapy for everyday people that just, don't want to go to the therapist. They're doing it online. Do you think that AI is going to be able to do that for people from a personal interaction? Do you have to talk to a person anymore? I wonder if it can actually do the therapy itself. I'm not so sure, but let me get your opinions on that.
Yeah, I believe that we will have AI therapists in the future, in the long term. In the short term, I think that as a co-pilot, the AI will enable the therapist with insights that might not be apparent. I'm a beneficiary of therapy myself, and I can remember key moments in my struggle with anxiety where my therapist did something, said something, their timing was impeccable, and so appropriate that perhaps in other situations where I didn't have the best outcomes in therapy, a co-pilot might have identified those opportunities for the therapist to intervene or say something or ask a certain question in a certain way based off of significantly more data, based off of my facial expression, based off what I'm saying and so forth. And so short term, as a co-pilot, to see things, recommend things, do things that the therapist might not be top of mind able to. Long term, I do think we'll have therapists.
I think especially as devices get better and better, we're going to have and probably see it migrate away from being a co-pilot to a pilot.
Yeah, I see it going there as well. Jen?
As I agree with the two panelists on that, but as much as therapy can help, one of the things that we've been finding out by scanning these patients who have anxiety and all these other problems, who's gone to like 100 therapists and 100 different psychiatric clinics, and they still cannot find what's wrong, and they all tell you just have to control your mind. But when we scan them, we actually find that there are abnormal circuit functions that are occurring. And that's when sometimes some people are actually in denial and we tell you, don't you have these symptoms? Don't you have these problems? And so when you can directly see things, there are ways to directly reverse them in a way that's systematic. And so I think having an AI-enabled therapy combined with direct intervention and direct monitoring will be a really powerful direction to go into. And by doing that, we can also not just be responsive to mental health problems, you can also tune mental health. Like if you're having some issues, let's scan you, see what's going on. And if it's just a matter of a little deviation, you have some wellness, more therapy. If it's a large deviation, we'll just directly modulate your brain to make sure like your function is normalized. And so it could be a combination of tuning and prevention that could help us all stay healthy.
Sign me up. Gorky.
Yeah, I agree with everything panelists said. Just I want to add one little thing. Yeah, it is going to happen, as Thomas mentioned, at some point. But until we solve the issue with the hallucinations, we don't want to use these bots for therapy because you don't know what you're getting. So that's one thing I just want to put it there.
Yeah, there was a story that we talked about in my kind of group of plastic surgeons that a patient was suicidal, went to, an AI-based therapist, and at some point AI said, I think you're right, you just need to throw in the towel, and they killed themselves. So that's pretty serious. The AI did not have the empathy to say that that's, not the way this goes. And that's what I always argue in terms of even with surgery with myself. I wonder would I ever just stick my face into a machine and say, go ahead and give me the Botox, and, wonder if it, that day mistakes my eyeball for, my forehead. And so I don't, there has to be some amount of empathy, because the machine didn't care that it stuck my eyeball instead of my forehead. It has no way to know, no way to care. It's not going to get in trouble. Nobody's going to sue it. It's just, there is no way that a robot's ever going to have the empathy. I think maybe there is, maybe we can program empathy. I'd like to see that. Last but not least, we were going to add in here too about non-GMO policy. And I think, I know where I stand on this, but I'd kind of be interested in you all's opinions on the food supply. And because I've got a very strong opinion, so I'll leave it out until the end. But anything that, our food is so crucial, it is, let thy food be your medicine. Hippocrates, I believe, said that. So you should always look at your food as what you're taking in to be either hurting your health or helping your health. Comments on the non-GMO policy?
It's not my area of expertise.
Jen?
Well, brain disorders, for one, is growing exponentially. And I do believe it has a lot to do with the food intake that we have. And so, non-GMO,
I'm all about it as well. Yeah.
I mean, you and I were talking about this offline. I mean, I went to Italy for 2 months and I just felt like I detoxed there because there's not much, GMO food in Europe. And, I just came back and I just felt so much healthier and just had more clarity than I do in America.
I had the same experience. The bread tastes so much better in Europe than in US. Why, right? We have all the advances here because of all these modifications that we do at the genetic level. And why do you have so much disease in America? I grew up in a small village in India. I always bring it up because I worked on cancer for a while, and the cancer rates here are like so high. I did not know anybody in my village that had cancer when I was growing up, but now they're getting cancer slowly, like starting to, because McDonald's and all this, the processed foods that entered Indian market as well too, right? So what we put in our body is the key to preventing the disease. That starts with that. And we had to eat well. And I support the non-GMO policy because once we have natural food that goes into the system, your gut microbiome, is healthy. And everything starts with the gut microbiome, like in every disease and all the things. And all inflammation, all that, like are secondary effects of what we put in and what causes that, So I'm all about supporting.
Yeah, I think, this is, unfortunately, it's a battle in this country now with, to really achieve a non-GMO food supply, because it's sort of pervasive in a lot of different ways. But I think if we can get back to eating food that is not genetically modified, we'd be much better off. Frankie, the comment?
I was just going to say, back in the 50s when they thought that what you ate would affect your heart, that was considered heretical at that time. And then, now everyone accepts that, there's a direct correlation there. And likewise, maybe 20 years ago, the idea that what you ate might affect your brain, the neuroscientists couldn't understand it because the brain is so special. It's the most complex organism and the most complex structure in the known organ and the known universe. How could it possibly be that your gut would affect your brain? But now none of us have any doubts about the gut-brain axis because of probably the microbiome, and that it does affect Parkinson's disease, might be a fatty acid disease that just came out just this week, and certainly Alzheimer's disease as well. So,
yeah, there are a lot of things that were done previously in the name of health that we've found that are not good. They used to spray kids with DDT. That's probably not a good idea. The other thing they did was they had radioactive radiation masks that you put on your face for anti-aging. That's not smart. We got a big radiation ball out there that we all try to avoid with sunscreen and hats and everything to try to not age. So those things have gone by the wayside, and I think GMO hopefully will do the same. Anyway, that's our panel. Thank you all for listening in, and thank the panelists. You guys did a great job. I appreciate it.
All right, folks. Next up, we have Tom Peck with Cisco. Please give him a warm welcome as he takes the stage. Thank you.
So I'm Tom Peck. I'm the Chief Information and Digital Officer at Cisco, otherwise known as Cisco Foods. I run everything technology, cybersecurity, AI across the whole company globally. I'm also, for the veterans in the room, I'm a Marine Corps veteran. It's great to be back in Washington, D.C. I worked in the Pentagon for 3 years before I joined corporate America. Cisco, we're an $82 billion food distribution company. We like to say we're the food away from home company, everything other than retail grocery, if you will. We do cafeterias, restaurants, hotels like the one you're in today, airports, stadiums, nursing homes, hospitals. We have 14,000 trucks. We'll talk a little bit about technology. We're the third largest trucking fleet in the world. We also do $40 billion online just in the United States. Everything's about size and scale. And one of the things that I was asked to do with technology and AI was to drive a traditional high-touch B2B company and turn it into a more of a low-touch consumer-like company. So you think about chefs, restaurateurs, entrepreneurs, helping to enable the restaurants buying online. I don't have a lot of time today, just 4 or 5 minutes. I want to leave you with 3 things today. Number one is food security is national security. Number 2, technology is pervasive in the future of food, the food supply chain, etc. And number 3, I am a customer of several of you. I'm a prospect for several of you. I use the technology that many of you are investing in. So if you want to know what's really going on out there in the world, come talk to me and I'll tell you on one of the breaks, okay? Let me start with when you think about securing the future of food, these are the things that we're dealing with. The policies, tariffs, immigration, food safety, these are very, very real things. The customer and consumer sentiment is changing. The previous panel talked about healthy food, healthy diets. Consumers are willing to pay extra for additional product attribution, knowing where their food is sourced, knowing the ingredients of the food. We're also very focused on resilient supply chains. We saw that during COVID. The resilience of that trucking fleet to get the food to your restaurants, to your homes, to your retail groceries is usually important. Cisco is a critical infrastructure company. We have special ability and access during times of crisis because we all know that interrupting the food chain could be catastrophic. And most importantly, our communities, our people. We employ people in your communities. The more we can use technology to help grow jobs and help us figure out how to use the technology to grow our business as opposed to putting people out of work is really, really important to us. Copilot like capabilities. One of the things I struggle with is the technology. Do I invest in it to be a disruptor or do we invest in it as a defensive mechanism? And if you look at the food supply chain from what we call farm to table, technology is pervasive in all these areas. We don't have time to get into it, the details, but let me just give you a couple factoids. I'm a tech guy, but I've got the old-fashioned index card, so apologies here. But we've had 5 times the amount of weather interruptions since 1970. 24% food inflation over the last 4 years. Wars, weather, and labor interruptions are having a material impact on food availability. Things like oils and cod from Ukraine, the ability to source product across borders. Cisco, we source locally from for all of our food at roughly 90% local. We're bringing jobs, we're bringing food closer to the table, closer to the restaurant. When you look at this resilient roadmap, better soil, think about AI, think about drones, think about the experimentation that goes into sustainable farming. Better soil, 15 to 25% improved yield in that soil. Waste reduction, plus 3 to 6% margins for our operators, for our restaurants. Diverse supply chains, 30% faster recovery time. And workforce, like I talked about earlier, 2 times the tenure if we can keep those employees working. When I think about technology, lots of people have been talking about AI. Let's remember there's different types of AI, traditional AI, machine learning. Companies have been doing that for a very, very long time. The generative AI, creating menus, creating images, marketing campaigns, things like that. But agentic is the future, the convergence of machine and human intelligence. And if I can just wrap for a minute or two on technology as applies to Cisco and food specifically. If you think about a standard warehouse. We have about 400 of them around the globe. Each warehouse is about 750,000 square feet in size. We have 500,000 products that we source to approaching 1 million customers in 90 countries around the globe. In that warehouse, if you think about the 10 to 12 temperature zones and the volume of doors, we have 90 doors, and the aisles, it takes 3 miles to walk through one of those warehouses. We put more trucks on routes than the airlines put in the air every day. Think about how technology can help shave a minute off a pick route in a warehouse, how we can be more predictive and prescriptive. Jay talked about Amazon. How do we get smarter in our warehouses? How do we take miles off of our trucks so that we can deliver those savings to you, the customer, and to our operators, our restaurants? We're really big on how technology can help our trucks too. We do 22 million location pings per week. Think about advanced telematics and GPS positioning of trucks. Our customers want to know, when are you going to be there so you can drop off our food, because you never want to run out of food. When you go to a restaurant and something's missing off the menu, hopefully it's not our fault, because we're using technology to help route those trucks, put the right product on the truck. And finally, when I look ahead, agentic commerce is the big deal. Things like you might also like, you bought this last time. That's so last decade. Tomorrow, the future is about agentic, and what that means is the machine is going to be filling your shopping cart for you. It's going to be doing the shopping cart for you. You're going to be removing things because the computer is actually doing that work for you. So that's the new term we're talking about, agentic commerce. It's not unique to food. It's not unique to food service. Real-time demand generation and the digitization of the physical world. There are some really smart entrepreneurs out there talking about how to take distressed real estate, turn them into ghost kitchens where the kitchen makes food, but there's not a place to sit and enjoy your meal. Those ghost kitchens deliver the food to you. Imagine if you could go to your app and order food from multiple cuisine segments from a singular location, and it's delivered via one delivery driver. So these are the things that we're talking about going forward. Technology is paving the way, and I'd love to talk to you more about it over the breaks and get into some of the more advanced use cases that we're doing at Sysco and across food. So I thank you for your time today, and it's my pleasure now to introduce Isaiah Taylor from Valor Atomics. Isaiah, welcome.
I'm Isaiah Taylor. I'm the founder and CEO of a nuclear startup in Los Angeles called Valor Atomics. I'm super excited to tell you all about it. But first, I have a much more important question for you. And that is, who are you? You are the people of Builderland, right? You are the citizens of the maker country. You see, it was in America where the first airplanes flew, where electricity first sparked, the home of the first phone call and the first smartphone, the first moon landing, and the first connection of the internet. It's also where the first nuclear reactors were built. This is the first one here on the left. That's the Chicago Pow 1. It was built under the football stands at the University of Chicago, where my great-grandfather was a grad student. Then he moved to Oak Ridge, the secret city, where they built the X-10 right there. So as an American, you were the people that built the first nuclear reactors in the world. And not only were you the first to nuclear, you were the winners at energy writ large. You produced more energy than any other country on Earth by a huge margin. In fact, the runner-up on this chart is actually not a country, it's a continent, right? The runner-up on that is the EU. So there's not even really a second place in the country list. And as you know, it turns out that having a lot of energy matters a lot. There's a ton of ripple effects to having a lot of energy. So Charles Hall invented aluminum electrolysis in Ohio, and America used her energy dominance to produce nearly half the aluminum in the world. I don't know if you could see the chart over there, but that's global share of aluminum production. It's about almost 50%. And in steel, it was even more. We were making 60% of steel in the entire world, and both of these were driven by having a lot of energy. In fact, you were the country that made 40% of all manufactured goods, right? Like that's extraordinary. Think about that. If you walk around the world and pick up something that is built, 40% of the time it was built right here. So I ask again, who are you? You are a nation of builders, of creators, inventors, energy producers, and people who use that energy to make things, right? Well, there's one more piece of our history that you need to know about. In the 1970s, this nation faced a very important choice, which concerned how we get the power to make the things that we make. Because remember, it takes energy to do all these things. It takes energy to make steel. It takes energy to make aluminum and to run mills and lathes. In the 70s, we were faced with this question: how are we going to make our energy? And the contest was between two powerful rivals: coal, right on the left side there, coal, the sort of dirty, dangerous, yet undisputed powerhouse of the world, and nuclear, which is this, up and comer, which promised the cheapest energy we've ever seen, and it's totally clean, but it had these difficult associations with nuclear weapons. And so in the 1970s, nuclear and coal were neck and neck. They were both around 3 cents a kilowatt hour in today's dollars, with nuclear slightly beating coal on long-term price. So which one did our nation choose? Which source did we decide would be the fuel of the next generation of American manufacturing? What did we decide? We chose neither. Right? So shockingly, we chose to do neither of them. We stopped building coal because we believed it was polluting the air, and we stopped building nuclear after 3 Mile Island. So in choosing between two stools with our future on the line, this nation fell right in between. And you might wonder, am I exaggerating? I mean, sure, we didn't build as many coal plants, so that clearly drops off. The nuclear really drops off, so we stopped building power. But what was the actual impact? Like, what does that mean in the real world? Well, you remember a minute ago, these charts that I showed, we make 60% of the steel, we make 40% of the aluminum, 40% of all manufactured goods. Well, the secret is I cut those charts off in the 1950s. Those charts did not go to the current day, especially in power production, right? The United States was the number one, and the EU was the next, was the runner-up. That chart ended in the 1960s. So where are we today? So U.S. basically stopped energy growth in its tracks, and China surged ahead. But what does it actually mean? Like, we need to get into the actual materiality of this. What does it really mean? Well, remember we talked about steel and aluminum being an issue of builders. All of those things take energy. This is what happened to steel and aluminum. So this is steel, right? U.S. is down here in this little cluster. China has gone vertical. This is share of global aluminum production. You can hardly even see where the U.S. is on the graph anymore. China's not plotted up here, but by the way, China's about 90%. Let's think about ships, right? So this is U.S. shipbuilding capacity. There's a proportion here. This will make sense in a second, but if you can't see it, there's a little blue ship underneath the United States flag there. And what we're going to do is we're going to show Chinese shipmaking capacity marked against that in the same scale per tonnage, right? All right, let's see how many ships are up there. All right, that's not great. Actually, that's really, really bad. We essentially don't make ships anymore, and China makes all of them. What about cars, though, right? Because, listen, we have a huge love affair with cars in the United States, right? Like, we invented mass manufacturing of cars. We all love our cars. So surely at least that we must still be ahead. This is what it looks like in cars. Once again, the United States is in the far bottom right corner there, and China has gone vertical. You, Americans, you nation of builders, are not building things anymore. And the irony of this is that what we decided to do instead, which is software, right? So the one place in the United States actually was dominant, where we actually really made the best in the world, software, turns out to be the most energy consumptive industry of them all, right? We thought that we could get out of our power woes by moving to software and winning at that. And then it turns out that software actually needs more power than steel. So this is a battle that we cannot afford to lose. AI is a civilizational level technology, right? We can't afford to lose this. If we're going to lose this, it's like losing on electricity, or like losing on flight, or on the internet, or on going to the moon. So what are we doing about it? right? I mean, surely somebody must be doing something. The decline has been happening for years. We've known about this for a few years. So surely by now, we must have hundreds of new nuclear reactors under construction, right, to catch up and finally get back in the saddle, right? This is net nuclear capacity under construction today. Once again, China is that top bar far and away. And I don't know if you could see the labels. US is like somewhere in the middle. Oh, wait. No, sorry. There's no bar for the United States. We have 0 commercial nuclear reactors under construction in the United States. So why am I telling you this? I'm not telling you this to try to depress you. I'm telling you this because there's a glimmer of hope. And there's a glimmer of hope because 16 months ago, I assembled the greatest team of nuclear physicists, engineers, and manufacturers in the world who all understood the importance of this mission. I named this small team Valor, which is the Elvish word for power, because we're going to make power. And it's also the name of the ancient spirits of Middle Earth that sort of make the wheels turn in the background without anybody really noticing that they're there. We started small, the best engineers in the world, few in number, but eager to build. And right now, I'd actually like to show you a little piece of what we built. So this is our first nuclear reactor. And if we stay on schedule, this will be the first small modular reactor to split the atom on American soil ever. And what's crazy is that the team at Valor Atomics built this in only 10 months. From hiring the first engineer to that video being filmed of the final assembly where we held pressure for the first time was 10 months. And I knew that this was possible because when my great-grandfather worked on the Manhattan Project, they built the first nuclear reactor in history in 8 months. We're 70 years later and actually took me 2 months longer. So I got to catch up a little bit. And it got even better actually, because with this administration, we've actually been given a mandate. Thanks to Executive Order 14301, signed by President Trump in May, we're actually on track to split the atom before July 4th of next year. In just under 2 years, we've created a chance and a pathway for America to win once again and have the cheapest and the most energy in the world, just like we did, so we can actually build things again. And don't get me wrong, the problem in front of us is absolutely enormous. We've stopped building power. We don't have enough power to make all the things that we need to make. But we also have a secret weapon. The secret weapon is American resolve and ingenuity. It's the same weapon that won World War II and took us from a far second place in the space race to all-time champions. It's the same secret weapon that took an aged-out space industry and turned it into the global marvel that puts 90% of Earth mass into orbit per year. We're going to use that secret weapon to split the atom next year in our first nuclear reactor and prove definitively that America is building again. But we're not going to stop there. We're going to build another one and another one and another one. We're going to build hundreds of reactors in our factory until our energy is so cheap that there's no better place to make steel and aluminum than right here in the United States on our power campuses. Until there's no better way to run a robotic factory than powered by our electricity. Until America is the cheapest and fastest possible way to make an AI data center or an AI factory. In any fight, you need an unfair advantage. You need a secret weapon. Valor Atomics is America's secret weapon. We are going to make the power again. And you, Americans, will make everything else. Thank you.
Please welcome Matthew Kinsella with Inflection.
First of all, Sinan, thank you so much for putting this event together. This has been just awesome. It's been so great to meet some of you and really excited to meet the rest of you. And I also apologize in advance for talking about quantum physics right after you ate lunch. Just some casual quantum mechanics to digest your food while you ponder. Maybe just by show of hands, and can everybody hear me okay? Great. By show of hands, when I say quantum, how many people know what that means? Great. Pretty good amount. And if I were just to ask you, maybe again, we'll just do a little interactive session here. When I say quantum, what words come to mind? How would you simplistically describe quantum if anyone wants to take a quick crack? Qubit, speed, good. Content, not zeros and ones. Those are all, yes. Two places at once, yeah, very much so. Great, that's all fantastic. And so the way I describe quantum is, and everything everyone just said is true, but when we say quantum at the most basic level, we're talking about the world of the very small. So we're talking about the atomic and the subatomic levels, where there's a whole different set of rules that rule the day. They're called quantum mechanics, and everything everyone just said are basically properties of quantum mechanics. Now, you may have heard terms like superposition, entanglement. These are some of those strange and wonderful things that happen down at the quantum realm, and we don't experience them on our day-to-day basis. They really these phenomena get kicked out of existence by all the noise in the world around us, so they're very counterintuitive, but we just have to accept that they exist. You probably hear a term quantum modality thrown around quite a bit. A modality is just the way you actually go about taking advantage of those underlying quantum mechanics and turning them into products. And our modality is neutral atoms. It's a very flexible modality, and it's got a pretty long history. And it really all goes back to the founder of our company, Dana Anderson's foundational work at the University of Colorado Boulder, where he was part and worked with several Nobel Prize winning teams that effectively figured out the technology that ultimately is neutral atoms. And I first got involved in this business in 2018. Before I became CEO of the company, I was an investor at a firm called Maverick Capital for almost 19 years. And I was the first investor in the company, and then was on the board for the next 5 years, and then got the really unique opportunity to join full time and really focus on accelerating the commercialization of this underlying technology. Someone threw out the term qubit. And what we like to say are atoms are nature's perfect qubits. We don't have to build anything. We don't have to produce. We don't have to manufacture our qubits. They're given to us by nature. All we need to do is we trap those atoms in these ultra high vacuum cells. And in fact, I have one with me, a little prop. So this is our quantum core. Inside this lives millions of atoms, and each one of those atoms can become a qubit. And there's a lot to like about neutral atom, this particular modality. The flexibility is one of those things, and we'll talk about the other products you can build. But if we're just thinking about atoms as qubits, they have a natural advantage. All rubidium and cesium atoms, which are the atoms we work with, are the same. We don't need to produce them. We just need to harness them and control them with lasers. They're very commercially stable. They scale. You can put huge amounts of atoms inside this little vacuum cell, millions, and that means millions of physical qubits, and we can control them very, very well. And this is actually what Dana spent his career doing. He was an applied physicist, not a theoretical physicist. So you don't get to win the Nobel Prizes, but you build the stuff. And so when I met Dana was running a little side hustle off of his lab, selling these devices to other labs, basically to do neutral atom experiments. And what I saw, because of the flexibility of this underlying modality, was the ability to build a quantum company that wasn't just focused on computing, but actually could be commercializing products along the way based on that same underlying technology. Because, well, atoms are nature's perfect qubits. They also happen to be nature's perfect clocks, nature's perfect antennas, and nature's perfect sensors.
And so we sought to build, again, was a quantum company that was creating products that had real quantum advantage today, truly 10 to a million times increase in performance, monetizing those along the way to the crown jewel of quantum computing. And you can think of it almost as following the NVIDIA monetization strategy. They had this core GPU, which they first pointed at gaming, right? Graphics processor. They then pointed it at crypto mining. And then ultimately the crown jewel of large language models came along. In our case, we have this core neutral atom engine. We started by pointing it at the clock market, and then the RF antenna market, and then the sensing market, and then ultimately building quantum computers with them. And we built and sold 3 quantum computers to date. And we tie everything we do together with software. And so let's just use a couple of examples. Let's say ticker. How does our clock work? How do we turn atoms into the ticking of a clock? What we do is, remember, we have millions of rubidium atoms trapped in this ultra-high vacuum cell. We then excite them with ultra-high frequency lasers, and we turn that energy transition from excited to neutral, a very, very fast excited to neutral, effectively the superposition of the atom. We turn that into a very stable frequency reference that just happens to tick about 1,000 times faster as traditional atomic clocks. So we take those atoms, we turn them into clocks. Let's look at Skywire, our RF receiver. That same cloud of rubidium atoms can actually be turned into antennas that have magical properties. It kind of turns everything we know about RF technology on its head. Normally, you need a physical antenna that matches effectively the wavelength that you're receiving. And therefore, you need a very different type of antenna aperture for all the different parts of the electromagnetic spectrum that you're receiving. We can actually create ultra wideband antennas made of atoms that can be tuned to receive from the hertz to the terahertz range on something the size of a sugar cube, much smaller than this device actually. That's absolutely game changing. And we'll talk about some specific examples of that and why that matters. Then finally, we can turn those atoms into very, very sensitive sensors that sense forces like gravity. We've had our technology up in the International Space Station since 2018, sensing gravity on Earth's surface to track things like the melting of polar ice caps or the digging of tunnels underground, etc. So a lot of very interesting use cases for quantum today under that broader sensing umbrella. And then finally, those same atoms can be used to build computers. Instead of addressing the cloud of atoms, we individually address each of those atoms, turn each one into a qubit, array them, entangle them, and then perform calculations. And again, calculations that would be very, very difficult for a classical computer to perform, all based on that same inflection quantum core. And given the fact that we have commercialized usable products today, we work with a number of great customers across the national security, the space realm, energy, AI, drug discovery, material science. And as you can see, there's some of the best names in the business, ranging from NVIDIA to Army to NASA, SAIC, and the list goes on. So let's talk about a few very specific use cases for this technology. And let's talk about GPS to start. GPS is a position, navigation, timing system. But in reality, it's a lowercase p, lowercase n, capital T. Not a lot of people know that. Timing is the most important thing that comes down to us from the GPS networks. Many critical infrastructure sync to GPS. They rely on being able to access GPS to synchronize. And if they can't synchronize, they can't work right. And we're talking the electricity grid, the RF networks, financial markets, data centers, all rely on access to GPS. And unfortunately, as we keep reading about, GPS is becoming more and more prone to being spoofed or denied. Just a few weeks ago, Ursula von der Leyen's plane was hit with a GPS denial attack. This is happening increasingly in concentric circles out from Ukraine and the Gaza Strip, but more and more happening globally, and it'll only be a matter of time before it's more of an issue here in the US. Our clocks, ticker, can actually provide better than GPS time in a locally, completely unspoofable, unjammable way, such that you have some redundancy to synchronize and make sure your infrastructure can work in a GPS denied environment. Let's use another example. And this is the RF antennas that I was talking about. Did you know that a Stryker vehicle has, on average, over 10 radios in it? Each one of those radios, for the reasons I said before, requires a different antenna because they're addressing a different slice of the electromagnetic spectrum. And increasingly, those radios are being jammed. This isn't like a future battlefield issue. This is happening every day in the war in Ukraine. So what's been the solution thus far? More radios, more antennas, redundancy. The jungle of antennas grows thicker and thicker. But imagine a world in which you could collapse all of those antennas down to one antenna, the size of a sugar cube, that could be dynamically tuned to receive the entire electromagnetic spectrum, or better yet, an array of those small sugar cube size antennas that are all dynamically tuned to different parts of the spectrum and emit no signal that's such that you're completely undetectable and are not prone to being spoofed or denied or jammed. It's really the RF communication revolution that the battlefield needs and will ultimately have. And then finally, let's talk about a longer term, more aspirational thing that quantum computing will be able to accomplish. So did you all know, I didn't know this until recently, that 50% of the world's food production relies on one chemical reaction discovered in 1913. It's called the Haber-Bosch process, and it's used to create all of the world's fertilizer. And it's incredibly inefficient. 2% of the world's energy is utilized to do the Haber-Bosch process to make the fertilizer that helps us grow our food. And despite truly 100 years of trying to find a better way, we have not been able to, because computers cannot model this complex molecular interaction. This is the type of thing that quantum computers will be able to help us with. They will be able to run the simulations to find a better catalyst that's significantly more efficient, significantly less energy consumptive, and effectively securing the world's food supply going forward. And so quantum will actually help us figure out the chemistry to make better fertilizers that are more efficient and secure the world's food supply. And that is a similar problem set, just like the factoring of large numbers that classical computers will have a very, very hard time doing. We can talk later about why that is, and it's really because we're harnessing those quantum mechanical properties to do computation, but we'll park it for now. Make no mistake, this is a race. China is out investing the US by a pretty large margin. But if you look at the US and our allies, we are out investing China. But I believe that both of these lines, red and blue, are going to continue to grow to the right. And this is a race that we cannot afford to lose. The stakes are very, very high for all the reasons I just mentioned. And so with that, I'll just end on this fact that every generation has a technological leap forward. We are all living through the AI generation and all of the changes that are taking place because of that. And Keith did a really great job explaining that in the keynote this morning. Quantum is coming, and it will be that type of leap forward. And the nations that are first movers are truly going to hold the pen of the rules that get rewritten based on this new technology. And so it is absolutely critical that the US and our allies win this race and stay ahead. And it's highly motivating for me to do this every day to make sure that happens. I'm getting the hook. Okay, everybody. Well, thank you very much. And again, happy to talk about quantum anytime.
My name is Dina Mahmoodpour from Type 1 Ventures, and I'm excited to spend this time with you all here today. I live in Los Angeles, where Type 1 is founded. And before I moved to LA, everyone warned me about the terrible SoCal traffic. Little do they know I grew up in Northern Virginia, and I-95 is the best practice you could get. I want to start with one simple question. Where are we right now on the timeline of civilization? In the 1960s, Russian astrophysicist Nikolai Kardashev proposed a scale to measure the progress of intelligent life, not by how advanced our tools were, but by how much energy we could harness. A Type 1 civilization is one that can harness all of its energy available on the planet. Everything from wind, solar, fusion, geothermal, the whole spectrum. A Type 2 civilization draws its power from the star, and a Type 3 from its galaxy. This is what our firm is named after, Type 1 Ventures, and it colors our vision every day. By Kardashev's measure, humanity today hovers around 0.7. So we are still, in cosmic terms, a pretty young species. But for the first time in history, that jump from 0.7 to Type 1 feels possible. Clean fusion energy, planetary grids, space industries extending our reach well beyond Earth, linking human intelligence with AI in ways that would have sounded impossible even a decade ago. Thanks to many of you, these are not dreams anymore, but blueprints in progress. But Kardashev only described the technical side of evolution, only half the story. Because the challenge of becoming a Type 1 civilization is not just technological, it's deeply political, societal, and cultural. To command the energy of a planet is one thing. To command the cooperation of 8 billion minds is another. If we achieve the first without the second, we risk turning infinite power into infinite conflict. In other words, we can have all the technology in the world, but if we can't cooperate to utilize it, then it doesn't really matter. Before this rise, there may come what some call the critical filter, a period where our division consumes us. And it might feel like that's where we are right now. We see division, distrust, short-term thinking. It's exhausting, but maybe that exhaustion, the sense that we can't just keep doing things the same way, is exactly what forces us to evolve. Those who survive this critical phase, those who push through it, don't just master energy, they master civilizational maturity. So what in the world does that look like? It looks like governance that transcends borders, where we recognize the oceans, the atmosphere, and even data as shared planetary assets. It looks like an economy built on abundance, not scarcity, where access to energy is universal, freeing human creativity on a scale never seen before. Guys, I get it. I live in California, but these are not utopian ideals. They are survival requirements for any civilization hoping to graduate beyond adolescence. Because the truth is, technology alone will just not get us there. We can build neural networks that think faster than us, rockets that reach Mars, and grids that never fail. But if we can't trust, share, and govern wisely, those same tools will only amplify our chaos. The true leap to Type 1 is therefore not in technical singularity, it is in a political and moral singularity. It is when our cooperation finally scales to match our capabilities. The good news is this is where you all come in. Your work is not just about better software, faster energy, or smarter policies. It's about helping humanity pass through that critical filter to finally becoming a Type 1 civilization. If any of you needed inspiration to push forward, whether it's building the technology we need or shaping the policies we need, let it be this. Our very future on Earth and beyond depends on whether we can finally act like one team. Team Earth. Thank you.
This is Impact 25, and this is a great panel you guys have here today. This is all about the future and AI and quantum stuff. So I want to introduce everybody here. We got Ryan from Type 1. Ryan, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and Type 1 Ventures?
Thank you. Hi, Ryan Kreiser, partner again at Type 1 Ventures. We invest in deep technology, mainly space, AI, advanced manufacturing, robotics. As Nina just described, our investment thesis is based off the Kardashev scale. A lot of these deep tech companies, they have, long horizon, grand visions that, encompass, 10 plus 20 years. If we're talking about, a specific defense angle, that's short-term revenue opportunity that can, that can help companies grow today, and scale to eventually reach those grander visions that they have.
Okay. So on the semiconductor side, and so this is, if I can ask the audience a question, can anyone tell me approximately what percentage of 2 to 10 nanometer chips that are being produced in Taiwan in terms of the global supply? Can anyone give me an approximate number? 97%. You're close. 92%. Do you know where the other 8% is? South Korea. So when we talk about national security, the supply chain of our security is in paramount. It's an absolute paramount situation at this point. If we don't solve this, and there is a conflict in Taiwan tomorrow, we are in trouble. And the fundamental fact is everything that we do, whether it's AI, whether it's drones, whether it's defense, whether it's any healthcare even consumer products, they are all backed by chips. So in other words, this is a massive national security concern. That's why the president had the amazing foresight of working with TSMC and Micron and getting them to invest $100 billion each in facilities, or $200 billion actually in Micron's case, to build out and accelerate facilities. That's why Intel now has 10, the US government is a 10% shareholder, specifically because we need to get these things up and running and industrialization in this space moving again. So as far as we're concerned, yes, chips are a big issue and they need to be solved, but we are starting to solve it.
Okay. We'll move to the next question, which is kind of dovetails with my initial opening remarks. AI and automation are rapidly changing labor markets. How do you assess risk and opportunity in sectors like robotics, autonomous transportation, and AI-driven healthcare as we approach 2026. And I have to, just a little side note, I was on the phone with with a real person. And like 15 years ago, I get automated people and an automated system. I'd be like, why can't I just talk to a real person? And now I get a real person. And I just think, why can't I have an automated system? This person does not know what they're doing. So who wants to field that question?
I'll cover like I just came from Figure AI's factory. I've been there now 3 times in the last 90 days. And I don't know if you've seen the viral videos of the Figure robot doing laundry, folding laundry, doing dishes. 90 days ago, the neural net that shares the intelligence amongst all the robots, the humanoid robots, wasn't capable of lifting a pencil. And so it's basically every time I go back, it's like watching a toddler learning new skills. And with just 80 hours of training, it's mastering how to do dishes and not break the glass, how to do laundry and fold. I can't do laundry. I can't fold things well, but the humanoid robot is actually doing it. And ultimately, it's going to start doing the swans that you get at luxury hotels and so on. So they're like, basically, by the end of this year, these robots are going to be capable of doing 90+% of the jobs, the menial jobs, factory jobs, et cetera, that can be automated. It's going to be capable of doing that. These companies like Figure are going to be some of the biggest companies in the world. We need billions of these robots in the world. So I'm like viscerally very excited about where it's going to go, but also at the same time, we have major systemic issues to deal with because there's going to be millions and millions of jobs that are going to disappear, and we've got to kind of reshape our economy and our systems to be able to address what's coming. We need to reskill human labor, have them do other things other than the types of jobs that my parents had to do when they immigrated here. And so there's both like an era of like unbelievable potential, but also unbelievable challenges that we need to solve.
Certainly, definitely. It's definitely going to lead to, I think, a change in kind of how people develop in our school programs and how we raise our kids and what we focus them on doing, for sure. So 2 other questions before we take questions from the audience. So with energy transition accelerating, how do you view opportunities in next generation energy tech, such as advanced nuclear, hydrogen, or grid scale storage? Is this finally a VC ready space? You want to take that one, Arya?
Yeah. I mean, as you can see, from Isaiah's keynote today, we're well behind China in terms of our nuclear production. And, for the first time, in the past 50 years, we finally have, full support and alignment from our leaders, president and policymakers. It's all about energy output of a civilization. And, that's our investment thesis at Type 1 Ventures. I think nuclear stands to be one of the most promising forms of energy. And, it's one of the areas that we've, increasingly been looking at, just besides AI and automation and robotics. So, we're really excited for this new energy source. Well, not new, but new in a sense that we're finally able to utilize it, on the policy side. So, yeah.
You want to add to that, Charles?
Yeah. So I think one of the things, if we just talk about energy security in general, I mean, I think the question is, are we making the best use of the energy that we have? Right. I mean, in terms of data centers that are going up left and right now, one of the areas which has become really interesting is low power chip companies, right? So in other words, being able to say, look, we don't need to have more power. We just need to be able to use it more efficiently. GPUs, in terms of running AI models, are not the most efficient way to run those inference models, or even just the AI models themselves. It's just not the most capable way to do it. So there are low power AI companies that are coming through right now into the market, which I think is quite exciting. But to your question about also in terms of investability, one of the issues that we've seen with, for example, like clean tech companies is they just don't have a path to market. And the M&A space in terms of energy has been relatively slow. So one of the great things, as Ryan had mentioned with, what Isaiah's team is doing is really trying to say, look, we're going to just create a whole new class of energy and make that scalable. I think that's amazing. And I think there are new opportunities that are going to be coming up I wouldn't say in similar modalities, but areas like, for example, like fusion, where they might have some opportunities to really revolutionize the way things are going.
Okay. Shervin, you want to add anything to that?
Could I just on the labor thing, just mention one thing I think is important for people to hear. When I was on the board of Uber, I ran into this issue because we started working on our self-driving initiative many years ago. And it was obvious where this was going to go. Millions of drivers are going to be replaced by self-driving cars. Now you have Waymo, and I don't know if anyone's driven a Waymo. It's a pretty magical experience. It's awesome. The Tesla full self-driving is incredible. And getting better and better. So we're at the dawn of self-driving automation. So the idea I proposed then was let's let drivers own fleets of self-driving cars, turn them into small business people that maintain those self-driving cars, make income not off one car, but of 20 cars. And so that's the solution, is that we need to turn humans into entrepreneurs, not employees, but into entrepreneurs, small business people, and let them own pieces of the self-driving or the automation technologies that are replacing their jobs, because they need to be maintained. They need to be a business. They still need to do customer support, etc. So that's the idea, and it's Dara at Uber loves the idea. I know he's working on it. Elon announced in self-driving a program called Shepherd that'll allow people to make money off the self-driving cars. So these are the beginnings of an idea that I called, instead of like universal basic income, which I think is socialism, you're just giving money to people without any work. You call it universal basic opportunity, where you turn them into entrepreneurs. They have ownership. Ownership is the key.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Is this like the medallions that you're thinking about, like the ones in New York, like sort of like that?
So that's Medallion 2.0.
Tax.
No, that'd be cool.
When you talk about the robots, has anybody seen that show Platonic? Anyway, there's like a little robot that just goes around and he sells burritos, and Seth Rogen's always kicking it because he's angry at it being out there. I don't know why, but anyways. All right, last question. Digital currencies and decentralized systems have been volatile. What's your 2026 vision for the crypto space? Are we still building, or is venture capital cooling on this sector for good?
Yeah, I think the hype cycle has passed for the most part. I think things are consolidating and in the infrastructure building phase, which is actually quite healthy. The real winners in this space are going to provide actual utility and act as an invisible layer for security and payments. If they can do that right, if they're acting in the background without you even noticing, then those are going to be the most valuable to society.
Well, listen, Shervin, Charles, Ryan, thank you very much for your time and your thoughts in this space. Really appreciate you guys being here and speaking.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to get into a little law here. We've done a lot of business and economics, but we're going to get into a little bit of space law. So, like many of you, I am a child of the Apollo era. I was 1 year old when Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walked on the moon. And I was only a few years older when engineers at NASA Mission Control in Houston, including my father, answered the famous call of the Apollo 13 astronauts, "Houston, we have a problem." And they saved the crew using a combination of ordinary items, including, and most prominently, duct tape. Until the day he died, my father extolled the values of duct tape. Amazing what you can do with it, he said. Today, space is much more crowded. It's no longer the province of a few spacefaring nations. It's a place where a myriad of governments, private companies, as we've been hearing today and we'll hear further today, space tourists, scientists, nonprofits, and academic institutions will soon operate alongside each other. Moon bases and settlements, space mining, gas stations in space, data centers on the moon, pharmaceutical manufacturing in orbit, and a cislunar economy are no longer the stuff of science fiction. We're almost there. On the national security side, we have the race to the moon, with US, China, and India pledging to land astronauts and stay there by the 2030s, and then go on to Mars. And we're at the cusp of humanity becoming a spacefaring civilization where we will be the explorers of the new frontier. So the era of the Apollo boot prints is giving way to the era of commercial space and public-private partnership. And that's demonstrated by the slide I have here. On the left is Neil Armstrong's boot prints, and on the right is Firefly's Blue Ghost lander. It's the first fully successful private landing on the moon, which happened just last year. So the global space economy, including space-enabled services and infrastructure, is over $600 billion today, according to the Space Foundation, with nearly 80% of that growth being fueled by private sector. There are over 11,000 active satellites and almost 15,000 objects orbiting Earth, many of them defunct. And large satellite constellations like SpaceX's Starlink are providing internet services to remote areas. Starlink also accounts for over 7,000 of those active satellites that are orbiting Earth right now. So space is getting crowded and fast. And wherever there are more people, more space objects, there will be conflict. How do we make sure the new frontier does not become the Wild West? The answer is law. Space law will help set the rules of the road. So a little Space Law 101. Since the original space actors were states, the core of space law is international. The Magna Carta, or Constitution of Space Law, is the widely adopted Outer Space Treaty of 1967. Yes, that's right, 1967. So the OST, Outer Space Treaty, was a response to the Cold War space race between the US and the Soviet Union. It was meant to prevent nuclear weapons from being placed in space. It, along with 4 other treaties, lays out the principles that shape and constrain space activities. Some of those principles: freedom of exploration and use of space by all. Use of the moon and celestial bodies shall be exclusively for peaceful purposes, and the principle that countries cannot claim ownership of outer space, including the moon or other celestial bodies. So if you say who owns the moon, certainly not any of the countries. Notably, Article 6 of the OST links domestic legal frameworks with international obligations for private actors. This is truly unique in law. Anywhere else, where international law and domestic law are linked and where the responsibility of public governments for their private actors is so clear and direct. So states maintain responsibility for their private actors. They have to authorize and provide continuing supervision of non-governmental actors. And how do they do that? Well, in the US, they license commercial launch, and they license reentry, and they license remote sensing so far. So in between the treaties, we're kind of filling in the gaps with international guidelines and norms like the UN's voluntary space traffic management and space sustainability guidelines. And also the US is leading in this regard with the Artemis Accords, a declaration of principles now joined in by 56 nations, which set some norms of behavior, which are very important to set prior to getting to the moon. One of those is allowing space mining companies to keep the resources they extract. Another one of those, linked to the resource extraction, is protecting cultural heritage, like Neil Armstrong's boot prints or the Apollo landers themselves. But there are many pressing problems for which no norms have yet been set, and they should be. And I'll highlight 3 of those. Space junk is a growing concern. The tiniest dislodged piece of a space object can destroy another object, and that object can then crash to Earth, hurting others below. How can we best share information to avoid collisions and deorbit objects before they become dangerous to active satellites? What kind of proactive evasive measures are okay, and which are too aggressive. For example, right now, are Chinese satellites with robotic arms part of a program that they say is to test space debris mitigation, actually an unlawful interference with others' use of space because they disable and remove other satellites? This becomes increasingly important as satellites become used both for civil and national security purposes. Second, how do we inhabit the moon peacefully when no country can own the moon? How do we handle competing interests in key resource areas of the moon, like the South Pole, where there's believed to be ice and water, which is critical to having base? Can one country or company mine a part of the moon and exclude another country from doing so too? How do we simultaneously extract the resources and preserve space history and cultural heritage, like the Apollo sites, which are truly important to understanding our history and humanity's history? If we erase those, we erase the history of our exploration, of our courage, really, as a civilization, and we might see ourselves differently. So the methods we use to live peacefully together on the moon could serve as a blueprint for future settlements on other planets. And 3, I'm a litigator, so I think of these kind of questions. How and where do we go to resolve disputes in space? Currently, there are some international courts where countries can go, but if you, an individual, or you, a company, have a problem, you need to engage your country to bring that case in the international court. That seems a bit indirect. It would be nice to have some more direct methods. And so do we need, as the UAE is setting up, dedicated space courts for disputes related to space? These and many more questions are still to be solved. And if we want to continue to use space for peaceful purposes, or if we want a thriving space economy, we need to solve them soon. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm really pleased to have such a diverse group of panelists. I'm going to stand here so I don't stand in front of all of them. And really focused on so many aspects of what we're talking about, from space defense policy, drone and UAV innovation, defense engineering and collaborations in that regard, and also funding the next frontier. So I want to start first with the panelists really talking about sort of their backgrounds and what you bring to the space ecosystem. So I'll start with you, Chris.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Christopher Lane, one of the co-founding partners of Leonid Capital Partners. We're a private credit fund that invests in U.S. national security, intelligence, and space companies. By way of background, I come from a multi-generational Marine Corps family, but I'm the black sheep in my household as a neuroscientist by training rather than a devil dog. So with that in mind, my doctorate work focused around traumatic brain injury, concussive brain injury, stuff you could do in the back of a Black Hawk or a Humvee to buy somebody that's had a traumatic brain injury some more time. That led to a startup company we later exited to Johnson & Johnson's corporate venture group. And that moved me rapidly down the path of entrepreneurship and investment management broadly. I'm joined in that venture by my co-founder, James Parker, also the nerd in his family rather than an Army guy. He's an astrophysicist by training. We met in business school and sort of bonded over those sort of dislike features. So it's a pleasure to be here with y'all.
Thank you. So I'm Greg Harrell. So I didn't get out of the Army. I actually am in the Army right now. This is my last month. So not quite the neuroscientist role. But bottom line, I'm working with Borla Defense and Aerospace, which is a subsidiary of Borla Performance Exhaust. That company has been producing performance exhaust systems for about 50 years now. They got into defense aerospace stuff around 20 to 15 years ago. We're working to grow that business.
Good afternoon. I too am related to the Army. My name is Omar, everybody. Good to meet you. I basically got tired of hearing the things we used to do in space and how we went in the 60s to the moon and haven't been back. So I've dedicated my life to making sure that we go back to stay and do it the right way. I was a researcher at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University on national security space systems. Was at NASA doing technology policy for the administrator, and currently I'm a contractor for the Department of War. Good to be here.
Hi. Mohammed Kalkali. I'm an engineer by training and education. I have been in aerospace for almost 30 years in Southern California. Currently, I'm running a company called Swift Engineering in San Clemente, Orange County, which is focused on aerospace and defense, mainly doing composite manufacturing for big aerospace, and also in the area of drone and autonomous flight for high altitude.
Thanks so much. So, I'll start with Omar in this one. How do you see your contributions to this expanding, sort of helping humanity in its expansion into the universe?
Thank you. Yeah, like I said earlier, growing up was an avid space nerd and was disillusioned to hear how we went to the moon in the 60s, and that generation and a couple after that had to keep telling my generation why and answer the question of why we went and never went back. And I think right now we have a man in that building across the road that is willing to get us back to the moon and onto the red planet to Mars. So there's a way of doing that. And the current way that we have with a rocket that has cost the US taxpayer over 20, potentially even $30 billion and is launched once is not the way to do it. So my role, the way I see it, is the marriage between the commercial and burgeoning space industry and the demand and the guidance of government to leverage the innovation that we have here in the United States and in our allied countries, make sure that we do this the right way now, and we go and we stay, and we make a lot of money doing it, right? Because not only are we going to go on our own, we're going together. And something that just brings tears to my eyes is every time I go around the world and talk about these things, I hear from allies and colleagues from other space agencies, and nobody says, oh, America went in the 60s. It says we went in the 60s. Yeah. And we can't wait till we go back, right? So that keeps me going. And the focus on being commercial first and making sure there's an avid economy there that's going to attract private capital and make sure that we're going back and forth, not just to the moon, but other planetary systems one day is the way I look at it and the way I'm focused.
Got it. Okay. Ahmed.
Mainly our focus in the past 10 years have been on a high altitude platform supported by NASA. There are currently 5 companies in the world that are trying to get to that area. 3 of them are in our weight limit. And out of that 3, only 1 is American, which is us. And nobody has a product in that region. It's a small satellite that you can launch very easily, and it stays at 65,000 feet. It's very customizable, and you can have modular payload, and you can bring it back anytime you want and set it back again to the orbit. And I think with that, we can really change how satellite services is going to operate. Much cheaper, much more available, and with a variety of functionalities.
Yeah, for sure. Greg?
Yeah, thank you. So again, I think when I think about that question, it's Borla's ability to take our precision manufacturing, whether it's stainless steel manufacturing or bending, metal fabrication or carbon fiber, and taking that and being part of the ecosystem, supply ecosystem to get the space is really, I think, where we fit into the system.
Got it. Yeah. I mean, I think when people think of space, we think of all the sexy launch and all of that stuff, but there's a lot of other components and infrastructure to it that's essential as well. Chris?
My answer is a little bit less sexy, I think, in that our great pleasure at Leonid is to provide rocket fuel in the form of growth capital to entrepreneurs, just like these gentlemen up here. That's something we're fairly obsessed by. Over our last 300 million of deployments, that same cohort of companies have gone on to achieve more than $3 billion of government revenues, particularly within this mission set. So we love doing it, and we're active in it every single day.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why the Sinan did a great job of putting together the panel, because it really is like the whole ecosystem of what you need to make a commercial space work. Okay, Great. So as Omar mentioned, the administration is, supportive of industries like the space, commercial space. I guess I'll ask sort of the wish list. Anyone can say their wish list of what specific policy or regulatory changes would most accelerate scaling or innovation in the sector. Omar?
There are so many, and we've been bogged down with regulation. There's like it's been said before in previous panels, we need smart regulation, because basically these are just big bombs we're putting on our coasts and putting them up into space, and we need to be able to do this activity in a safe way. But we cannot let paperwork stop a rocket from reaching space. It should always be an engineering problem. It should never be a regulatory or environmental or an issue that it should always be an engineering problem. We shouldn't. The day that we have, and it's already happened before in numerous occasions, where rockets are on the pad and ready to be tested for very critical national security capabilities that aren't able to be tested and launched because of bureaucracy and certain environmental requirements, right? And we unfortunately do not have a way to look back and have folks take accountability for those things, and we're falling behind. You can count on one hand the amount of U.S. companies that are working on a fully reusable rocket system, whereas China is putting resources into at least 12 today that we know of to be able to replicate what Falcon 9 is doing as a partially reusable rocket, right? So that's one. I'm really excited the administration also with the recent EO on commercial regulation for space is focusing on mission authorization. And I think we should be looking at it as mission acceleration, right? Where are the ways that we could do this at a higher cadence, faster, and making sure that our companies are able to achieve their business goals? The amount of burn that private space companies go through without being able to put their assets into space, at least test their capabilities, is going to put them out of business. Right? We should be business first.
Yeah. So to be clear, I don't know if everybody knows this, but for each piece of the puzzle, you have to go to a different agency to get your license. So there are a number of agencies that you have to get the approval for. It's a different agency if you're doing remote sensing. It's a different one for launch and reentry. And mission authorization is a way to coordinate all of those things so that you have some leverage amongst the different agencies to get them to move together to help things move forward. But a separate issue, I think, of the U.S., which is really a side effect of our being a first mover, is that we do have this fragmentation across agencies. A lot of other countries who are starting their space agencies and their space regulation are able to do it in a unified way. Like there is one agency to go to, and that provides everything that you need instead of having this fragmented agency. It's very hard to undo all of that now that it's been entrenched. But the workaround to that is what Omar was saying, which is like, let's at least all get rowing the same direction in the same order and have some leverage.
I agree. And I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I'm really excited that is happening.
Right.
And we're going to reach that point. But we also have to look at where can we make our policies smarter. For example, you need a U.S. license to be able to operate certain space activities outside the United States.
Correct.
When that other country is dying to have that space business come to theirs, but you have that paperwork sitting here in DC waiting for the license to be issued for companies, for example, like Varda Space, who you all know, had their capsule orbiting in space for over 6 months awaiting for a license to return.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Right?
Yeah.
And they ultimately had to do it in Utah and have since signed an agreement to do it over 20 times in Australia because we can't do it here in the United States.
Right, exactly. That impacts it. But from that comes also the law. So under the treaties where we have requirements, whether or not they launch from our country, if they're our company, we're still responsible for them. So that's where that kind of licensing comes in. Some of these weird things are like for a reason, is what I'm saying. It may not be the most efficient, but nonetheless.
There are ways around it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, there we go. So we'll have to talk about that later. Okay. So Greg or Chris, any thoughts on this? Yeah.
I'll be quick. I agree we need smart regulation. I also think we need to deeply align private capital alongside this very critical public mission. One of the things that we have started to argue for on the Hill is preferential tax treatment on long-term capital gains or investments made specifically within U.S. national security versus, amongst adversarial nations. So really having a deep alignment around regulation and around how people can fuel these endeavors, I think is a critical aspect to the whole process.
So I'm going to switch gears just a little bit and talk about manufacturing scaling, which is where the space icon, obviously. So when I think about that, it's really incentives for STEM, continued monies going to STEM programs, and I think upskilling or upskilling the current labor workforce. So we've talked, a lot of folks have talked about AI and robotics taking over what we're currently doing. And I think there needs to be some kind of incentives out there to help people to upskill and get to the next level in their education.
Yeah.
It's not only the amount of the paperwork and bureaucracy, but the technology that they're trying to regulate, it doesn't exist anymore. We're past that 35, 40 years ago, you know? And the questions they are asking, the flights are autonomous these days. I get 2 weeks out of 1 year to be able to fly out of FAA, basically. That's why our product development has taken almost 8 years, because we have to wait for the full year until the 2 weeks comes up, and if the weather is good, we can fly. Why? Because a lot of those rules and regulation goes back to 30 years ago. Airplanes are much safer now. Much, much safer.
Yeah, I mean, there's always that, the having regulations at all drags behind things, but then having in place regulations that haven't adapted is another issue, right? Yeah. Okay, so I want to be cognizant of our time because I know we're running a little bit tight. If we were sitting here 10 years from now, what would success look like for aerospace, drone, UAV industries? And what contribution would you expect it to have made to the U.S. economy, to national security, and to humanity at large? Start with Chris on this.
I'll be brief on this topic because I'm equally curious to hear from the other members of the panel. From my perspective, a lot of work that we structure around happens to be within the SBIR or RDT&E budgets, which has always been, and I think will continue to grow as this very powerful engine within the middle class. So I'm hoping, just as we're seeing a 27% year-over-year increase in the upcoming budget within RDT&E for DoD, I hope we continue to see a growing and thriving, really partnership within the government innovation space.
Cool.
Yeah, just real quick. So I think when you look at the manufacturing base, a healthy manufacturing base, it's already been mentioned one time today. But when you look at China, right now they're producing upwards of 70% of the commercial drones. 90% of those parts are being made in China. And I think we've got to reverse that trend. Some of that's got to come back to the U.S. And become healthy there.
Right. Omar.
Totally agree. And it's really awesome to see that we're building in the U.S. again. Chris, I really like the way you were taking the previous question, and I concur. The role of government is a very first principles discussion we need to have in this country. And what is it for space? And I think it's a number of things. For example, NASA and the Department of Defense need to leverage commercial technology at a greater scale and invest their own dollars where there's no commercial business case, right? If we have Falcon 9 launching every other day, I shouldn't be building my own rocket, right? I need to be able to set the rules of the world and allow for a favorable business environment for these companies to do business. And I think the incentives need to be aligned. For example, there have been numerous proposals for a zero-G, zero-tax bill to open the aperture. And I think that in 10 years, what I would like to see is for someone to be able to stand on stage and to sound as dumb today as it's saying we're an internet company, right? That would sound like, of course, everyone's an internet company. But in 10 years, no one would have to call themselves X space, right? Every company will have, and already has, a significant contribution to wherever they're doing that is space derived or space linked.
Yeah.
And in 10 years, no one should need to say that they're a space company.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, as I like to say as well, every company is a space company. You just don't know it yet. So, Hamed.
A lot of applications for aerospace industry is related and fed by defense. And specifically where I come from in Southern California, the big customers are defense still. However, our defense strategy, the way they do purchases, is all towarded big corporations. Small companies like us, 100, 150 people, there is no way we can get into a position even to demo our capability. All we have to do is wait, pray for a bigger company like Lockheed, Anduril to buy us. So therefore, our platforms get seen by the government, basically.
Yeah, interesting. So if that's sort of part of the evolution of traditional space and new space, as it used to be called, and there's actually a great book on that called Space to Grow, which chronicles like how that movement happened. But what Hamed is talking about is even like expanding that more. Yeah, exactly. All right. So how are we doing on time back there? Do we have time for a question or no? One question. Okay, one question. Any question? We have no questions. They answered all your questions. That's so cool. They did such a good job, didn't they? All right, give them a hand. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the best panel of the day. This is the Frontier Capital, building the space economy. Actually, we're gonna adjust a little bit. It's building the aerospace economy. We have Alexa here from Nautilus, so we're gonna talk a little bit about aerospace as well as the greater space economy. As you all know, my name is Ryan Kreiser. I'm a partner at Type 1 Ventures. Thank you, MC, for the introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. So it is my privilege to moderate this discussion on how we're building the space economy step by step from Earth to orbit. And we're joined by 4 leaders here on the front lines. I'll have you introduce yourselves. Alexei.
So, hello everybody. My name is Alexei. I'm the CEO and one of the founders of Nautilus. Nautilus designs, builds, and sells large blended wing body aircraft to major airlines all across the world. Today, we have over $39 billion worth of orders, which is really exciting.
Colin Dawn, CEO and founder at Gravitics. Gravitics is building your next space station. So large modules that are flexible for the DoD and for commercial space. And those same modules get used for cargo delivery and an advanced logistics ecosystem that we're developing as well.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Tej Balbatia. I go by Tej. I'm the CEO of Axiom Space. We're probably best known for 3 things. We have the exclusive contract to connect our commercial space station to the International Space Station, and Colin and his team are helping us building. So his intro is very good. Second is we are the sole provider of spacesuits for the Artemis mission. So the next human who steps on the moon will be wearing an Axiom spacesuit. And in the last couple of years, we've sent 4 crewed missions to the ISS. 16 astronauts, 12 nations, hundreds of corporations that have gone up and basically proved that the space economy is here now. Thank you.
Ryan, thanks so much for hosting this tremendous panel. Really excited to be here. My name is Bill Wolf. I'm the president and founder of the Space Force Association. Not many people know this, but every military branch has a nonprofit that supports them. And so I founded the Space Force Association after 24 years as a space weapons officer in the Air Force. And I thought, hey, we need to have a platform to start to connect the innovation that we know is happening in the private sector to what we know the DoD needs. In this case now, the DOW. So really excited to be here. What we do, 3 things at the Space Force Association is we help to innovate, educate, and advocate for a strong U.S. Space Force. Really excited to have some sponsored companies right up here on the stage. Happy to have a discussion with them and about the criticality of the space domain to the future space economy. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, and welcome. To set the stage, here's question number 1. Are you ready? When you think of the space economy or aerospace economy, what does that mean to you, and where does your company or association fit into it? Anyone? Taz, would you like to go first?
Yeah, I'll take start. Something I've been thinking about for a very long time. Question is, I'll speak for space, not aerospace. Aerospace is definitely an economy, but space, the question is it even an economy? Right? And it's definitely an industry. And there's definite programs and taxpayer money going in, but has new value been created? Have other industries come in and start spending money and getting return out of it? And I would argue, no, I don't think we're there yet. I think we're right at the cusp of it. I think the next couple of years, for sure, it'll happen. But again, I don't know if it's an economy yet. definitely an industry. I heard someone call it something very cool the other day, which is an environment. Just like the ocean, just like the forest, just like space. But what we do with it now is what will convert it into economy.
How far do you think we are?
I'm going to contradict myself. I think it's here. We just don't see it. I think it's 250 miles above us, going around 16 times a day. I think 2030 for sure, we will see a very huge inflection point. I call it the iPhone moment for space. You could also look at it for those of us who are a little older and nerdier, the Microsoft Windows moment for PCs, the iOS moment for mobile, the ChatGPT moment for AI. I think 2030 is that moment for space.
The reason that we're right there, but not all the way, is a few key pieces of infrastructure. We have launch. We've heard some others speak about that. I also echo some of those past panelists that said, I can't wait for that day where no one even speaks of starting a new launch vehicle company. It's just so ubiquitous and available. A needed step, continuing to bring that price down. We see on the horizon several of the capabilities there. It's not just the trip up. It's going to be up, it's going to be down, and it's going to be at a cadence that is predictable and at volumes and masses that are usable. You combine all those pieces together and you've got a logistics train that's going to be able to support the unique environment to really turn it into that industry. Incredible vacuum and microgravity are going to change the game for the way that we manufacture. And right now we are a canoe and we are circling our island and we have an entire planet of available capabilities just waiting to be explored if we have the courage to be able to leave that shore. And that celestial shore has even more potential, even just through our solar system. So if we're going to extend human flourishing through the solar system, we've got to be able to push beyond. And we're putting those last ingredients together to be able to do that.
I guess being an aviation company, I'll take a look at it from a different perspective. So I feel like there's a lot of innovation in the space sector, but the aviation sector has stagnated in many ways. And I think it's really frustrating for a lot of our airline customers, a very fundamental duopoly, specifically between the large OEMs. That's really causing a lot of, I would say, focus on not disruptive innovation, but sustained innovation. There's not been really a big leap forward. So not only innovation has stagnated, but capacity is actually a huge problem within the aviation sector. So over the next 20 years, 40,000 brand new airplanes need to be built. Boeing's only got capacity for 11,000, Airbus for 15. And so everybody's wondering where the next 15,000 airplanes are going to be coming from. So what we see today is actually in the aviation sector is an opportunity to what we call once a generational opportunity to build a large Boeing here, again, in the United States.
I'd like to go down that customer path for just a little bit in terms of who each companies or associations, customers or clientele is. Who are they? How are they driving your business today? And who do you expect to drive that demand 5 to 10 years from now?
I'll start again. Do you want to go, Bill? Or
Yeah, I'd take a stab at it. So our customers are quite simply the guardians of the Space Force. We got 3 separate sets of customers. The first ones are the guardians, and the second one are our corporate members. Because without our corporate members, we don't exist as an organization. We don't help ensure the policies need to be changed that we know need to be changed today. And then finally, our customers are the globe, the American population, partners, and allies. If they don't understand the criticality of the Space Force and national security space, we don't have a future space economy. Every economy is built on a strong national security apparatus. So no different for the Space Force. Now we need to just make sure that the Space Force has what it needs to ensure freedom of action, to ensure venture comes to the table.
So for us, I mentioned Axiom with our space station, our spacesuits, and our missions. We're about a 9-year-old company. One thing that makes us very unique, besides the fact that we're building a station and a spacesuit, sending humans to space, is we've got quite a bit of revenue. And we brought in $1 billion to date. We're probably, going to be close to, several hundred million this year. So as an 8-year-old startup, as a unicorn, that is very unique. It's expensive and it's not profitable yet, but we see that demand is far outstripping supply. I talked about the ISS, the lab up there. Many more countries, many more corporations want to go there than there is enough launch or capacity up there. I can break down our revenue stack for this year, which is about half foreign governments, sovereign nations, Italy, Hungary, India, Poland, Sweden, UAE, Saudi Arabia, about 30 to 40% US government contracts, spacesuit station, like I talked about, and about 5% commercial, industrial, pharmaceutical, Amazon is a customer, AWS, food and beverage, and just kind of automotive across all sectors. And that's 5%. I think the future will actually be the reverse. I think it'll be 95% industrial, not because US government and foreign government shrinks. That's actually going to grow. But that's why I said that kind of that flipping moment. And it won't be industrial. It'll be the real customers will be entrepreneurs. So I mentioned like the iOS moment, the AWS moment, Airbnb, Instagram, DoorDash, these companies wouldn't exist if it weren't for these other platforms. And that's what we're building.
So let me double click into that. To make that happen for Tej, what Gravitics needs to do is be able to give him the frequency of up and down mass so that the next startup that wants to take engine blades for airliners and make them out of ceramics that are 20 to 40% lighter, dramatically changing the mass of the engine and saving on gasoline for every airline on the planet. That's possible with high-end microgravity and even better high-end vacuum capabilities. But to be able to then not only create it on orbit, but be able to regularly and at low cost bring those capabilities up and finished product down, that's what I've got to be able to provide to him to take his customers and have that actually work. So this is going to take several people in the chain and a regular kind of logistics train going up and down.
I think from the airline side, it's a little bit more obvious. So our major customers, of course, are the major airlines. But DoD is becoming a more interesting sector for us. If you look at historically, Department of Defense unfortunately does not buy the quantity of airplanes that commercial airlines do. And so while there is non-dilutive funding to support, I would say, research and development, it seems that the programs of record, the things that really interest us, seem to have timetables that are 10 to 15 years in the future. And then commercial just does it way better, I think.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for your answers. Here's an interesting question. I kind of covered it a little bit before in what I was talking about. Space is inspiring, but critics ask, why not spend this money on Earth? How do each of you answer that critique? And how are you answering it when dealing with policymakers, specifically Congress, who are in control of budget and they're deciding where to allocate that budget?
All right. There's a pattern. So, I take a very personal, I have a very personal reaction to that. I have two challenges with it. One is it's very zero-sum thinking, which actually does make sense in the industry we're in, where it's taxpayer money, you get a federal contract, dollar in, dollar out. I think for many of us, Ryan and I have known each other for a while. He's actually the first person I spoke to when I wanted to get into the space industry. And we see this opportunity to create value. So what I hate about the argument, why are we spending money up there? We have so many problems down here, is that it automatically assumes it's zero sum. And I'll take it philosophical and then I'll make it economical in a second. Space and Earth are not mutually exclusive. They've never been mutually exclusive. They never will be, right? We're part of the universe, right? So we have to think that way. And second, the assumption that a dollar spent here is better spent than a dollar spent up there is missing the fact of all the value that we create for down here. I can give a small personal example, professional example. Turkey flew on our third mission, and they had that massive earthquake, 50,000 dead. They pulled out of the mission because they were worried about the press. They were going to pull out of the mission because of that same exact argument. And our pushback on them is this is when your people need it the most. You've already spent the money. Now you're just pulling out because it looks bad. Like, think about all the children that just have lost all hope. And now they're going to see the first astronaut ever go up to space for their country. What their astronaut said is when he was growing up, he thought the sky was a limit. Now all the girls and boys in his country know that's just the beginning. That value is incredible. And I just think that argument itself forces a very short-sighted point of view.
Yeah, it's certainly a flawed argument because if you look at it, the vast majority of resources are allocated and dedicated to Earth when it's literally like, I think 0.2 or 3% of, our entire GDP actually goes to space. So if anything, we need to increase our space budget, which in turn, will increase output and GDP and create jobs and value here on Earth. So it's a flawed argument to begin with. I'm gonna move on to the next question. Space is hardware heavy and capital intensive, as is aerospace. How do each of you approach raising and deploying capital in ventures that require long timelines? Colin?
One of the approaches we've used is dual use technologies. So we have a large defense play, and some of the very same modules that are going to be carrying cargo to Tej's station and expanding his station one module at a time can also be used for aircraft carriers for the DoW and Golden Dome hosting SBI vehicles. And so there's a variety of ways that you can take one set of customers and then kind of offset the sine cosine to be able to provide. Additionally, take your larger products and break them down at the component level and try to get that component throughput as high as possible. One of the big challenges in aerospace is you don't get enough volume production. And so you can simulate that at the component level by, common radios, common thrusters, and be able to get that throughput up in that manner.
Capital intensity is relative, right? Aerospace and particularly space, it's expensive. It's very expensive. But let's look at it. The International Space Station costs $150 billion to build, $4 billion a year for 25 years to maintain, $250 billion. Our station is going to be a small fraction of that, a couple of $1 billion. Look at what's going on with AI and data centers right now. And if that's not a belief about what the relative space cost is, which is, again, in the same order of magnitude, just go back 30 years. Google was laying fiber across the Atlantic into the west coast of Africa at $5 billion a year when they were only a couple of years old. So when there is demand, when there is a business model, when there's value to be generated, money will flow. So I think the challenge we're having right now is perspective, right? Yeah, it's expensive, but it's not that expensive, right? Like if I can show you that this is going to be the next, Axiom's going to be the next Microsoft, NVIDIA, Amazon, at $1 trillion plus $3 trillion market cap, what's a couple of $1 billion on the station?
Speaking of which, do you believe the first $1 trillion space company has already been founded, or is it still to come, or is it sitting on this stage?
You know my answer, but I do think so. And by the way, we've raised $700 million. We'll probably raise $1 billion more. Like we've chosen our destiny. We're going to be one of those top companies, which are multi-trillion-dollar market caps. I'll give you another existing space company, not SpaceX, which obviously is there. The International Space Station. So let's just do the math, right? We said 250 billion, 150 billion spent to develop 4 billion a year. If we had just put that into S&P 500, we'd have $2.5 trillion right now. So sitting here in Washington and looking at the White House, like I question, did we just waste all our money? Obviously not. It created value, but if you look at it from the government contract standpoint, we're about to burn $250 billion, awesome for diplomacy and learning, or are we sitting on a financial asset, just not looking at it the right way?
What do you think about that one, Bill?
Yeah, so let me go back to the commercial versus civil versus national security use. So triple use technology, companies are working on it today. I think that's critical for the Space Force. The Space Force uniquely is situated to outsource a lot of the space superiority mission that they're already doing with bandwidth and other technologies. So the Space Force is uniquely positioned. Again, commercial companies are going to buy satellites. They're going to create satellites. They're going to create the technology. The Space Force is going to turn around and say, I don't need that whole system, but I need a capability of that system. So more than most, the Space Force in the Department of War is going to use commercial technology more than ever. And it's going to be the only way that we can gain the superiority that we need.
Thank you.
Maybe just to add, so just on the aviation side, we also think the relative function comes into play. So just to give you an example, the original 737 was designed, built, certified, and flown in 1967. It took 3 years to do so and 500 engineers. And mind you, those engineers did not have any calculators. So fast forward to today, the next Boeing program is supposed to cost $50 billion. And so again, talking about efficiency, I think capital efficiency, especially maybe in the startup environment or a different environment than the large OEM, I think can create an incredible amount of value and be a lot more capital efficient.
Thank you. Okay, I got two interesting questions now. If your company or mission failed, what's the most likely reason and how do you avoid it? And then part two is what's overhyped in the space economy right now and what's underhyped that deserves more attention?
You guys are going to fail. I'll just say that right now. But really, I think just from the Space Force's perspective, what we're battling against is just public affairs, outreach. People just don't understand what the Space Force does. With only 9,000 uniform members, another 6,000 civilians, and a host of companies trying to support it, how do we scale effectively? So that's my concern as a nonprofit supporting the Space Force is we got to scale quickly and ensure that the private sector understands how critical they are to the space superiority mission. But, I'll just put a pin in that and just talk about policy for 2 seconds. If we don't address policy today, and we just talked about in the previous panel, where we had to go through how many different bureaucracies to just get something launched or something landed, that's an issue. So it's now time to start thinking about what we in the private and commercial sector are going to help derive the policy that we're going to know we need in the future. Such as, is it time to start talking about the Department of Space seriously because of the future economy that we know resides in it?
Yeah, I think it is. It's all about priorities. And right now, it's clear that the priorities of this administration has been AI, energy, but I think now it's time to focus a little bit more on space.
I'll give you two, I'll answer your questions short, very punchy answers. One is, and this is not just for space or our companies, why does any startup or company fail? Because it runs out of money, right? That'll be the reason. Second, what's underhyped and what's overhyped. Overhyped, I think, is post-ISS. What's coming next? Because I think that's just a deflection on what we have up there and what we need to do. And what's underhyped is China. Their station has been up for 3 years.
Speaking of China, if the CCP announced tomorrow that they would have a permanent lunar station by 2030, and this was verifiable, what would your immediate reaction be? And what could we do right now, starting today?
Our firm is developing aircraft carriers for space, and the ability to pre-position assets in orbit and quickly be able to move them to hot spots throughout. We're watching China take very aggressive actions to our assets, not just in LEO or GEO, but throughout cislunar space. That's not going to stop. So regardless of where they press the frontier, we're going to be able to need to do the same. And that's going to require speed and us to take a new view on space as a warfighting domain that we have not done to date.
All right, a couple more questions and then we're going to wrap up. So you're all tackling different parts of the puzzle: habitat, stations, logistics, policy, new age fixed wing aircraft. Do you see yourselves primarily as collaborators, or will competition ultimately define this market? Oh, and if you had to bet on one of your fellow panelists, companies, or missions other than your own to succeed, who would you pick and why? Double question.
Definitely collaborating, right? Like I said, the whole zero-sum mindset bothers me a lot, but I also understand, and I'm going to speak about space, not necessarily aerospace here, is we're almost forced into that mindset. When this is what I was saying, it's not an economy yet. When we're all going after a contract, it's by definition zero-sum, both on how the money is given and spent and the expectation, but you got a bunch of companies competing for that one contract. That's not really how markets and enterprise and venture work. So I do think it's collaborative, but it forces a little bit of a unnecessary hyper competition in the wrong way. I think competition is really good. And if I had to bet on someone, Space Force, just the easier answer.
That's a good answer. We need Space Force. What we really need is a Starfleet Academy. I think every branch of the military has its own academy except for Space Force. Hence why Starfleet Academy needs to exist. Would anyone else like to answer that question? I can move on. Let's see. So fast forward to 2035. What does the space economy and the larger aerospace economy look like? What is your role for you and your organizations? Go.
Yes, I'll start this time. So I think for us, the technology has been really largely proven out by the company. And so we're going to fly in about 24 months, which is really exciting for us. But for us to really meet market demand, we need to scale our manufacturing base. And so the challenge that we see is building, a 1.5 million square foot facility that can output a Boeing 737 lookalike every single day, 365 days per year. And so that kind of technology on the manufacturing and the scale and the workforce that we need is going to be the challenge for us. But that's where we see ourselves over the next 10, 15 years.
As Gravitics grows, we begin to put in all the different pieces of this logistics pipeline. So first we start with cargo up, grow into cargo down, and we start adding in people transportation, and then we start adding in that logistics timeline, be able to rely on it. We start doing that, and these modules that we provide to Tej and the other commercial space station companies begin to grow out an ecosystem where we begin to leverage this incredible potential for low Earth orbit and beyond. We need frontiers, and Gravitics is going to be key in helping to provide and push. You were mentioning that next generation of a student that needs to look up and see a brighter future. That absolutely is one of these benefits of working in the industry that we do. The heavens are bright and the future is bright.
All right. Last question, and let's just make it a yes or no. By 2035, will humanity be living permanently in orbit or on the moon, or will we still just be talking about it? You can maybe give a short why.
There's a big it depends there. It depends on the policies that we enact today, but the vision should be absolutely. We should have factories on the moon and cities on Mars. This administration said it in the inauguration speech. They said, we're going to go to Mars. Well, now we got to start doing something about it.
I would say all of the above. It's happening right now, right? I don't want to talk about your age, but there's a generation of people that have never lived on Earth without humans living in space, right? So we're here. It's smaller numbers, but that day is here, and we're still talking about it. I do think we will be living off planet on other celestial bodies in that time, but we'll still be talking about it.
Yes, and let's do more of it.
And when can we expect a fully operational Nautilus aircraft?
Well, just to mention on the space, I believe yes. And I think the reason is capital. We finally see capital and policy now aligning. So I think that's going to be really exciting. For us, about 4 years is when we start.
Exciting. All right. That's about it. So this conversation shows how interconnected the frontier really is. We have stations, habitats, logistics, defense. They're obviously not all isolated pieces. And together they are forming the scaffolding of a new industrial era in space. It's truly amazing what's going on just in the past 5 years alone. I think policy was the last piece of the puzzle. We finally see government getting out of the way and letting innovators innovate. And I just want to thank all of you gentlemen for coming up here. It's this fantastic panel, and really look forward to watching you build and grow your organizations. Thank you.
All right, it's my honor to introduce Palmer Luckey. I'm Dan Rett, the co-founder and CEO of Armada. Palmer Luckey is a builder who consistently redefines technology. He was the founder of Oculus VR, which he built and redefined the virtual reality industry before ultimately being acquired by Meta back in 2014. And then rather than taking it easy, he founded Anduril to rebuild the arsenal of democracy in 2017, and has consistently delivered critical defense technologies on time and under budget. Along the way, Palmer has inspired an entire generation to choose good, hard quests and found companies that help our country win and retain superiority versus China. Please join me in welcoming Palmer Luckey to the stage.
All right. The moment we've been waiting for.
I was saying the Eagle has landed, but I said the Palmer has landed. So welcome to Washington, D.C. So Palmer says 2023, I mean, there's so much that we're reading in the news on you and Anduril. And it's not just
Anduril, but it's also your projects that you're doing. Like, can you just give us a quick update? Maybe the stuff we're not reading in the news. And this is a surprise that he and his team were very nice and gracious to share with Impact first. Now, do not share this on social media. Don't talk about it. Don't even think about it until they do an official media release, and then we could follow that later this week. So Palmer, give us a little update on how things are going, what you've been up to at Anduril.
Whole bunch of different things. We've finally been able to talk about some of the work that we've been doing on the space side, which I guess we'll get into in a little bit. We were competing with some of the larger primes for CCA, the Collaborative Combat Aircraft contract, building AI-powered fighter jets for the Air Force. And it ended up the two companies that got down selected, General Atomics and Anduril, were also the two smallest companies in the competition. We were up against Boeing and Lockheed and Northrop, and we were able to beat all of them, which I thought was really good thing for my company. But I also think just good in general as a bit of precedent that you can select companies for having the best technical solution, for having the best willingness to invest capital over necessarily having existed for a very long time. It's always really rubbed me the wrong way, some of the more artificial limitations around past performance, because a lot of past performance is tied to the corporate entity, not to the people working on it. So you could have the same group of people working in one company and be eminently qualified, and everyone would agree so, and you can check a bunch of boxes on government paperwork that says that they're so. Those same people could move into just a different corporate banner, otherwise identical people, same capability, and on paper they are now incapable of doing the work. And so that hugely disadvantages new companies. It hugely disadvantages even spinning off bits of currently consolidated defense primes. There's a lot of spin-offs that just can't actually work. And similarly, there's a lot of rules about who the principal in the program has to be and what their qualifications are. And for example, some of these require that the principal have a master's degree or even a PhD, or at least whether it's a hard requirement or something they value. And of course, I dropped out of school. I have no degree of any kind. And so there's projects where if I were to be the principal on paper, then we would be in theory less qualified, and so I have to find somebody else to be the cutout, and he says he's the principal, and there's me with my hands on his shoulders behind him.
So speaking of education, do you see higher education is still playing a role the way it was traditionally, where you get the 4-year degree, you get that job, or is it really going to be technical? And how's AI playing into the evolution on education? Just curious your perspective.
So the primary This is so hard to speak broadly because everything is different. I think there are some areas where traditional education makes sense. There's a lot where it doesn't. There's a lot where it probably is quite good at educating the person. The question is that education have any value? And whether it's in the market or to society, you can argue all of these things. But generally speaking, the value of a college diploma has not so much been exactly what you learn. It shows to potential employers and partners or investors or whatever that you are able to go through the process and that you meet some standard. And I think these days you can get a pretty good understanding of somebody's capabilities even outside of that college diploma, even if you're not necessarily an expert in the field itself. So I've talked about this with you before, but when Anduril hires people, the first thing we ask them is what they've done outside of the government mandated education system or in secondary education, because the question is, what did you do because you wanted it to happen? You're not getting a piece of paper out of it. There's not somebody giving you a certificate. What's something that you made happen because you wanted it to happen? And if it weren't for you, it wouldn't exist. Not you being a cog in someone else's machine making their thing, but what have you made that you care about? And for some people, that's open source software projects that they're contributing to. For some people, that is working on interesting car stuff in their garage. For some people, it's making new products, some which go places, some of which don't go anywhere.
Right.
But in general, people who create things because they want them to exist are going to be better suited to work in Anduril than people who've done a really good job inside of somebody else's structure, motivated by, whether it's getting paid or because they need to get a good grade. And so these days, I think that the big change is not so much whether or not people need to be educated, because people need to be educated, but it's how you measure that. Do I really care about someone having a diploma if I can see every contribution they've ever made to the open source software field on their GitHub? Or is that something where and I'll just tell you, I'll skip straight to the answer instead of it being rhetorical. our recruiters will briefly glance at their diploma, and then actually the team on the interviewing side is going to spend way more time looking at the things that actually matter, because it's easy to get a diploma and not actually be quality on the other side. It's and there's also a lot of people who don't get the diploma and then they are quality on the other side. So that's what you should be measuring.
Working at Anduril, you guys had a very
also we'd be hypocritical to say you need a degree to work at Anduril, because
I mean, you have one of the most desirable companies for people. And in fact, I get hit up maybe 2 or 3 times a week where people are like, hey, can you submit my application? You guys used an incredible strategy, which is don't work at Anduril. Like, I mean, what was that all about? That was amazing.
So that's a new strategy. When you're building a company, this is like a long. So the short version of this is companies are always some composite of what the founders want it to be, what the employees make it, and then what the investors will invest in or want it to be. And all these happen on different timelines. So day to day, a company is what its employees want it to be. And you can try to prune it and trim it and do things here and there, but day to day, it's you can't force a culture, right? You can't say this is our culture, therefore it is. The people are what make up the culture. And then you can have the founders or the executives. You can bend things one way or another, and we can control the employee culture to a certain degree by who we allow to be an employee. But at the end of the day, your investors have a lot of sway as well. Like if I were to try and turn Anduril into a company that was not taking risk, that was not building our own products, and then start paying out really high cash dividends on our profitable product lines, very quickly I'd be replaced by my investors. It's not the pitch. It's not what we want to go to do. It just, maybe I could pull it off. Maybe I could strong arm all of them and blackmail all of them in some way. But generally speaking, companies are what their investors are, what they want to be. It's the same thing with employees. So in the early days of Anduril, we had this natural built-in filter where we were a pretty controversial company. AI was not really nearly as hot as it is today. People may have not noticed, but Anduril Industries, the acronym is AI. And when we started the company 8 years ago, AI still was kind of a dirty word. If you look at our first pitch deck, literally doesn't say the word artificial intelligence in it even one time. We talk about automation, we talk about robotics, but AI was seen as like VR, this always in the future, never in the present sci-fi idea. And so the people that we got that were working on our AI team, they were kind of those, like I had with Oculus and with virtual reality, they were crazy nutters who believed in this thing that nobody else believed in. And they were people who were really passionate about it. They got into the field because they cared about it, because they wanted to make it happen. As defense became less controversial, mostly in the wake of Russia's increased activity in Ukraine, as AI became a hot thing, all of a sudden Anduril, which lies at the intersection of those two, went from being another band of misfits, crazy place to go work if you really believe in the mission, to being a hot company that people saw as a stepping stone or a lily pad on their way to some other career. And so we started getting way more job applications, often from people who clearly didn't really deeply care about the technology or ideologically care. They just said, oh, well, Anduril is a really big venture-backed company. They're doing extremely well. They have a really good reputation. If I get hired there, I know it'll be easier for me to get hired elsewhere or to raise money myself. And so we started, to your point, doing an advertising campaign called Don't Work at Anduril. And this was, what I'm really trying to get to is, it's important because your investors have so much control. You want to attract the right investors. It's actually more important to repel the wrong investors. It's easy to find someone who will give you money. It's hard to find somebody who will give you money on the terms that you want to run your company on and then stay aligned for the long run. And then it's equally important to attract the right employees. And people talk about all the time, getting the right people. But what they don't talk about is repelling the wrong people. I even want to find people who seem in most ways to be a good fit, and they could get through an interview process. You want to make it where they never even get into your filter because they don't actually care about your mission, because they might do an okay job, but I can't have people who are doing an okay or even a good job. I need the best people for the job. So I need to take advantage of the fact that everyone want to work at my company. And then I want 99% of the people who would have applied to say, oh man, I watched this ad campaign about how hard it is to work at Anduril, how they make everybody work in the field and everybody gets dirty. And it's always like you're expected to do whatever you want. And you're like, just being very candid. We don't believe in remote work. We don't believe in you getting to have this thing that people often call work-life balance. And instead of trying in
this work,
I'm
You need to see the video if you haven't seen it. Don't work at Anduril.
There are companies that have these things, and there's for everything a season, right? There are people who want companies that have good work-life balance, and I have no problem. I know people who run, for example, marketing firms where nobody's putting in more than 35 hours a week, and it works very well for them. And these are creatives where they seem to recharge in that way. We're a different type of company. We're going to operate differently, and so I need to repel those 35-hour people.
That's good. So Palmer, unpack a little bit with what's happening at Anduril. Tell us about Ohio. Talk to us about a little bit of autonomous aerospace and defense. Kind of wrap that up in a minute. I'd love to kind of hear what's going on.
So we're doing a lot of interesting stuff in autonomous aerospace, in particular with Ohio. We're building a new facility called Arsenal One. It's about a 6 million square foot manufacturing facility that is designed to build a bunch of the different systems that we have. The most interesting thing about Arsenal One is that we started building it with our own money, putting hundreds of millions of dollars into building it before we had any of the contracts that we hoped were going to fill its production lines. And that was because as we ran the math on the timelines for what the government needed and when they needed it, it was clear that if we waited until we potentially won something like CCA or some of these low-cost cruise missile programs, if we waited to start construction until after we won it, we weren't going to be making anything until the 2030s. And so Anduril is a new company that doesn't have a whole bunch of existing manufacturing footprint. The only way that we could be competitive in the contract phase was to just get ahead of ourselves and put all that money into building those facilities. And that was a really interesting thing because everyone, like I'm sitting in this room and people are congratulating me and saying, "Wow, what a brilliant move! What an incredible decision! What a visionary path." But that's only because it works. So there was a period of time where we were putting hundreds of millions of dollars in this factory. We had not won these contracts. And in fact, you had the CEO of another major aerospace company publicly saying we had a 0% chance of being down selected. 0%.
Was that the one that called you the Theranos of the defense industry?
No, that was a different one we were competing with. That said, we're the Theranos of the defense industry.
I love your Twitter response with putting them in a little capsule.
Yeah. No, I took a picture of Elizabeth Holmes and put my face on her, and I tweeted that with their quote.
I loved it.
By the way, I talked to the journalist that printed that, and there were a bunch of people who thought he must have like got that quote like off the record and then said, "Oh, this is just too good. I just have to put it out there, even though I shouldn't." And that journalist actually caught me in the restroom of an event. Like it was like a week later, and he said, "Palmer, I want you to know that when they said that, they said, 'Did you get that? Did you get that? We want to make sure you put that in the story.'" He said, "That's on the record." They said, "We want you to make sure that that's in the story." So it wasn't just like accidentally, shit talking us. It was a concerted campaign to convince people this wasn't going to work. Anyway, what I was trying to get to is a lot of my investors, even the people who already believed in Anduril, people who really believed in our mission, thought that this was a very hubristic, very insane decision.
Yeah.
And if we had tried to raise another round before this worked, it would have been a down round.
Right.
Because everyone thought we were way over our skis. We used all the money they had given us. Instead of doing one thing, we'd use it to do this thing. And of course, now that it's all working, they're all really happy and they're all really thrilled. But it should be a reminder to people just how fast these things can turn. I mean, that was a flip of a coin. If we wouldn't have been selected, that wouldn't have been a reflection on Anduril as a whole, but it would have been huge and devastating to the company if it wouldn't have worked.
So one of the questions that
this is the last time I ever pull a stunt like that. I'm never going to do something like that again, where the company's riding on that knife's edge of working or not.
Huge inflection point too, and what a move to make and to build that facility proactively to accommodate the defense products that you're partnering with government. That brilliant move, and fighting back to that journalist, that's something that speaks true to me as a PR professional. Palmer is actually a PR professional. He studied comms and I said,
I was the online editor at the Daily 49er at Cal State.
Fantastic.
It's not the Daily 49er any though. They got rid of all because gold miners are racist.
Your superpower of catching a story and punching back, and then your fan base just fuels that energy. Can you tell our founders that are facing adversity in their own worlds, whether it's journalists or investors or people that are just shitting on them in the moment, in that rise, and then they're facing that adversity? We came to Washington, D.C. when government shut down. And instead of saying, you know what, we'll just cancel it, do another day. Now the senators and congressmen are coming. We didn't actually plan that, but the only way to know was to face the adversity. Can you talk a little bit about how you're able to do that, from the Jason Calcagnis situation to, just some of these recent journalists where you capture it and you hit back. Can you just talk a little bit about that? And then we're going to get into the big reveal.
I mean, I've been on both sides of this. So I've tried the strategy of not saying anything, which is what the kind of Facebook and PR professional, push is, and just let things blow over. And then I've also tried very aggressively pushing back. And my worldview has come to this. All of the people that are telling you don't care what they think, they don't matter, they can't stop you, they're completely wrong. They're borderline lying to you. A bunch of those people are celebrities in Hollywood, and they're out there saying, "Oh, you're like, oh, what's the secret to your?" You're like, "Oh, I just don't care what people think about me. I just do whatever I want." And then these are the same people who employ entire teams of professionals to manage their image, full-time professionals. If they didn't care what people thought of them, they're sure showing that in a strange way.
Yeah.
The reality is they deeply care, because they recognize, like most people, that if you don't protect your reputation, people won't want to work with you. They won't want to work for you. They won't invest in you. They won't want to be associated with you. And it's not a binary. It's not they will or they won't. It's who will and who won't, and to what degree will they hitch their horse to yours. And so there's a continuous scale of reputation helping you. And people can think you're a little nuts. They can think you're out there, but they can't think that you are unethical. They can't think that you're going to stab them in the back. They can't think that you are a liar or a fraud.
Right.
And so when people say don't care what people think about you, they're completely wrong. They're nuts. I've taken a different approach. I think the world is better when everyone has teeth and everybody has claws and everybody knows it. Armed society is polite society, but as applied to PR. And if you make it so that there's consequences for people lying about your company, or for example, even not lying. For example, a press outlet like Reuters recently ran a story about a supposed security vulnerability in a piece of software that we ran. They didn't include our quote that was on the record. They didn't include the quote from the Army where they said that none of these issues have existed for many months. They didn't include the quote from the Army program office saying, "This was a risk analysis of the risks of running a prototype program without authentication control." It was not saying this was a failure. It was a decision by the Army to do this. They just didn't include any of that, and they did include quotes from the competition. So what do you have to do? You have to go out there and say, this is obviously blatantly a hit piece. It was planted by a PR firm. They don't include our on the record quote. They don't include the quote from the Army. Well, how could you say you're trying to inform the readers and then not include literally any of the most important perspective from the companies and the branches that you're going after?
Right.
And when you do that, you may not necessarily get them to admit in that exact moment, okay, we were wrong. This was completely unethical, and we're a joke of an organization. They can't bring themselves to admit that, but they're going to be a lot more careful next time.
Right.
And you're going to get to the point. I happen to know for a fact that there are a variety of outlets that have an explicit legal hold on any articles about me or Anduril because of how aggressively I've pushed on them in the past. And that actually makes it where they're much more careful in what they say. They limit it to the facts instead of the headline.
What I also respect about
highly everybody. You have some teeth.
When you got sued, you went all the way to the end. You said never settle. Never got that. Never Vegas. You told me that. I said, why don't you just sit down and be done with this? And you said, no, never settle. And you went all the way to the end. You won the trial. And not a single journalist wrote about that, which I also pointed out. I mean, but this was fascinating because there were literally hundreds of articles about me being sued by this company that claimed that I had stolen my intellectual property from them. There were a bunch of other things where like just you could just see it wasn't true just through public records. They claimed that I was their employee and that I stole this when I left. Literally never employed by them. They're located in another state. It was a truly fabricated claim. And what happened is there were hundreds of articles about this lawsuit. And then even the day the lawsuit started, there were about a dozen articles from major outlets, including Reuters. Yeah.
And they actually had about a dozen journalists in the courtroom for the trial. And then guess what? When in the end, it was a unanimous jury verdict in my favor, which is my second time fighting all the way to a jury verdict, by the way, and winning. Literally not a single article was written about it. None. It was completely silent about it because they actually just wanted to write an article about what a bad dude I was. It wasn't actually about where this technology came from. It was a go after Palmer Luckey operation.
And I do see parallels with you and our administration where they fight back too, and they don't let the media carry the narrative. They carry the narrative.
Well, the difference is that the government, to some degree, in theory, is bound by the First Amendment. So they can't treat different viewpoints differently. They have to be relatively neutral. The difference, and something I've said publicly, is I'm a propagandist. I can take a position and I can hold it and I can advocate for it, and I don't have to treat everybody unfairly. And also, there's no limitations on what I can do to them. I can take action completely outside of anything they do to me, and I can try to just cause them to be in pain in totally unrelated ways. And I don't want the government to be able to do that. But when I say you should have teeth, I don't mean only push back on the people who are fighting you when they fight back on you. That's on their terms, because they're always looking for a way. No, you want to fight back when it's disadvantageous to them. You want to push on the things that they don't even know that you're paying attention to. So there are people who probably feel differently. That's fine. I think it's important if you say something, you shouldn't say something everybody disagrees with it. Otherwise, you're not saying, if you do, you're not saying anything. But like, that was why I was such a fan of Peter Thiel funding the Gawker lawsuit.
Oh yeah.
People say, well, that was totally unrelated when he funded that Hulk Hogan privacy lawsuit. Well, that doesn't have anything to do with him. Say, well, that's right. Why should he only have to fight back on the terms of the one fight that they brought to him against his will? Why should he have to fight back within their construct of what the fight should be? I'm glad he found every opportunity and he exterminated them.
Right. So we're going to go to the space defense.
I'm sorry. I'm getting
Oh no, this is good. No, this is what I wanted. So we're going to get to the space defense, and then I'm going to open it up for you to engage with Palmer. Okay, respectfully, quick. Tell us a little bit about your reveal. Hearing it first at Impact, and I just want to say before you start that, you've been an amazing friend to me. I really appreciate you for backing me. You've helped grow this organization. You've changed a lot of these lives in here, and it's because of you. I seriously mean it. This is the reason why we're advancing. So I can't thank you enough. You're on our team, and we got you. All of us got you. So thank you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about what's going on here.
So there's another one of those long stories, but the short version is that Anduril tried to compete for an Army program called IVAS back in 2017 and 2018. We lost to Microsoft for building infantry heads-up displays. And I'm not surprised that we lost. We, for all of the proof of performance reasons, for the fact that we were a company of a few dozen people. But I really strongly believe that what we were working on in this space, building augmented reality heads-ups for troops, heads-up displays for troops, and the software backend that makes them useful. Because it's relatively easy to put a computer and a heads-up display on somebody. Very hard to build the software that fuses all the different sensors into one view so that you can geo-rectify it, put it into a matching view for a person. So all the people can have the same view of the battle space that the robots do.
Right.
That's a much harder problem than the hardware. So we actually kept building that. We kept spending our own money. We did that for about 6.5 years. And I kept going back to Microsoft every few years and saying, hey, you should just transfer that whole contract to us because you clearly don't really care about it. You're putting your B team on it. You should just let Anduril take over. And it was definitely, there was a lot of hubris there. And they did not take me seriously for years and years. And then finally, after they killed their consumer and enterprise HoloLens division, we actually ended up taking over the contract from them. So that was a $22 billion contract that the Army had awarded to Microsoft. Microsoft decided to exit the mixed reality business and novate the contract and all the work and deliverables associated with it to Anduril. And the nice thing is that part of that was also that their solution was failing. It had a lot of problems. It was poorly designed. It was poorly implemented. And most companies wouldn't have wanted to take on that program and then try to fix it. Luckily, we'd already been building something for about 6 years. And so what we built, it was a variety of different things. But this is the first time, and nobody can take pictures. If you take pictures, I'm gonna wreck you.
Yes, you won't be invited back. This is important.
Remember what I said about claws and teeth?
Yes, he's got them.
That's right. So this is an Eagle Eye helmet. This is an integrated ballistic shell that combines blast protection, frag protection, but also onboard compute, onboard power, a variety of night and day sensors that give you 360-degree awareness of everything that's going on, day or night. It's a very modular system, very easy to outfit with different sensor payloads. Oh, other side. There we go. We also, and keep this to yourself, we're going to be showing it off at AUSA in a couple weeks, the Army's annual conference. But we're teamed up with Oakley to build augmented reality standard issue ballistic protective goggles. So I can put on this helmet, I can put on the glasses, I can see day, I can see night, I can see where all of my buddies are, I can see where all the bad guys are. By building a map of where everything is from every angle on the battlefield, I can often build something that's akin to X-ray vision. I can see the bad guys even when they're on the other side of the building, on the other side of a container, on the other side of the hill, and I can engage them as they enter my line of fire. I can see when I have incoming fire support and I can see exactly when it's going to impact, and not like it's close. I mean, like within a fraction of a second. So I can, for example, pin down a target until a split second before that impact. And, I can take cover immediately before, and the system can calculate where I should be, where I should not be when that happens. Just a lot of really, really cool stuff. And of course, the ability to command and control large numbers of autonomous systems without having to pull out a game controller and, have a separate piece of hardware you're using for that. Anyway, I'm
Congratulations on that.
I'll move on to so you can see on my.
Oh, he's gonna put it on. Okay, here we go. There we go. There we go. But what are the what are the other cool? I gotta get a selfie.
All right, just don't post it. But there's a lot of cool tech in here on the electrical and display side. But we also did some cool stuff on the material science side. Like, for example, the shell is not made out of polyethylene. It's made out of a boron carbide ceramic grid. So it's actually multi-hit capable, can take hits from much, much higher energy pieces of frag than existing conventional helmets. And this was the result of me talking with the Army and trying to convince them for a long time that they shouldn't be trying to build a system that could bolt onto their existing helmets, but that they needed to invest in an integrated solution that combined everything in order to save weight and increase protection. The Army has spent a lot of money, for example, trying to say, hey, we wanted this to be a little bit lighter. We'll pay, we're willing to pay a lot of extra money to pull weight out of the optical system and the electrical system. And what I had to explain to them is, guys, the amount of money that you spend, you could pay me $1 million a helmet, and I can't pull 100 grams out of the optic system. It just can't be done. There's no weight to be taken out. Whereas your helmets that you're buying for a few $100s each, I could take a whole pound out of those for $1,000. And so you have to think of it from a systems perspective. Where am I going to put, what's the cheapest gram? Like, how many grams can I get out for each dollar I spend? You want to maximize the number of grams you're pulling out. And so you kind of have to do an integrated solution.
Well, brother, congratulations on this. Ryan Chrysler is going to come up right now. We're going to do about 5 minutes on space defense, and then we're going to have Palmer. I'm going to have him stationed over here. I'm going to bring a flag over here next to him as well. I'm going to let you guys spend a little time one-on-one with him, okay? Again, congratulations on this huge honor. Ryan Chrysler, I'd like to invite you up.
Palmer, thank you so much for being with us here today at Impact 25. You've had a remarkable trajectory. Oculus transformed consumer tech, and now Anduril clearly shaping defense. That helmet is just beautiful.
Jury's still out on the VR side. There was the Meta sold 20 million Quest 2s, but the issue is that was during COVID, and so you've actually seen now this difference where when people have nothing to do but stay in their homes, they're more interested in VR. When people get back out into the real world, VR is still not fully competitive. So we need the quality of VR up or the quality of the real world down. And at some point, those two things are going to intersect where we get back to those COVID era sales figures again.
Absolutely. So what I want to talk to you about today is your work extending into orbit. You were recently featured alongside my partners, Tarek and Abdo, in Fox Nation's Enemy from Above. And it really drove home how critical space has become as the next domain for national security. So as space becomes increasingly contested, how should the U.S. balance military presence with deterrence in low Earth orbit and beyond? And what's the line between projection of power and escalation?
I don't know where the line is, and I probably shouldn't even speculate because people should want me to be the techno head that's building this stuff. I shouldn't be the guy in the policy.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the techno stuff.
Sure, let's talk about the techno stuff. So my opinion is that the United States needs to have policymakers take a proactive position. I mean, I'm not even saying what it needs to be, but a proactive position for what the United States space efforts should look like this year, 10 years from now, and even 50 years from now. So it's probably no secret. I fall on the more Republican side of things. But something that I think the Democrats have done a very good job of is describing their vision for energy today, 10 years from now, and 30 or even 50 years from now. They can tell you where they want to go. They can describe it in detail. They can describe why it's a good thing. Now, there's reasonable questions. Can they actually pull that off? Does it make sense? Could the money be better spent on other things to accomplish the same ends? But that's all a different debate. They can clearly articulate what their vision is. I think that neither party is doing a very good job articulating what their vision on space is. People are talking about the thing right in front of them. Should Starlink be used for rural internet connections? Can it compete with fiber? Okay, that's sort of interesting. But what do you want the United States' space policy to look like 50 years from now? Maybe you could work from it backwards. Who do you think should hold the Lagrange points for civilian and military applications? Who should be the dominant force in orbit, in cislunar orbits, and beyond? Who should we have infrastructure on the moon, and what should it be doing? And should we have the ability to detect it? If we're recovering material from the asteroid belt or beyond, and if we're processing that either in near Earth orbit or out there, should we be able to defend that? Should that be a major operation, or is it going to remain purely the domain of scientific exploration? In other words, is it resource extraction or just scientific knowledge? You can probably guess where I fall on this. I want us to be a starfaring civilization, and I want us to get on it. But even if we're not going to, I think that we need to set a path today so that we can start building a foundation. I don't think that we should just be using space to meet the needs of today or tomorrow. We should be thinking about what that foundation allows us to do in 5 years, in 10 years, in 20 years. And there's a lot of people in the tech side who are talking about these things. And on the policy side, they're absolutely not. So what I've told everybody on both sides of the aisle is, look, come up with an affirmative policy. Describe what you want to see in 50 years or even 100 years. And then we need to work back from there. And people have done that also with agriculture. Like the United States has done a pretty good job of saying where we want to get to with energy, where we want to get to with agriculture, where we want to get to even with automotive. The military certainly has plans that go out beyond 30 years. And we know what we're doing with a lot of these platforms we made multi-trillion-dollar investments in. I think we probably have a better idea of what the F-35 is going to be doing in the year 2060 than what the Space Force is going to be doing. And maybe the Space Force has a better idea, but I'm talking about like at the political level. And that's kind of crazy to me.
Well, short term, I mean, if we talk about the ultimate high ground, which was the documentary that you were featured in, China, they already have a functioning space station. They have big plans to step on the moon in 2030.
Well, they intend to have about 100 times more on-orbit human-manned footprint than the International Space Station just on their own. And people make fun of them, and they'll point at one design flaw or another. But you got to remember, China's done a really good job of building bridges, of building infrastructure. And you can laugh about how they're going to lose, like it's all going to break up, it's all going to break down, they're going to lose a bunch of people. But China doesn't really see those things with the same negativity. They'd rather have 1 out of 10 bridges fall early than not have any bridges. And that
just look at NASA's bridge in like 4 years. Did you see that thing?
So like well, in that bridge, so like one of the comparisons I saw was I think it was like $12.5 billion to build the East Bay Bridge in the Bay Area. And the Chinese bridge is 4 times larger for $300 million. And so there's something like 100 times cheaper per ton of bridge. And that is a success, even if that bridge falls over in 3 or 4 years from now. I mean, they would just build another one and then do it 100 times. There are advantages to that approach, especially in space, where, as you've seen from SpaceX, there's value in iterating and just getting it done and learning from the failures.
So can you go into a little bit more detail on what Anduril has done so far in space technology-wise and what your plans are for the future? Is it solely dependent on the policy side, and if the government wants to have a strong military presence in low Earth orbit and beyond?
So we've been investing in space for a very long time. We were one of the first companies to have a satellite running AI on orbit. We were doing that before AI was even cool again. We've tied a lot of existing systems together. So U.S. systems, also foreign systems from allies and partners, tying them into one mesh. We're now building high delta V maneuvering vehicles that can do a variety of different missions. And that was one of the things that we were talking about on Fox. Without getting into any of the classified specifics, Anduril actually won a program years ago, and it was never classified. It was an Air Force project that they were doing through AFWorks, and it became more and more real until it suddenly wasn't. But does anyone remember TOADS, the Tactical Orbital Asset Delivery System? The idea was to deliver pilot aid recovery kits to any pilot downed anywhere in the world in a small number of minutes, well under an hour. And Anduril competed with about 40 other companies for that initial contract. Everyone else was proposing that phase one was a white paper. In our case, we had already been spending money building the system and actually launching surrogates on sounding rockets and doing re-entry tests. So we showed up and said, our phase one is build the 4-pack orbital launcher. We're going to go up into space and we're going to strike Johnston Atoll with pilot aid recovery kits 4 times in a row, 4 orbits, one after the other. And we ended up, it was down selected to us and Raytheon, and then we were selected. And then about a month after we were selected, I was so stoked about this because part of the contract was not just that they were going to give us money. It was about $3 million for this phase one. It was going to cost a lot more than that to do. But the real value is that they were willing to work with us to approve the orbital slots we were going to need to do this and those bizarre re-entry paths. Like normally it's very hard to get permission to have things that are re-entering that maintain extremely high speed and maneuverability all the way through the atmosphere. But they were going to get it done as part of this contract. And then what happened? I love the Space Force and all, but the creation of the Space Force is actually what put the brakes on this. Everyone decided, wait, we need to hold off on this till we figure out what's happening next. So the Air Force told us we could either keep that $3 million and do nothing with it because we had done our part, or we could pivot into doing some work on another program. And actually that program has now evolved 3 or 4 times, and it's now something that is also very interesting from a space perspective, but it is very, very different from TOADS, the Tactical Orbital Asset Delivery System. I'm just glad that 5 years past that, we're finally getting around to where people are willing to do stuff like that again. And Anduril's going after all of it. We're dusting off all of our TOADS prototypes and reminding everybody that we were doing this on our own dime in 2020 and that we are ready to do it again.
Good. That's fantastic. We're excited. We can't wait to see what else you do in space. Do you believe, so this is one of my last questions, do you believe that space will become the defining domain for 21st century national defense? And if so, what capabilities must the U.S. develop now to stay ahead?
I actually believe that the subterranean domain will be the defining space, but nobody agrees with me. And every time I talk about it, I sound insane to people. But I'll tell you this: there's a lot more crust than there is air or sea or surface of land. And so vehicles that can maneuver through the crust of the earth the same way that submarines move through the water are going to be a huge deal. I think they're going to define at least the second half of this century.
Like all the way through the earth, like through.
No, not. There's no reason to go all the way through the earth, but just the benefits you get from submarines, both in terms of signature, but also inability. Someone can know exactly where a sub is. It doesn't mean they can get to it and stop it. All of those benefits are massively, massively compounded when you are in the crust of the earth. It's quite easy to drop a depth charge on somebody or to have a torpedo go down and get something. Very, very hard to go get something that is 5 miles under the surface of the earth. You can know it's there and there's nothing you can do about it. So I've been saying this for years, and every time I say it, people think it's some kind of crazy nutty thing, but I have built working prototypes of this. I truly believe in it. And so I know we're here to talk about space, but if you're going to ask
inner space as well.
Well, in inner space, people, that was what Cousteau used to call it, right? There was outer space, and he talked about inner space, particularly, where he was referring mostly to the underwater world. He was a great marketer. I need to come up with a better marketing term than subterranean warfare, but
that sounds pretty good though.
Look, it is like I said, there's more crust than air. There's more crust than ocean. There's more crust than land. It would be crazy if we were not using it to do everything that we do in every other domain. So if you're going to ask a question like, will it be the one that defines it? I think space is going to be very important, but I think actually subterranean is the one that will define it when people in 2100 are looking back and saying, what was the thing that really changed everything? And that's mostly because whatever changes in space, we were doing space in the last century. Other than a handful of Soviet and US prototypes, nobody was doing subterranes. So we'll get there.
Good. Thank you, Palmer. You're a true patriot. And thank you for everything you do for this country and for joining us today. Thank you.
All right, so here's how it's going to go. Thank you, Ryan. That was great. Thank you, Palmer, for the big reveal. So we're going to station Palmer right here again. Let's try and make this as efficient as possible. He's been nice enough to give us an additional 15 minutes, so that means 20 minutes total. Play some jazz music. We're going to put a flag here right next to him as well. And very important, Palmer has an ice cream company called Chili Willy. You know, I'm a big fan. Most of you have had it. We have bite-sized Willies. What do you call it? Ice cream burrito?
It's like a cheesecake ice cream burrito.
Yeah, and we're serving it today with
It was
Happy
invented by me and a number of Oculus engineers about 10 years ago, and
So-
it's continued to run as a side project that actually you talk about even more than I do, which I
love
appreciate.
it. It's really adding to my calorie count every day. So we're gonna have that with Happy Dad Seltzer for our cocktail party between 3:30 and 5. So stick around for that. Remember, Secretary Burgum will be here tonight, the Secretary of Interior, for dinner with all of you. That's back here at 6:30 in this room. They're gonna completely transform it. All right, Palmer, if you don't mind just taking that spot right there.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, great.
So, Congressman Stein, I'm going to start with you, and it's good to see you again. Thanks for taking the time. We are getting a lot done this week, even though there's some other people off. So it's thank you for carving out time with us. But you voted for the Stablecoin Act. You voted for the FIT 21 Act, the Financial Innovation Technology Act. You voted for and been supporting the Clarity Act, also the Genius Act. You repealed SAB 121. That was helpful for a lot of people, including me and my business and some people up here. Voted for a myriad of other things also. Been a longtime proponent of blockchain technology. I would love to kick it off with you and just say, given the fact that it's so hard to get stuff done in DC, even when things are shut down, obviously, you were able to get through the Genius Act with some help and with Democratic support. How did you do that? And tell us a little bit about the Genius Act.
Thanks. And thanks for having me in. You come to Washington, D.C. during a period of time of a shutdown. I think you recognize how dysfunctional in some ways this city can be. And we can have a 5-hour conversation on that. But there's also ways where some things can break away from the partisan divide. And we were successful in doing that as it relates to the digital asset space. And so you noted the stablecoin legislation, Genius, which passed both the Senate and the House, is now signed into law. When that came onto the House floor, what we saw was over a third of the Democrats come with nearly 100% of the Republicans to get about 2/3 of the entire House of Representatives in favor. The Clarity Act, which is the next step of a broader legislative framework to say, how should digital assets be regulated? I think it might be the most transformative legislation we've seen in the financial services space since the securities law of the 33 and the 34 Act. And in that, we brought that to the House floor, and we built on the success from last Congress, and 78 Democrats joined all Republicans in voting in favor of that, which again is over 2/3 of the entire House of Representatives. A lot of this is spending time in the weeds. And at the end of the day, kind of your opening comments, where does the market go? The policymaker should say, like if you're with me, should say the market will decide that. We shouldn't decide that as policymakers. What we should do is put in place a framework that, yes, protects consumers, but also encourages innovation and development in the United States of America. And so with that as its premise and principle, what we did in many ways is depoliticize the legislation. Although obviously in affront to what Gary Gensler and the Biden administration were doing, it is an inherent view of either party. And so at the end of the day, by working with our colleagues and knowing we have to get to 60 votes in the Senate, we put forward legislation that now sits in the Senate with a huge opportunity for this to be signed into law later this year.
Is that your expectation, Q4? Is that a reality, or do you think it'll go into 26?
Yeah, starting about a week ago, there's been a little bit of a hiccup in D.C. As it relates to this timeline. If you would have told me there was no shutdown a week ago, I would have told you that we had a real opportunity to complete this somewhere early in Q4. There's a couple of hearings and markups in the Senate that are probably now delayed by a couple of weeks. But although in some aspects, or in many aspects, your federal government shut down, but many of the conversations and work are still occurring behind closed doors on really essential legislation that's unrelated to the fiscal debate that we're having right now. So my hope, I'm having conversations and meetings with my colleagues in the Senate. My hope is that we're able to get the Senate to come to a consensus in the way that we're able to successfully build on that in the House and be in a position to see this still move before the end of the year. And the reason for that is, if you're like, sounds like you and I are in alignment here, that there is massive capital sitting on the sidelines waiting for this clarity to come forward, both human capital and financial capital. And so I think there's a broad understanding amongst many policymakers of the urgency of getting this done so that we're protecting consumers, but we're really in a position to outcompete the rest of the globe in this space.
Yeah, the baby boomers are a little bit sitting on the sideline, many of them, not all of them, waiting for clarity. And so what the work you're doing is really removing barriers for us all to compete. And there is a ton of cash sitting on the sidelines. The banks also need some clarity because there are trillions sitting in banks and they don't want to risk their brand or reputation diving in. So small companies like ours are sort of building and growing and doing it in a responsible, transparent manner. But everything you're doing really opens the door for us to do business. From a blockchain perspective, there's three things that kind of key takeaways that would be the kind of the theme today is that whether it's Mark's company, EcoPower, that's leveraging sustainable natural gas power to do and support AI and Bitcoin mining. The blockchain technology takes immense amount of power, like AI does. And so we'll talk about the power needs and what we're doing there. Similarly, on the security front, there is so much we worry about every day. The biggest thing I worry about in protecting $7 billion in assets for 80,000 clients, it's make sure that we don't get hacked. And that is just something that is huge and front for everyone. And so Joel is going to talk about the cybersecurity component, the multiple layers that we will all benefit from. You may not even pay for, or click on it right now, but there's multiple layers happening behind the scenes that are going to protect assets and the way we engage and transact with each other and businesses. And from Matt's perspective, from Trusted Smart Chain, we're going to talk about briefly real world assets. What are they? Stocks, bonds, mutual funds, real estate, and how do we settle those things immediately peer to peer? And so everything you're doing across the street here really does open the door for us to compete, keep jobs here, keep capital flowing here. And as long as we do by the book, we're all saying, hey, we don't want to cut corners. Just give us clarity. We act like a regulated company, but we're only bank regulated from a trust company perspective. And so the clarity helps. You guys are doing a great job. We're here to support you. Let us know what else we can do. Matt, I'm going to start with you. From a real world asset perspective, what are you focusing on? What problem are you solving with Trusted Smart Chain? And how's that benefit like all of us? Paint the picture of what you're doing now. You put millions of your own money into this. You've been involved with 30 startups, multiple exits, private and public. What motivated you to solve this problem, and where are we on the timeline for commercialization? And then again, a lot to unpack, but how do we benefit as individuals?
Great question, Kevin. Now, how many of you have been through taking a company public? Raise your hand. It's awful, isn't it? And if someone could say, would you do it again? The answer is no, I've done it too many times. And you think you're getting a higher valuation from fractional ownership by participating in the equity markets. But there's a little dirty secret. 85% of all U.S. equities are traded in the dark pool. That's a lot. Canada will not let more than 15% of all trades happen in the dark pool. The dark pool are unsettled positions that pass around. That's not good. That's not true buying and selling, and you don't have full transparency in those. So back to Kevin's point, the reason I got involved with Trusted Smart Chain and founded it along with a couple other pieces because we were looking for instant settlements, but also true buying and selling. Because if not, I've got to check my NOBOs, my OBOs, my DTCs, my Bloombergs, and I got to analyze those and find where the settlements are. Bleh. It's a lot of stuff, isn't it? Now, what are real world assets? Real world assets are technically anything physical or that we can bind legally, whether it be intellectual property or so forth. But how do you merge that with the digital world? Well, until you've got law that allows for recognition of ownership to be digitally, like Wyoming does, and like Ohio does for car titles, we're still in this world of what can really be tied to a digital asset. So what the ideology, what we're doing is looking for assets that we can by Wyoming law right now until federal, state, and other states recognize it, tie that digital ownership to that physical asset. And I believe it's imperative for capital growth in America, imperative for true value to be created for entrepreneurs, and ultimately protection for the investors. How many of us have invested in private placements or private companies? If you raise your hand, and this group probably most, right? Well, their exit is twofold: either buy or sell to a strategic or go public. there is an alternative, but it needs to be with truth and transparency. And we believe that's coming, hopefully with Clarity Act and others. How do you now allow for truth and transparency to protect the consumer, the investor, but also the entrepreneur, the business builder? And it's not going to be a world where an entrepreneur can just put up a blockchain, put up a meme, make money, raise it, and goes away. That's not going to work. There's going to have to be some accountability to the blockchain world, but also that transparency is going to protect the worldwide investor with that transparency, but ownership done on a blockchain level. And that's extremely important for real world assets. Well, I got this real world asset. I can tokenize it. Buy this coin for this real estate property. Where's the legal enforcement of that blockchain smart contract to the physical world? There's a long way to go. Few places can do them, Ohio, Wyoming, but that is a huge barrier that needs to be dealt with, not only from the entrepreneur standpoint, but also from a legislative standpoint.
That's really helpful. Any comments on that, guys? Good. Mark, Eco Power Systems, you were part of AutoNation. You got involved when it was about $250 million in revenue, helped grow it to $20 billion. You know about scale and efficiency. You know how much things cost. Blockchain, we talked about earlier, takes a lot of energy. Every time there's a hash that's solved, an algorithm, that you put another block in the chain, and it takes a lot of computing power to solve those hashes. Therefore, you get a block in the chain. You're doing something really interesting, leveraging existing natural gas supply to do some sustainable power. Talk to us a little bit about that. Why is it unique, better, and different? What's the vision there, and how do we all benefit?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have been interested in getting into mining Bitcoin. They borrowed a lot of money. Their only revenue is to make that Bitcoin and then sell it. We decided to own the entire infrastructure. So we have oil and gas. We have over 2,600 oil and gas wells in Ohio. We also felt that we need to own the pipeline so that we can pull together groups of wells to create the pressures we need to establish larger Bitcoin operations. So we own the wells. We own 570 miles of pipeline. We're in over 46 counties in the state of Ohio. That's 51% of the state. We're actually right next door to where Palmer is building his 6 million square foot facility. He's in Pickaway County, which actually I'd never heard of until I looked it up, and it's next to a county where we have about 1,000 oil and gas wells. But we needed to own the entire infrastructure to control the cost of natural gas to generators that actually produce the electricity that allow us to do modular Bitcoin mining in that state. And we have a couple 100,000 acres of property that is available to us through the leases we have. We also have another piece of property in Pennsylvania with a very large gas offtake, 750 million square feet per day, that will give us the opportunity to build out additional Bitcoin or to build out data centers. The important aspect of Bitcoin for us is because we have oil and gas revenue, we don't have to sell everything that we mine. And also, one of the great things about what's happening legislatively is with this clarity, there's demand coming on them. And you look at today, the price of Bitcoin is 125,000. Our cost at mine is in the 55,000 range. So we like those technological returns that far exceed that of oil and gas returns, but we like the consistency and the reliability that the oil and gas industry provides our country and provides our business. If we did not have that, we'd be like a whole bunch of other people trying to get into this industry, and they've got to burn everything they make. Also, with the kinds of regulation that we're seeing from this very pro-oil and gas, pro-Bitcoin crypto government now with the president and legislators, what we have here with Brian, that there's all kinds of capability to leverage that Bitcoin. We can stake it. We can lend it. We can do a lot of things. And companies that are very sound in that regard that can protect those assets some of which you mentioned here earlier, are really giving more and more opportunities. And also the last thing I'd mention is we really see it's a kind of an unusual industry. I've been involved in a lot of companies over my career, and most companies, I can only think of one other one somebody reminded me of. It's called trading cards, where your inventory actually gets more valuable. Bitcoin is one of those very few industries that the longer you sit on your inventory, the more valuable it comes. Having been in the auto industry, that is not the case. The longer you sit on that inventory, the less value it becomes. So I think that's another really exciting development in blockchain, in crypto, and with the advent of some increased technological capabilities, the speed of mining those coins is only going to become that much quicker and create that much more value in a shorter period of time.
That's helpful. Quick question on the how does you leveraging natural gas compete with the national average? I think it's like 11 cents per kilowatt hour of power. So how does it change the economics of mining Bitcoin or powering AI chips in these data centers?
We're under 3 cents. We can call the price whatever we want it to be because we own it. So quite frankly, at the current price of a MCF of anywhere from 253 and a quarter to sell it to Enbridge or to
MCF cubic foot, whatever.
Yes. And that's a measurement that's used, of course, in the sale of natural gas. I mean, we can get way more value out of that. And so we see that as a great opportunity. We're expanding. We've got a $1.5 billion offering, bond offering where a $1 million investment is now fully insured. And so we're going to continue to invest in this particular space and work with people that understand and really see the future for blockchain and Bitcoin in particular.
Very helpful. Joel, I'm gonna switch to you from a security perspective. Last but not least, it's so critical. It's literally what keeps me up most at night is losing client assets. They can lose their own assets, but I can't lose them for them, right? So talk to us about cybersecurity, what you're doing at Trivr. And I know you've got over 100 patents. Congrats on the 160th you just got issued. But talk to us about what you're doing from a security perspective. Sometimes the layers of security we won't even know without we're opting in. Someone else might be paying for them as part of the service. But talk to us about what you're doing that's unique, better, and different, and how that's benefiting the community.
Absolutely. So really, and
then we're going to wrap up because I know people want ice cream and drinks. So no pressure.
So one of the biggest concerns you all have in this panel is everywhere with the cryptocurrencies is the theft, right? The hacking of wallets, cryptocurrency, especially with the Genius Act coming out. The worst thing that can happen is, all these wallets are, all these cryptos start coming out and people start getting hacked, cross seas, everywhere else. So AI, as we all know, deep fakes, quantum computing, it's moving very quickly in terms of being able to do digital twins, to do facial recognition, to fingerprints, all that stuff can be hacked really quickly with AI. So the way we look at it is we're using augmented behavior patterns, right? So what happens is you're able to deploy an AR asset. This is all web AR. There's an app download. And with that, you're able to scale it, to rotate it, and actually maneuver your phone to do image mapping, as opposed to capture where you use your finger on this computer screen to move it. You got to use your physical phone to map it. So that's a human behavior aspect of how we're doing that, to really look at, is this actually a real person doing this? And if not, we shut it down very quickly.
Yeah, it's funny. We're not an exchange. We are a platform. It's all self-directed, but we literally do video phone calls with our clients for them to exit by design, not a bug. It's a feature. But now we've spoken to the FBI and they can fake. Someone could have a gun to your head also and fake you showing up on the video. We 3 security questions, video with ID, and we have to implement augment the effort because you've got to have some other movement in there that can't be predicted.
Human behavior, absolutely. It has to be done, yeah.
Yeah, super critical. I know that we're sort of short on time. Not that we got kicked a little bit. Palmer took a few minutes from us, but I do appreciate your time. You guys are not less valuable. Thank you, audience, for being here. Sinan, can I hand it back to you?
Yeah. Okay, absolutely. And let's give them a hand. What do you guys think?
Hey guys, it's great to join you this way. I wish to be there in person, but we will see you in the future. Sinan, thanks for having me this way and making this work, man. Appreciate everything you're putting in. And thanks to everybody who's a part of this. I know we've got all kinds of entrepreneurs, spanning industries, former veterans, NASA alums. I'm told hundreds of billions or maybe even $1 trillion plus in value for the US GDP that you all in the room are collectively driving. I'm grateful for convening great groups of entrepreneurs like this, thinking about the future of our country. Type 1 Ventures, thanks for pulling this together. And my friend Palmer Luckey, who I think you have just heard from, he's done a great job in highlighting for the country that it's not just about California or the coasts, but the heart of the country where the future will be built. And I'm incredibly excited about Arsenal One, which Palmer's bringing right here to my home state in Ohio. But the number one message I wanted to share with all of you is, I mean, like you, I'm a startup founder. Like you, many of you, I'm an entrepreneur. But you don't need to hear from me on that. The insight I'd like to give you is that the future of our economy, I believe, is going to be built in the heart of the country in a way that Palmer understands, in a way that I'm going to make sure of, hopefully as the next governor of Ohio. We were America's first frontier, and I think we're about to be America's next frontier as well. And if Silicon Valley led the way for the last 10 years, mark my words, it's going to be the Ohio River Valley for the next 10 years. Not in some cute, honky-dory, cheerleader for Ohio kind of way, but in a true way. I really mean this because you think about the advanced manufacturing of the future. You got to pick a place that has a good geographic location. From the heart of the country, we've got 60% of North America's population within a single day's drive of where I am in Columbus, Ohio. But beyond that, we also have great natural resources underneath our ground, including natural gas, including great water resources. And that's what's going to be required to build up the defense industrial base and more broadly, the industrial base of the future in our country as we require. Now, we were the state that sent John Glenn and Neil Armstrong into outer space, the state that sent the Wright brothers into the sky. It wasn't long ago that this part of the country was leading our economy. Toledo, a little lesser known city in the United States today, but Toledo in Northwest Ohio was the glass capital of the world, even back in the 1950s. Akron was the rubber capital. Youngstown and Cleveland were the steel production capitals of the West. Dayton led in computing. My hometown of Cincinnati was known around the world as the Queen City. So as we think about where we're headed from here, is it true that states in the Midwest like Ohio have some work to do in really paving the way for policies that attract entrepreneurs? Of course we do. For my part, I'm going to make Ohio a zero capital gains tax state. Easiest tax reduction ever to get done to zero out because we don't even get that much revenue from capital gains taxation. But for you guys who are hiring staff compensated by equity, boy, is that attractive to be in a state that doesn't tax your capital gains. To cut red tape, to be founder-friendly in our incorporation statutes, create a commercial court and make this the hardest state to be sued as a proprietor. Those are the kinds of things that actually attract real entrepreneurs in the sectors of the future. I want to revive that spirit of ambition in our country, where we celebrate success instead of villainizing it, where we celebrate educational achievement and run our public schools and private schools allowed to thrive in their own right, to allow our students to be able to read by the end of third grade, as they should, to be algebra competent by the end of eighth grade, as they should, to know something about the U.S. Constitution and U.S. history by the time they graduate from high school, as they should, to revive our national pride and identity founded on heroic risk-taking, on being a boundless frontier, going west, 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 believing greatness is our manifest destiny. That's what it means to be an American. That is the spirit and the culture that brought together a divided polyglot group of people 250 years ago. And with your help, with the daring, heroic, yes, even risk-taking entrepreneurs in this room, and hopefully with the right kinds of leaders, maybe even some entrepreneurs who go on to become political leaders in our states, that's how we're going to bring that country back and power America's comeback to greater heights than we've ever seen. We're not just going to make America great again. We're not just going to make Ohio great again. We're going to make Ohio and make America greater than we have ever been. And thank you all for what you're doing every day. We'll get the government out of your way and allow you to deliver greatness to your fellow Americans through everything you go on to create. We're behind you. Thanks again for having me. God bless our great state of Ohio, and may God bless our United States of America.